Well, good morning and welcome from Headingley for day 2 of this four-dayer between Yorkshire and Kent in the county championship. Of course, the toss won yesterday by Yorkshire, who asked Kent to bat and made a pretty good start, 20 for 3 at one stage, all those 3 wickets going to Harris Ralph before a really strong fight back by the visiting side, which involved a century for Daniel Bell-Drummond and a couple of other half-centuries as well for Jordan Cox and for Ollie Robinson, 68 and 58 respectively. 270 for 6 when Bad Light stopped play for good, having had an hour break already for Bad Light during the evening. So Jonathan Doidge with you as ever. We have Ben Watts alongside from BBC Radio Kent, and also today both Graham Orange, as was the case yesterday, and delighted to welcome back Katie Levick, who sat through the rain in this fixture last year and then disappeared off to watch a bit of football, as I think you did, Ben. But yeah. Welcome back to watch some cricket today.
Thanks very much. Yeah, looking forward to it. A bit warmer in the commentary box as well for Southern softies like me. So, yeah, I've got my Richie Benno T-shirt on as well.
That's good. That's style. That is style. Anybody who can sport Richie on the chest and get away with it, and you can. That is stylish. And so the players making their way back out. And with that changing conditions, because it was set in overcast yesterday, we didn't see, I don't think, any sun during the day. The floodlights were on for what was probably 85–90% of the day of the play that we saw. Today, no floodlights on, much brighter. There's still a bit of cloud around, but I think there's going to be a fair bit of sunshine as well. So you'd think, on what looks a decent pitch, that today will be better than yesterday for batting. It might actually also be better for fielding, because it'll be a bit warmer as well when you're standing out there, and it might actually do a bit more through the air maybe than it was doing yesterday on such a cold day.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We talked about early on, particularly, it wasn't until the ball was almost kind of 40–50 overs old and Yorkshire had been really working at it and the lights were on that we saw it swing around a little bit. It was just, if anything, doing a touch off the pitch. So, yeah, like you say, maybe that could be a bit more conducive to swing bowling, certainly a bit more pleasant for the fielders out there. It's not nice when you got a ball firing into your direction and the fingers are a bit chilly, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Kent can do in terms of adding to this 270 they've got on the board. We discussed yesterday that in terms of the batting to come, Matt Milnes is a pretty solid number 9. Nathan Gilchrist can bat but is on a really bad trot, and then Matt Quinn is a little bit of a number 11 that likes to swing the bat. So Harris Ralph's going to start things up for Yorkshire, and if he can blow a couple away quickly, then there's a possibility that Yorkshire could be batting before too long. But George Linder looked good yesterday, the South African, Kent's overseas. See what he can do to try and add to the Kent score.
Yep, Linder, 18 not out overnight, and Grant Stewart, who was out there for just one ball, is not out 1. The wicket takers, I mentioned Harris Ralph with 3 for. He ended the day with 3 for 52 from 11 overs and 1 maiden. Matthew Revis among the wickets again. Maybe wasn't quite as tidy as he had been at Northampton last week, but still picked up 1 for 51 from 12. Stephen Patterson 1 for 31 from 18. Here's the first ball of the day then from the Howard stand end, and it is Harris Ralph in and bowling to Grant Stewart, who helps one of a fashion on its way down to fine leg where Milan fields. It was a leg by to start the day. So 271 for 6. Kent are on the board, as it were. And we're into the 82nd over, and the new ball was taken just before the end of the day, after 80 overs, at the earliest possible opportunity. So Harris Ralph bowling with a new cherry this morning, and I think that could be key. I'll be hoping to do similar sort of damage to that which he produced yesterday morning. 3 slips and I was going to say gully, but it looks like Don Best might be closing into 4th slip. No, he's just having a chat. 3 slips and a gully. A point. There was a yawning gap through the covers, but Jordan Thompson is coming across. Trying to get the field right before they go any further for the left-hander. He's coming across to point, and there are now 3 slips and 2 gullies. That gap through the covers, mid-off, wide mid-on, and a long leg. Matthew Revis, who's about 10 in from the boundary rope, as Ralph is in, just getting loose. Bowling here to the left-handed South African George Linder, who drops it into the offside. And there is no run. Similar sort of number have turned up to watch today at Headingley by the looks of things, and there'll be more filtering their way in, I'm sure, during this first half hour or session or so. But there is plenty of room if you fancy making your way down rather than listening to us. As Ralph is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Linda, who'll get off the mark for the day, and 19 in total he'll have after completing a single. 272 for 6. I say rather than listening to us, of course you can come down and listen to us while you're here. Might be just a slight delay on that front. Technology being as it is. Sun not out just at this moment in time as Ralph starts at the end of his run, has that two-handed carry of the ball as he comes up behind umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. And the right-handed Grant Stewart, no number on his back, pushes to Yorkshire's number 17, skipper Stephen Patterson, who's been pretty miserly with the ball so far this season, as is the case as usual. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 31 here, so he's going for nearly 1 3/4 an over. I'd have been watching the video back last night to find out what I was doing wrong, to cut the run rate. As Ralph is in again. Ben Watts will be back with us in a moment, but as you may hear, he's just doing an update for Radio Kent. As Stewart pushes to mid-off where Patterson fields. You can get in touch with us, as ever, on @BBC Kent Sport or @Ben Watts Sport for our travelling colleague, or yours truly is on @Jonathan Doidge, or of course the emails BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. What do you think yesterday? How do you think the match is poised? Who's going to start to press their claims early on? Ralph in, and he's got a nick here. And Grant Stewart's stay at the crease is over as quickly as it began almost. He's gone for just the one, a feather through to Harry Duke. He'll love taking those sort of catches off Harris Ralph, as he did yesterday morning. And a 4th wicket now for Ralph for 53. Kent 272 for 7. And it all looked a bit routine, Ben Watts.
No sooner had I, on my update, said the words 272 for 6, a millisecond later that wicket took place, and we suggested that perhaps Harris Ralph, having blown away the Kent openers yesterday, and Jack Leaning as well, might have the capacity to do the same to the Kent lower order. And Stewart going quickly, you do fear for, well, perhaps George Linder, that he might run out of partners if Harris Ralph continues to bowl in the same vein that he did yesterday, because just that extra pace he has is going to be something that particularly this Kent lower order aren't going to be used to facing. And even Matt Milnes is pretty solid in defence, and then the two to follow. Linder probably needs to try and take most of the strike here and fend off Harris Ralph if Kent are going to get upwards of 300.
I said it before in a couple of games he's played so far, but I'll say it again, you've got to like what you see, I think, from Yorkshire's point of view, from Harris Ralph. Yep, there are, if you're looking for a tidy bowler who's going to go at Stephen Patterson runs per over, then he's not your man. But if you're looking for somebody who can rip that ball in at pace and do damage in the wickets column, then he's very definitely your man. 3 wickets in each innings down at Bristol the other week, and could and should have been more, had chances dropped off him, could have had 8, maybe 9 wickets in that match. And again, did a good job last week at Northampton. And 4 wickets here. And that is what you want to see with your new ball bowler, isn't it? Those little nick-offs, drawing the batsman into playing extra bit of pace.
Particularly on what we think is a good wicket, that extra pace that he has is almost that X factor, isn't it? Here comes Jordan Thompson then to resume from the other end, bowling to George Linder. The other end being the Kirkstall Lane end, and this one's jabbed out towards point for a dot ball. So just the start that Yorkshire were hoping for here on day 2 on BBC Sport Online. Reasonable crowd in still. I didn't look as busy in the car park today as yesterday, but still a good crowd in. This is driven away by the South African left-hander. Well stopped by Karunaratne in the covers, the Sri Lankan, to presumably deny Linda 3 or 4 runs, because that was travelling at a good speed. Did see him briefly in the hotel last night, watching a bit of the football, Mr. Linda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did that go last night, by the way?
What, the
I was
football?
oblivious, being out.
Ah, of course. So nudged back down the ground. Leicester drew, West Ham lost. United and Chelsea drew, I think. Not that exciting, to be honest.
As long as it didn't adversely affect the home of football just down the road.
I mean, I've heard it called a few things, but not necessarily the home of football. Here comes Jordan Thompson. Full delivery, driven away, and this time in the gap, through extra cover by Linda. It's going to probably just be a couple as it's chased by David Milan down towards the rope. He was giving Joe Denley a little bit of friendly stick yesterday when I was loitering around outside the players' dressing rooms waiting for Daniel Bell-Drummond to come out for an interview. That sounded really dodgy, didn't it? I was loitering outside the players' dressing rooms. But
it did really. Explain it, please.
I was waiting to interview Daniel Bell-Drummond. So that was, in short. There's Jordan Thompson bowls. Again, very full to Linda. Almost Yorker length and defended out towards point.
It was the use of the word loitering.
Yeah,
why did you think of that word?
I don't know. Just that's what you do. You just kind of hang around and wait for them to wait for the procession of players to head out of the dressing room until the one you want.
That's it now. Your card will be marked here.
Here comes Thompson. In and bowls, defends out into the covers. It can be a bit awkward sometimes as well. End of the over, 2-7-4 for 7. Because, you know, so for example, Jordan Cox walks out. Oh yeah, well batted, mate. Half century under his belt. A couple of other players walked out, you know, left out the team or didn't get the runs they were looking for. Just try not to start up too much of a conversation about the day's proceedings. See you, Centurion. Come this way for a little chat, mate. But there we go.
Yeah, no, I had to be very patient last night because I was late getting to the post-day interview for Yorkshire, which was with Dom Bess, and
he just kept talking.
Dom does keep talking. He's great, actually. He's a media man's dream in that respect. But unfortunately, there were about 7 or 8 press standing around him, and they kept asking him questions, and he kept talking. And so then the poor lad had to repeat a few of those when he spoke to me a couple of minutes later. But good as gold. Talking about his role in the side with the ball in those sort of conditions yesterday and how he sees his role. And he felt like he might have gone for a few more than ideally he would have liked, even though it clearly wasn't expensive. But I think what he was saying is, if conditions are not in my favour, if it's a day like that, and I can just bowl dry, bowl tight, hold an end up, it helps the seam bowlers rotate. He might pick up an odd wicket, and also it just doesn't release the pressure on the batsman. So that can also bring wickets from the other end, can't it? He's clearly put a lot of thought into that side of his game, as well as when conditions are in his favour, picking up wickets, as Harris Rouse's first delivery of the over to Matt Milnes is watched by. I think he got a few at your place last year.
Milnes?
No, Dom with the ball.
Bess. I think he got 5.
Oh, was it? No, it was actually the game after at Sussex. He got 5 or 6.
I feel like he got 5 here against Kent last year.
David Willey got a few wickets, didn't he, at Canterbury? In the closing stages to sort of move towards wrapping things up. Meanwhile, Harris Ralph would like to wrap up this Kent first innings, but not with that delivery. Short of length and pulled. Well fielded by Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket.
Wasn't his quickest bouncer.
No.
The fact that Milnes was able to get on the back foot and play it away. He almost looked surprised that he'd got into position quick enough to play the hook stroke.
I think he's giving the impression, Harris Ralph, that he's learning pretty quickly about bowling in these conditions. English conditions is what I mean by that, not when the sun's breaking through the cloud. And that's a little bit quicker and flicked to leg. It was aerial for a moment, but Jordan Thompson, who was at mid-wicket, it was to his left, and he was never going to be able to get there quickly enough. And it was just beaten for reactions as much as anything. 4 runs through mid-wicket then. Milnes off the mark. 278 for 7.
It was almost a carbon copy of the stroke that Jordan Cox hit to get off the mark. Again, it was Ralph, wasn't it? And again, it flashed just to the left of Jordan Thompson, a little bit aerially. Maybe he needs to be a bit straighter to Harris Ralph, just on the basis that players aren't going to quite time it as well as they might like, or just use the pace.
Ralph again, over the wicket, thickish outside edge from Milnes into the ground, but that was travelling as it got to Don Bessett Gully and made a good diving stop. Saved runs at the very least, probably 2 of them, possibly 4.
Yeah, like you say, it went pretty quickly towards him. So he's just showing George Hill at slip where it caught him on the end of the finger.
So Ralph then at the now named Howard stand end of the ground, a football stand end as you may know it. And it's back to the rugby league ground. Here he comes and is driven through the offside this time. Pleasant stroke as well from Milnes. Ben Watts has said he can bat, and he certainly showed him the maker's name with that one. Drove it away through the offside down towards the big stand there and picked up 3.
Yeah, that was a good example of how technically sound Matt Milnes is. Nottinghamshire lad, having joined Kent a couple of seasons ago, and has really grown into his role as the leader of the attack in both formats, really, actually. As their frontline seamer, but does add valuable runs too, and good foil for Linda at the moment.
Final ball of the Ralph over then. Good delivery as well across the face of the left-hander, who was just held on the crease, couldn't get either forward or back. It is a dot though. End of the over. 84 now bowled in his Kent first innings, and 101 overs remaining in the day. Note, given that they are making up lost time from yesterday because of that bad light. So Linda 21, Milnes 7, 281 for 7.
Don't forget to get in touch with us on email, bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com, kentcricket@gmail.com as well. Supporters of both teams very welcome to use whichever you would wish. Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport as well. Graham Orange and Katie Levick here with us as well.
David Willis 6 for 51 in that Canterbury match last year, thanks to Graham.
I think I was there for the first couple of days. I remember Mrs. Lythe en route getting some runs in the game as Thompson bowls and Milnes defends into the covers. In fact, into the mid-wicket area, to the onside, where Karunaratne picks up. Yeah, so Milnes got 78 in that game. I think he was the night watchman. Second innings and batted on and did a really good job actually, and at one stage looked like he might even save the game for Kent before Yorkshire ended up winning it. As Thompson bowls a full delivery, Milnes checking his drive up towards mid-off. Thanks to Graham, he's putting his wisdom to good use. Showing us one that he bought yesterday as well, or arrived yesterday. He was from, what year was it, 1887 or something? Yeah. Amazing condition, actually. As Thompson with a full delivery, Milnes again half driving, this time into the covers, where it's collected. Kent 281 for 7. Grant Stewart, the one man out so far this morning, if you missed it. Harris Ralph just tickling the outside edge of the bat through to Duke the keeper. And Stewart out for just 1. And Stewart effectively playing in this game ahead of Darren Stevens. Found out last night that Stevens not feeling any ill effects of, as Milnes defends again, that hamstring injury that he had in pre-season. Told me he's fully fit, and therefore the deafening pause afterwards, meaning he's not been selected for this one. So effectively Grant Stewart, the man they've gone with over him, presumably more to provide a bit of zip with the ball, because as many fans will know, and Yorkshire supporters will remember, Darren Stevens got 200 on this ground only a couple of years ago. So, oh, that's a big shout for LBW. Play and a miss from Milnes as he was looking to drive into the onside, and Jordan Thompson joins in and gets an important breakthrough for Yorkshire, because that means they get a look at numbers 10 and 11. Kent reduced to 2-8, 1 for 8. And any hopes of getting a score of 300 plus feel like they're just fading away slightly with that dismissal of Milnes. LBW to Thompson for 7.
Yeah, and I think the Yorkshire lads will be delighted with that first 19 minutes of play. Pick up 2 wickets, and with a potentially dangerous tail ender. You know, if he spends an hour or so at the crease alongside the man he's with, then that scoreboard could look a fair bit different. But from what you've been telling us, you wouldn't be that confident that these final couple are going to be adding too many.
Nathan Gilchrist can bat, and I've seen him bat fine, but he's just in a horrid run of form. 2 pairs in a row. 0, 0, 0, 0. So forgive me for not feeling too confident in him adding many runs. Like I say, he is better than that statistic. And Matt Quinn is fun to watch because he likes to come out and play a shot or two. But I think Linden needs to try and boss the strike a little bit here, and maybe just go a touch more aggressive himself, perhaps.
Didn't see the replay there, I've got to say, but I was sitting here raising the finger, even though we're sitting about 6 strips to the right of where it took place. It just sort of looked right. I know that doesn't mean it's out, but it sort of definitely gave the feeling that he was going to raise a finger, Graham Lloyd, and did so.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree that it just looked out early on. Here's Gilchrist driving, and Thompson gets a hand on it to half stop the ball. End of the over. Kent's 2-8, 1 for 8. I think I'm going to make way, JD, for Katie.
Go get the coffees in, lad. So, yeah, good morning to you, Lily. Morning, JD, Ben, Kate and Graham. Yorkshire could have bowled better yesterday. Harris Ralph bowling fast, she says. Hope he gets a 5 for. Do you think Don Best will get any turn on this pitch? He got a little bit, didn't he, yesterday, but nothing appreciable, and that's just the way of things at this particular ground, and you wouldn't expect much of anything, would you, on day one? So 281 for 9. Good morning, Katie Levick.
Good morning, Doji. Good to be back.
It's good to have you back as well, and seeing some cricket this time after the rain you brought last time. Ralph in really bent his back with that first delivery of the over to Linda.
Yeah, I think I still have PTSD from that last time. It rained all day, my comms debut was delayed, and then I got to go home and watch Sheffield Wednesday get relegated. So it holds some memories, does this fixture?
Yeah. Always look on the bright side of life and all that, eh?
It's nice to look on a bright Headingley for once. It felt very, very wintry yesterday.
So Ralph coming in from the Howard stand end. He's got 3 slips and the 1 gully to the left-handed Linda, who's on the back foot and gets a thickish outside edge as well. It's going to go for 4 down to the northeast stand side of the ground through the cordon. Don Bess falling rather than diving as much as anything to his right with an outstretched right hand. So 4 more to Linda, 25, 285 for 8, but again he's there or thereabouts. Harris Ralph challenging the outside edge. What I've got to say to you is Katie Levick, full-time professional.
I know, who'd have thought? I mean, that's the luxury I've got to be here on a Friday night.
Pro.
Yeah, they handed over my bus pass and my contract at the same time, I think.
Ralph coming in past umpire O'Shaughnessy to bowl to Linda, who is square driven here. Milan is in the perfect spot, doesn't have to move apart from putting down the long barrier, and they stroll through for 1 more. So Linda 26, 286 for 8. Full-time pro, Northern Diamonds supercharger as well.
Yeah, I don't have to hide that fact anymore. That's another exciting thing to look forward to. Although I was just admiring the long barrier there, and I feel like I've been very much in T20 and short mode at the moment. So it was nice to see the old things I love from the game: a gentle run one and a long barrier.
Jordan Thompson just moving across into gully. 3 slips and a gully. Short leg now in place as well for Ralph, bowling here at Gilchrist. Is he going to bounce him straight away? No. It was the bluff. Pushed into the offside, no run. Jo Gardner was on with Radders and myself down at Northampton last week. We talked to her quite a bit. She was with us throughout the entire day, so we had lots of stuff to talk about. And we were both saying, wouldn't you love to play, given the opportunity, the longer form of the game? And that would suit you down to the ground, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
you'd be getting 20 for.
Yeah, bowling a long old spell is what I'd always love to do. Whether my body would like that on day 4, but I'd love to give it a crack at least.
Ralph in. Oh, good Yorker. He's bowled him. Didn't look like he had at first. He was trying to get his toe end out of the way of it, Gilchrist, and absolutely no surprise about that, because that was a quick Yorker from Harris Ralph, and he has 5 for on his debut for Yorkshire at Headingley. What a start for him. Into his 14th over, 5 for 65 the scoreboard reads, and that was devastating.
I was waiting for the umpire to put his finger up and thinking that's absolutely plumb. I didn't realise the stumps had been scattered, but he's just shown that he's just a bit too quick at the moment with Ralph. He's putting in some pace that maybe the county boys aren't used to, and it's great to watch. It's the first time I've got to watch it live, so just enjoying the moment, and I forget to talk about it because I just want to put an appeal in with the rest of the lads.
No bias, thank you. Never get that in this commentary box.
I know, I should actually show some sort of support to the tail end as well as my fellow tail enders. You don't want to see that very early on. Lucky I don't have to face the speeds of Ralph when I trot to the crease on the very brief occasions I do.
Yeah, that was, it looked seriously quick, and for those of you who are audio only and not watching the streaming pictures, Gilchrist trying to get his toe out of the way of it. I think it caught his foot as well and hit leg stump, and so he survived just the 3 deliveries without scoring. And this is what you want to see. If you're setting your stall out to win a game of cricket, you went through what you went through yesterday. Okay, it wasn't perfect. It was sort of honours even. Kent came back strongly after that early burst of Ralph wickets. But then you reset overnight. You probably talk about what your plan is today. You want to, rip through the closing stages of the opposition's innings, and on a better day for batting, set the game up for yourselves. At the moment, everything going to plan.
Yeah, those couple of late wickets sure to be so vital at the end of yesterday, just when it was teetering in Kent's favour for the large portions of the day. And then you're definitely coming overnight thinking, get them out for under 300 here, and that'd be a job well done. And hopefully the sun stays, the batting track looks nice, and hopefully continues to play nicely. And then just set your stall out for a good long batting session.
Now Matt Quinn got into Ben Watts' sort of Bugs Bunny of the Kent batting order, but he's dug out a Yorker first ball there.
He'll be very happy that the over has been called, and he doesn't have to do that again for at least 6 more balls.
Yeah, warm applause as well for Harris Ralph, and rightly so. 5 for 65 from 14 overs, just one of them as a maiden. Talked about scoring rate. 4.64, so leaking a few runs, and if he wasn't taking wickets and he was doing that on a regular basis, there'd be eyebrows raised, but you're absolutely fine with that when he's ripping out the opposing batsman like that.
Yeah, I think that's something to be expected when you're bowling that bit of more express pace. As we saw earlier, your little nicks fly through the slips and you run away for 4, and as long as he's challenging and getting those wickets as well, you're happy to see it as a Yorkshire fan and a Yorkshire player. It's just to be expected, part and parcel, that when you've got that extra pace, you don't necessarily have to put much on it to get runs, and doesn't necessarily mean you've been bowling a bad spell. It just means the batters are enjoying that luxury of a bit of extra pace.
So what will Linda's tactic be now? Will he try and cut loose? Yes, is the answer to that. He's lofted one up in the air and should have been caught really by David Millan, who went at it one-handed at deep mid-off.
Yeah, I think Milan struggled with the depth there just as much as we did. I thought first, that's well over him, and then just seemed to hang in the air, and I think Milan maybe wasn't expecting it to hang as much as it did and just stuck out the one paw. And you'd be hoping we'd be taking that if you were Thompson.
Yeah, you certainly would. So another one goes down. 287 for 9, so as I was saying, it's not perfect, but good delivery from Jordan Thompson this time. And there could be overthrows here. There are going to be 4 of them. Well, what was going on there? He opened the face, hit it square on the offside. The throw came firing in. It was wayward, and it's beaten everybody because there was no cover on the other side. Don Best couldn't get round quickly enough to back up. If you're going to throw from there, you've got to make sure you hit.
Yeah, and Quinn will be delighted to have a 4 from that. He showed true tail end spirit there. As soon as he hit it, he wanted to get off strike and run, and it wasn't there. But lucky for him, the throw was way weird, and he's off the mark.
Jordan Thompson then in again, and Quinn plays the forward hoik, but it runs along the carpet to Milan this time. There's no run. It was Harris Ralph. So having taken the plaudits for the 5-for, it was Ralph who threw the buzzers, as they call them these days.
You can maybe forgive him for being a bit overexcited at the moment. He's still got the 5-for in the back of his mind. As long as there's not too many more on Thompson's figures, I'm sure.
291 for 9, of course, 9 runs away from another batting point for Kent. So it's vital that they get some here, but they're not going to have the opportunity because Jordan Thompson has found a delivery to sneak through the defences of Quinn, and he's lost his off stump, and Kent have lost the opportunity to play for a 3rd batting point. They are 291 all out. Jordan Thompson finishing with 2 for 61 there, and Matt Quinn bowled by Jordan for 4.
Maybe those 4 overthrows were good after all, kept him on strike, and just job well done there by Thompson, straight through those defences, and stump out the ground. Be happy for Yorkshire overall to have finished that off in very quick manner this morning. It'll have been job 1 done for the day, and it is only job 1. They've got to go now and bat long and show that the surface is as good as Bell Drummond was making it look yesterday, and hopefully get a nice lead by the end of the day.
Yep, so just to wrap things up with that Kent first innings then, 291 all out. It's been a good half hour for Yorkshire. They've taken those last 4 wickets in just those 30 minutes of play. Grant Stewart caught Duke, bowled Ralph for 1. Matt Milne's LBW to Jordan Thompson for 7. Nathan Gilchrist bowled Harris Ralph without scoring from just the 3 deliveries, and then Matt Quinn bowled by Jordan Thompson for 4. 291 all out in 86 overs and 4 balls. And the Yorkshire bowling analyses as Harris Ralph takes some applause from the Headingley faithful and from his teammates as he walks off holding that ball high, and well he might. That was an excellent spell with the new ball, both at the start of the innings and then with the second new ball as well. And let's start with him. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 65. Jordan Thompson, 19.4 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 61. Matthew Revis, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 51. Stephen Patterson, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 31. George Hill, 5 overs for 23. Harry Brook, 1 over for 2. And Don Best, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. Daniel Bell Drummond, of course, leading the way with an excellent 109 for Kent. 68 for Jordan Cox, 58 for Ollie Robinson. The only other significant contribution was the unbeaten George Linder, not out on 27. So we'll see very shortly what Yorkshire have got to offer in response to that Kent first innings. As we've been saying, batting conditions just look a little better to those of us who've watched a bit of cricket over the years than perhaps they did under those overcast skies yesterday, and they might just have put themselves in the driving seat here, but plenty of work to do with the bat before they can start to say that. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. We'll just take a quick breather and back for Yorkshire's first innings.
Kent have got 3 slips in play. In fact, it was more cover point. They got backward point, cover point, wide-ish, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg.
Yes, 291 all out, Kent, and difficult to know what sort of score that is, simply because they were inserted by Yorkshire. But you got to think that Yorkshire will be hoping to pass that score.
Yeah, it feels short. Here comes Stewart, pushed away out towards, this time, the backward point fielder. Another dot ball. Yeah, from 270 for 6 to only add 21 runs this morning will be a disappointment. They'd have been thinking if Stewart and Linda could have stuck around and got a little partnership going, that 350 plus might have been on the cards.
Yeah, thinking 350, yeah. And that would have been acceptable, wouldn't it? As I say, considering that they're being inserted.
Yeah, I think they'd have been pretty happy with that if they'd have got a couple more batting bonus points. So to miss out on the third one entirely will have been a disappointment. As Stewart bowls, and Lyth once again shouldering arms, allowing the ball to pass by.
Yeah, good line and length.
A few Kent supporters getting in touch on social media saying not great. Well, somebody saying that was gloriously poor from the tail end, but now, and then Stumped saying likewise, now the real test, can we actually take some wickets, is his words. Kent have conceded 500 twice this season and then a 600 last week, so taking first innings wickets has been a difficulty for them, as again Lyth allowing this one to pass through from Stewart. It's started brightly from these opening 5 deliveries.
Yes, he looks pretty nippy as well, Ben.
Yeah, it does push the ball through at a good pace. The Australian-born Italian.
Yes.
You were having a look at his details yesterday. And I was telling you about his debut for his country of his mum's country in Italy in October. As this one's pushed away out towards backward point. Maiden to start then from Grant Stewart to Adam Lyth, Yorkshire. Yet to score after the opening over. And yeah, because we lost that little bit of time yesterday, we've still got 95 overs remaining here on day 2 of Yorkshire against Kent on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, there's a long way to go in this match, and the Yorkshire openers will be hoping to settle in here. Karunaratne now will be on strike.
And I would assume it'll be Matt Milnes to open the bowling for Kent here, which it does indeed look like it's going to be.
Well, Matt took 32 wickets last season for Kent in the county championship.
He was their top wicket taker in white ball cricket as well, Matt Milnes. Did anyone take more in red ball cricket last year? Maybe Stevens?
Stevens took 39. He was the top wicket taker in red ball cricket, yeah. But Matt Milnes, his best figures last season was 6 for 53.
Yeah, it's really come on a lot since moving from Nottinghamshire to Kent, and has earned England Lions honours as a result. Bowling to Karunaratne off the inside edge. He's off the mark straight away, the Sri Lankan. Towards long leg, and begins with a single. Yorkshire one without loss.
Yeah, just dabbed into the onto the onside by Karunaratne. So, yeah, 1 for 0. As you say, Ben, Yorkshire off the mark. So it's Adam Lyth facing now.
Jason saying Linda was clearly not happy with Quinn. Ball before he played a poorly executed drive. Linda looked at him as if to say, just block it. Walked off without looking at him. He's obviously not seen Matt Quinn bat before. He doesn't block it. He plays. That's how he bats. Here's Milnes in and bowling outside the off stump through to the keeper. And you know, that's what I was saying really with the you know, if Linda's obviously, you know, on his debut for Kent and hasn't necessarily seen how some of those other batters go about their business, and I think if he'd have been slightly more aware of you know, their capabilities perhaps, or, you know, in Gilchrist's case, his poor run of form, he might have made a more conscious effort to try and farm the strike. As Milne's bowls, Karunaratne, in fact, it's Live who drives really handsomely through extra cover for 4 runs, and he's up and running now. Yorkshire 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's lovely off drive there from Live to the boundary. He'll be feeling good after that. I don't think Linda had really the opportunity to do a great deal. I mean, the wickets were falling all around him, you know. And when he tried to hit out, actually, he should have been caught, shouldn't he, by Milan. But he'll probably learnt something today.
Yeah, I think he will have done. I think he will have done. Unfortunate, really, that he ran out of partners, because he looked quite good last night as Milne's bowls to Live. Angled down into the gully. Hitting Dom Best for 6 down the ground, of course, the South African. Be interesting to see what he can do with the ball. That's the main reason that Kent have signed him. The ability with the bat is certainly a bonus. But as a left-arm spinner, yeah.
Left-arm spinner, yeah.
That's why they've brought him to the club. To be their difference maker in that sense. Over the last couple of years, they've had quite an inexperienced spin attack. Milne's bowling, the delivery which has gone through Live. Kent are appealing for a catch behind. I felt like that was more of a Yorker that snuck underneath the bat, and the sound was bat on floor.
Well, yes, I think it was a bump ball, and I think obviously the umpire thinks so as well. It was a big appeal.
It was a big appeal. Trying to see if I can see the replay.
But the ball was very full, wasn't it?
Again, we're a bit excited about it, but it just didn't quite look right to me.
No. He's turning again to bowl to Live.
In and bowling. This one definitely doesn't take the bat. Live gets it well out the way. Let's see if I can pause the replay at the right moment.
That's the end of the over. So after 2 overs, Yorkshire 5 without loss.
I'm not convinced Live was particularly close to that, actually. I think he's just slammed the bat into the floor.
Yes, I think so. A bit of excitement there, Ben.
Yeah, it certainly was. And a lovely shot from Live to get off the mark through the covers.
Yes, Karunaratne is now on strike. He's on 1. Live is on 4, so 5 without loss. Is the 3rd over.
Just marking out his guard. He hasn't faced Grant Stewart just yet, so...
Yeah, Stewart to bowl.
Here he is now, with 3 slips to the Sri Lankan, pushing it out towards extra cover. So I've gone through a couple of tweets. Have I got any emails? Andrew saying, oh dear, flat track, brighter skies, I fear another 500 incoming. Sean saying that Brewer getting in touch to show that share his sympathies with Nathan Gilchrist, who now has 5 ducks in a row, which is quite something, but nobody was defending that delivery from Harris Ralph today.
No. That'd have got a lot of batsmen out, actually, wouldn't it?
That was a snorter.
Absolutely.
As Stewart bowls, Karunaratne tucks it into the onside, straight to Bell Drummond. Gilchrist almost hopped away as if he was glad to leave the scene with all of his toes still intact.
Yes, I think it was a real foot crusher, wasn't it? Yeah.
Hopped away. Sean saying, I remember starting a season a few years ago with 2 first ballers. In the next game, survived a 3rd ball and raised my bat.
Yeah.
Philip says 5 ducks in 5 first-class innings equals the record for Kent, which was previously done by Isaac Ingram, a keeper, in 1878. Thank you for that stat, Philip. As Stewart bowls, Karunaratne covering up into the offside. Lily getting in touch on the email, and almost an understatement to say Harris Ralph bowling fast earlier on today. That was...
Yes, he did bowl fast.
Quite the couple of deliveries. Stephen Box getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com as well, saying Linda had too much faith in the tail. Keep the strike. Well, I think that's just simply a case of he's not seen them before and maybe was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. As Stuart bowls, Karunarat defending once again.
Yes, you mentioned 1878. Well, you've mentioned today. I brought in my wisdom of 1887 yesterday, and it was interesting, you know, because in 1886, of course, it reports on the match of 1886. England played Australia in 3 Test matches and won them all easily. So how things have changed.
Stephen also talking about some umpiring things that we were talking about yesterday. I don't want to bang on it about it too much because it sounds sour, but seeing as you've mentioned it again, Stephen, I'll read it out. Here comes Grant Stewart, left alone outside the off stump. He says, has Jordan Cox done something to upset someone? There was the non-catch on T20 finals day, the catch in inverted commas last week. His LBW yesterday, I thought, having looked at it, we both agreed, Graham, that it actually looked out, didn't it, from our point of view?
Yeah, it did. I mean, as we're commentating live, we're not right behind the bowler, and of course we're at an elevated sort of stage here, so it's not easy to see. But on your phone, on the replay, it looked fair enough to me.
Yeah. Here comes Stewart once again. Karunaratne just angling this down and manages to beat Points, who got a hand on the ball, but they decide against a single. So another maiden over from Grant Stewart. A couple of overs and yet to concede. Yorkshire 5 without loss. I am with you, Stephen, though, on the Robinson one. To me, that looked a little bit leg side. And was unfortunate for Kent. That was something that Daniel Bell-Drummond mentioned last night, that with, you know, this morning and the new ball being around the corner, he was saying that, you know, either he and Robinson or one of them ideally would have been in for Kent this morning, and if that had been the situation, then you would have backed them to maybe last a bit longer and go and get 350.
Interesting, because that over is been bowled by Stewart, and the umpire is looking at his footmarks quite a bit. So whether he's running on the protected area or not, it could well be. So you can maybe need to look at that.
So Matt Milnes continuing and beating the outside edge of Adam Live's bat with that delivery.
Beautiful ball. Totally beaten. There's a fair bit of carry, isn't there, Ben?
He's quite a skiddy bowler, Matt Milnes. He's about 6 foot tall, and, you know, really runs into the crease at a good speed and pushes the ball through, kisses the pitch. Lovely rhythmical action. This one's defended by Lythe.
Yeah, just going back to the 1887 wisdom, which reports in the 1886 season. England won the 3 Test match series quite easily. 4 wickets at Old Trafford, an innings on 106 runs at Lord's, and an innings on 217 runs at the Oval.
Milnes bowls a full delivery outside the off stump. Through to Ollie Robinson once again. Don't forget that you can head to the BBC Sport website and app for live text commentary of every game taking place today in the County Championship, commentary of all those matches and all the extra information that you might need. I'll run you through some scores from elsewhere in a moment as we approach the end of the opening hour. Stuart Broad's having a little bit of fun for Nottinghamshire with the bat at the moment, as Live shoulders arms this one through to keeper once again, Robinson.
Well, hasn't Stuart Broad scored a Test match century?
Scored a 169, I think, his top score.
Yeah.
To enjoy it when he bats with a little bit of freedom. He's got a very good eye, actually. So, yeah, I'll start on those scores from elsewhere. As Milne is running in bright sunshine here in Leeds. A little press forward by Adam Lyth. There's a almost trigger movement as the ball is allowed to pass through once again. Somerset are 384 for 8 against Warwickshire at Taunton. Matt Renshaw is a one-time Kent overseas player, scoring a century in that one. Tom Abel 70. At the lower order, half century as well for Tom Banton and Tom Lammonby.
I believe Renshaw, although he's an Australian, he was born in Yorkshire.
He was born in Middlesbrough, I think.
Middlesbrough, yeah, Middlesbrough.
Yeah, correct. Yorkshire 5 without loss as Milnes bowls. Live this time, getting back behind the ball to defend into the offside. End of the 4th over of the Yorkshire first innings, and they're 5 without loss. Yorkshire then, no, Northamptonshire, I'll carry on the scores elsewhere. At Chelmsford, a 266 for 8. Will Young scored 63. Proctor 74 not out is currently top scoring for them at Essex. Surrey 337 for 6 at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Smith the keeper. Jamie Smith 124 not out. Sam Curran made 64. Ollie Pope made 84 yesterday. Stuck to somewhat scupper the myth that all his county championship runs come at the Oval. Ollie Pope.
They make them here at Headingley.
3 slips for Stewart as he continues. Yet to concede a run so far in his couple of overs. Karunaratne shouldering arms to that one. Lancashire 76 for 4 in reply to Hampshire's 246 all out at the Bowl down in Southampton. Some early wickets for, well, a couple for Barker, one for Abbasson Abbott.
He's having problems with his follow through, and I actually watched it, and his right foot went right down very close to the protected area there. The umpire's looking all the time. If he's not careful, he'll be given a warning. You watch his right foot as he follows through.
Stewart bowling then. This one left alone outside the off stump. Thought that time they almost looked like quite a conscious effort to get out of the way.
I think it was. Well, the ball before, his right foot was more into the centre of the pitch. The thing is, that's the last thing you want as a fast bowler, because you want to be concentrating, trying to get a batsman out, not where your feet are landing.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, sort of running, well, the potential footmarks that he's creating are the kind that Linda would maybe look to try and exploit to, say, a left-handed batter in the 4th innings of the match, possibly. Here comes Stewart again. This time it's pushed out towards point. Didn't look like he was quite on the front line with his front foot there. Elsewhere at Nottingham then, Stewart Broad ending up on 45 not out from 27 balls before Notts 266 all out. Worcestershire were 159 all out in their first innings, and they're 1 for 1 already second time around, with Luke Fletcher getting an early breakthrough in that Division 2 game. I'll be popping to the back of the box in a moment to do an update as Stewart bowls and it's defended. Derbyshire 309 for 6. Brooke Guest yesterday, the keeper, got 100. Madsen 70. Masood 60. A couple more games left to tell you about. Sussex are 108 for 3. In fact,
that's an official warning.
That mark is being...
He's been given an official warning for going onto the protected area. So he's now going to bowl round the wicket.
Sussex 108 for 3 in reply to Durham's 223 all out. Haynes with a half century in that one. And then just to finish up, Middlesex 188 for 3 at Lords against Leicestershire. Mark Stoneman 4 away from a century. So Grant Stewart getting a warning then. He's yet to concede a run, but he's already got himself a warning as Karunaratne is scratching out his guard. I'm going to prepare to duck out to the other end of the commentary box. There's Stewart around the wicket then to the Sri Lankan, lets this one go. Doidge's going to come back in for a couple of minutes.
Yes, obviously bowling around the wicket now, Stuart. He should have no problems with his feet in the protected area. And that was a good delivery, actually. Shoulder down by Karunaratne, who's still on 1, 5 for none. So Kens are making Yorkshire really work for these runs now, and rightly so.
Yeah, here's Stewart then, final ball of his 3rd over, the 5th of this Yorkshire first innings, round the wicket and angled in towards Karunaratne, but he's got that well covered, shoulders, arms. 5 without loss, then he's on 1 and Lyth is on 4.
Yeah, it's interesting start, and that's the last thing that Kent wanted, to have their opening bowler on a warning already for going into the protected area.
It's just re-explaining what's going on, I think, to 1 or 2 of the Kent players. There is Steve O'Shaughnessy.
There's no doubt watching it that his right foot and his follow-through definitely must have gone very close. It's down the centre.
So just for those who don't know what the implications of that are, Graham, as an umpire, I mean, you've been warned now. Where's left for him to go if he does that again? What's the situation?
If he does it again, it's a final warning. If he does it after that, he's taken off immediately, even if he's only halfway through the over, for example.
For the remainder of the innings?
Yes.
Not the match, the innings.
It's the innings.
Here we have Milnes in and slanting one across the left-handed Lyth. He's just happy to have a few sighters here. And the way of these things at Headingley is, even on these sunny days at this time of year, ball can still nip around. We know it looks like a good pitch, and we think the batting conditions overhead feel much better. But they'll, I think, first and foremost here, want to play out this first hour or so through to lunch, and then hope that they can really cash in on that during the afternoon and evening sessions today. Milnes in again, wide of Lyth's off stump. And I think there's they'll be clearly thinking bat once and bat well here and try and get a sizable lead and put some real pressure. And if they have to go in for a second time, possibly not chasing too many. Sometimes in the face of that, the opposing side, scoreboard pressure and all that, might not bat as well second time, or on a good pitch. Well, it's difficult to know what to do. First of all, you've got to bat well and bat long, I think. If you're capable of doing that, Milnes in and straightens things up. There's a yelp of semi-excitement from the Kent fielding contingent, and Milnes has his hands on his head, but Lyth got his bat to that and pushed it into the onside.
Surely, first of all, you want to bat long as long as you can, but look at the bonus points. Get your first bonus point, then your second, etc., and go on from there.
Yeah, things can change just so quickly at Headingley with overheads. So you never quite know what you're in for, but to all intents and purposes, sunny day, good pitch. Fill your boots if you can. Ooh. Well bowled this time from Milnes, and that was a good leave, well judged leave from Adam Lyth, I think you'd have to say. Wasn't far away. No,
I'm going to say that's a good leave, and a bit of pace on that ball, and well, it's either a good leave or a bad leave, isn't it? And that was a good leave, but a good ball. And I have to say that, the bowling well, Kent, in this very early stage of Yorkshire's first innings.
Yeah, a couple left in this Matt Milnes over. And Lyth drops it out into the offside. And there's no run. I think we're going to have a double change in the com box. Graham going to step out, we'll get Katie in place, and then we'll put Ben back into bat after this final delivery of the over. So Lyth on 4, Karunaratne on 1. If you've joined us more recently, Kent, the last 4 wickets finished off in pretty swift time this morning. 2 apiece for Harris Ralph and Jordan Thompson, meaning Ralph finished with a 5 for his first for Yorkshire on his Headingley debut for the county. So what a way to introduce yourself to the new support. He's got a few more games, of course, during this spell, and the way we've seen him bowl so far, then you'd have to think you'd be interested in bringing him back on a longer term, I'm sure, if that was possible. Now then, that was in the air for a while. Square drive by Adam Lyth. Bit of frustration from Matt Milnes as he walks away looking at the Headingley skies. But Lyth survives it. He's 4, Karunaratne on 1. Yorkshire 5 without loss. A few words from Lev, and then Ben will be back in the chair.
Yeah, just wanted to see that back to see if it did carry. That I just had an unfortunate pole just in my way that I just couldn't see point there. But it's after Yorkshire put down a few in the first innings, they'll be welcoming that side to get a bit of luck themselves back there. It's been a difficult early part of this innings for Yorkshire, and just trying to see through this new ball threat and try and then bat long, like Doiji said earlier on. That'll be the main aim for today.
Afternoon, Katie. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to join you for the first time
Yeah,
today.
very much so. About to see Grant Stewart continue well around the wicket to Karunaratne. And it's tucked away up towards mid-on. No run scored. The throw hurled into Robinson, sending Karunaratne ducking underneath it.
Yeah, the Kent boy is looking lively this morning. You did wonder if him having to come round the wicket might just disrupt his rhythm a bit. He's been very economical so far and being difficult to get away, but it looks to be straight back on the money, despite that early warning for running through on the pitch.
Sri Lankan poised and waiting. As around the wicket, the right arm bustling Stewart in again. Left alone as it goes through to Robinson. Yorkshire 5 without loss. A patient start, but certainly compare these conditions to yesterday, where we had blanket grey cloud for most of the day. It was cool out there. The floodlights were on. Yorkshire have, well, the weather conditions here at their home have certainly seemed to favour them, and bright skies and sunshine greeting them for their first innings, which should in theory mean good batting conditions. This is a leave by Karunaratne on length as much as anything. No real appeal from Kent. I wonder if it deflected off his thigh pad through to the keeper there.
It looked like it got a big deflection there, which makes for an interesting leave. Not as safe as he thought previously. His outside off stump seems to be in the channel so far this over, but that definitely looked like it took a deflection. Don't give him a rub, don't give him the satisfaction.
I normally, just if a batsman doesn't play a shot and it hits them, you get some sort of appeal, but there was absolutely nothing from Kent, so they were clearly convinced it was too high. As Stewart bowls again, this is straighter and on the stumps. Karunaratne forced to defend into the onside, where Kent's centurion from yesterday, Daniel Bell-Drummond, doing the fielding. Had a discussion with him about his 149 last week, and I said, did you almost mentally say to yourself, right, I need to build on this, I need to knuckle down? And he just kind of brushed it off. He's too calm a character. I said, nah, just one out there, tried to capitalise on the bit of form from last week, carry on, but no real pressure on himself to necessarily follow that up, as Stewart is in and bowling. Just a little bit leg side here. There is half an appeal, but that's Quinn, who's moved around from long leg to do the fielding, and a leg by, signalled by the umpire as Yorkshire move to 6 without loss. He did admit that with the likes of Joe Denley still to come back from a hamstring injury, there's that kind of competitive pressure on the places in the Kent team, because they know there's players that are in behind them and wanting to have those spots, which is something that necessarily Kent haven't had that depth in recent seasons in the way that, say, a county like Yorkshire do with those international players that come back in and bolster the ranks. Sam Billings away at the IPL, of course. Other than that, it's just injuries that has kept players out of the Kent team so far this season. Stewart bowling back over the wicket to live, and this one pushed up towards mid-on, end of the over. So Grant Stewart 4 overs, and because the run in that over came off the leg by 4 overs, 4 maidens, so yet to concede Stewart. Yorkshire 6 without loss. Patient start, Katie.
Yeah, just a very attritional start. They'll just be looking to see this tricky period through to the lunch break, where you're happy that you've done the job and you've rolled them over early doors, but then, you know, you are at risk of losing a couple of early wickets with that new ball in a little dangerous hour before lunch. So just steady away, try and see this threat through, and then hopefully kick on this afternoon a bit once the shine's gone from the ball.
Matt Milnes to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end, hurrying in past the umpire. And defended away into the onside by Karuna Ratner. How about yourself, your season so far? Have you played any matches? What's your schedule looking like for the coming weeks?
Well, quite lucky in the women's game that our Diamonds fixtures and our regional competitions don't actually kick off till the middle of May, so it's a bit of a luxury to be watching the guys go about in these early colder months, especially yesterday. Didn't fancy it out there, but we're playing our county fixtures at the moment, so Yorkshire fixtures of a weekend, and just nice to get out there.
Here comes Milnes, in and bowling, pushed away out towards backward of point, where he's Jordan Cox doing the fielding. Normally he's at slip, so I might be wrong. I'll try and work out. I think it's Ben Compton, in fact, who's there at point, shining up the ball. Yeah, quite regionalised it's in recent seasons, the county stuff, isn't it? I know Kent have been playing against the likes of Hampshire and Surrey so far.
Yeah, and they seem to have been off to a good start from what I've seen around the others. Yeah, we're in a league with all of the northern teams lumped together, so some good competitive local rivalries.
Here comes Milnes in and bowling. Defended back down the ground. Milnes collecting in his follow through. So who have you played against so far?
So far we've played against the North East Warriors, which is a team made up of Durham and Northumberland combined, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, and Cumbria.
Oh, okay.
Cumbria. We've got
Cumbria.
Lancashire this weekend, Bank Holiday Monday, so that's always a good one. Nice local Roses clash. So look forward to that one.
And going overhead as Milnes is in and bowling to Karuna Ratner, tucking this one away through square leg. Should be a couple of runs down towards long leg. Hurried piece of fielding, but can't prevent the second. So Yorkshire moving on to 8 without loss. What have you had availability-wise in terms of some of the... Because I know some of the England players, they've obviously been quite busy over the winter, haven't... I know, say, Tammy Beaumont hasn't been playing for Kent so far.
Yeah, the England girls are enjoying a well-deserved break at the moment. They've had a gruelling winter, being going from the Ashes bubble straight to the World Cup bubble, so they're rightly so just putting their feet up for a few weeks, but we'll be hopeful they'll join us again once the regional stuff kicks off in the middle of May.
Milnes to Karuna Ratner, defending this one into the onside. It was quite the roller coaster, that Women's World Cup, wasn't it? Because they started off so poorly, but managed to... Well, it was almost like they begun their knockout phase, you know, of midway through the groups, because they had to pretty much win every game to get out of the group, which they did, and made it all the way to that final. Yeah,
it was reminiscent of, I think it was Australia in '99 that got to the stage where they had to win every game to go on to win the World Cup, and then they did just that. And yeah, they made it difficult for themselves, but then with how cricket can be, getting on that momentum run and making every game a knockout really seemed to put them in good to get them to the final.
Milnes in and bowling off the inside edge. Karuna Ratner just a little bit fortunate there. And it goes all the way down towards fine leg for a single. So he has 5. Is the scoreboard going to update, or is it already updated?
I think it must be 4.
So 4 each. 4 for live, 4 for Karuna Ratner. It's beating me to it is sometimes it's really fast, these scoreboards. 9 without loss. Here Yorkshire at the end of that Milnes over. Yeah, unfortunately the result didn't happen for them in the final, but I mean, I know they lost to New Zealand in one of the warm-up games, but Australia really are a cut above the rest, it feels, in women's international cricket at the moment.
Yeah, they're a real superpower at the moment in women's cricket, and they are the ones to beat. I think if you'd have given England the option to, be defending champions and get all the way to the final again, they'd have been very happy with that, especially with how we started. But it is on all the other nations now to catch up Australia in the women's game. Here
comes Grant Stewart around the wicket. Bowling to Karuna Ratner, angles it down into the backward point area. Well, we had James Carr on from Northern Diamonds yesterday, and we were talking about the pathways that are now created with those sort of regional centres of excellence, if you like. And do you think that the pathway that is now in place, and with the 100, there is grounds for England to try and make up that gap on Australia with the improvements to the domestic structure?
Yeah, absolutely. In the past, they've only had, like 15 central contracts. And so if someone was out of form, you didn't really have a pool to go to pick from, because you'd be going down to amateurs, and it's a hell of an ask to step up at that level.
Stewart bowling. And Karuna Rattler getting well across his off stump there and driving out towards mid-off, but Stewart still yet to concede a run, 4.2 overs into his spell. Whereas now it's how many roughly contracted players?
Each region has at least 6 contracted. Here at the Diamonds we've got 8 contracted, and you can start to look at the next level down for form like there is in the men's game. Who's got them early season runs, who can get into this, who's seeing it really nicely, and it's just that's going to be a real bonus for the England setup going forward.
Stewart bowls to Karuna Rattler, lets it go outside the off stump. I'll ask you a question because I saw it posed on social media. I think it was during that World Cup, possibly. Who do you think is the best uncapped England women's player? Because I saw someone suggest it's you on Twitter, so I'll allow you a right of reply to that.
I mean, that's a hell of an answer. I can't really argue with that, can I? If Twitter's saying it, then I'd probably go with that. I do think that was probably my friend or a family member. But
you can pay them later. Stewart's in once again. Yorkshire 9 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Defended into the covers. Katie Levick alongside me, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, so who do you think is almost the next cab off the rank then?
I think quite a few girls are pushing for it. I mean, I know Emma Lamb has made her debut now, but she's not really had a run at a chosen position and opening the batting up there because she's fighting with some good contentions from Danny Wyatt and Tammy Bowman and Lauren Winfield-Hill. But there's a lot of the regional girls. I think Eve Jones had a fantastic domestic summer last year. She was the PCA Player of the Year, so she'll definitely be knocking on the door. You've got the likes of Lauren Bell from the bowling departments, who should be the next in, you think.
Stewart bowling, defended into the covers, and someone like Alice Capsey obviously did so well in the 100, didn't she, and made some headlines with her performances for over Invincibles. Yeah, definitely. Capsey's just still so young, and last year everyone was banging on the door saying like we need to get Capsey in, but it'd be interesting to see how she goes this year. I think she has gone professional now, and she has got eyes on her. That's how we're lucky in a way that the women's game has now got an audience, and people will want to see how these players go and whether they are sort of one season wonders, but she looks like a real special talent in both departments, and I wouldn't think it'd be too long before she's in. Stewart bowling wide on the crease here to Karuna Rattler, defends up towards mid-on, and a 5th over completed by Grant Stewart, still yet to concede a run. 5 maidens to start in Yorkshire, 9 without loss. Do you think that comes with it an extra sort of element of scrutiny that perhaps wasn't there on the women's game with the increased professionalisation? Yeah, definitely, but it's also something that we've been asking for. We've grown up watching the men's game, and we want the same punditry and critique, positive and negative. We're full-time professional now, so we've got no excuses to say, "Oh, this is not my full-time job," and we're focusing on our skills, and we want our skills to be judged as you would any athlete. So it's another element of pressure on yourself, certainly, but if you're any sort of sports person, you love to put yourself in that battle and see how you do. Matt Milnes to continue. 3 slips for him. Lyth pushing out towards mid-off. And this patient start from Yorkshire continuing. 9 without loss, and Milnes the one man to concede any runs of the 2 bowlers so far. 8 coming off him. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be disappointed it's been so expensive in this opening partnership. For those of you listening, have got any questions you'd like to put to Katie, she's here all day, so we can very much do that. If you want to tweet or email in, there's Milnes bowls, and it's left alone once again by Lyth. KentCricket@gmail.com on the emails. BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com, as well as at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. I was joined on commentary last week by Chloe Brewer from the South East Stars, and one thing she was talking about, which I found really interesting, was she was saying they have, before games, these scouting meetings as Milnes is in and bowling. This one left alone outside the off stump, and I guess you got it certainly with the men's game. There's a lot of data now that's used by analysts, and matchups talked about in particularly shorter format cricket. So it was interesting to hear her talking about all the kind of information that they get given about opponents these days.
Yeah, it's certainly a new element of the game for us. We've not necessarily ever had cameras on us before, so you can't. It's always been sort of word of mouth. You've played against these people for a while. What do they do, sort of thing. But now there are cameras on us.
As Mills is bowling, once more live, allowing this to pass through without playing a stroke.
And it's a positive and a negative. You know, you've got all this wealth of knowledge and footage you can now look at to see exactly where a batsman likes to scores and where a bowler's looking to pitch it. And it's an interesting one. It's still, you can get, I think, overwhelmed with all the information, and you know, you still forget that you've managed to go by all these years not necessarily knowing what they're going to do. But it's also really handy to know that how they might look to target you, especially for me as a bowler.
Here's Milnes, live with that trigger movement and driving into the covers. There it's fielded, and another dot ball. Yeah, Chloe was saying that she, as a batter, quite likes to know what variations a bowler might have up their sleeve, and you know, that informs how she goes about things. But like you say, at the same time, there is a danger that you know, all the info or whatever could overwhelm you a bit, and at the same time, like you say, you do just have to go out there and play and do your own thing as well.
Yeah, I still always like to go back to, I'm looking to always bowl my best ball, regardless of what their strengths might be. But it's certainly a tool that we started using more, and definitely enjoying that element of the game.
Milnes bowls, and it's tucked away into the onside by Adam Lyth. So Matt Milnes now through 5 overs and 3 maidens for him, 8 runs conceded. So Kent have certainly started a lot better with the ball than perhaps they fared last week against Hampshire when they put 650 on the board. And I've rattled on for too long, so I'm going to make way. Jonathan Doidge, I think, is going to come in for me.
I can't believe he's got given the wind up there by Jonathan Doidge. He's keen to get back on because it's good fashion traditional cricket so far in this session. Yorkshire really just gritting and hoping to stick around and see off this early threat. Stewart's been incredibly economical in that he hasn't gone for a run yet, so scoring's been difficult to come by, but hoping it'll change this afternoon.
I thought that was quite polite. I could have just said get off. And I'd never say that to you, Katie. I'll leave that to Graham.
I'm waiting for my wind-up.
Stewart is in, and Karina Ratney drives into the offside. But can't get it past the infield. Double change in the box, thanks to Ben and Lev for now. And Katie, you can go have a long lunch here, can't you? Healthy, professional lunch, obviously. Ben back in about 15 minutes or so's time. So not a lot has changed really since I left the box at the end of the Kent innings. 9 without loss. It doesn't matter, does it, at the moment? As Karina Ratney is facing up to this round the wicket delivery by Stewart. Opens the face, runs it out into the offside. No run. It's just about building here, taking your time, and of course, all the while they're seeing off this new ball. 10.2 overs old now, and it's playing for what's to come, isn't it, during the afternoon and evening?
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, the Kent bowlers are bowling pretty well. They're giving Yorkshire very little to hit here, and all credit to them. They're battling very hard. Both opening batsmen, of course, are left-handers.
Yeah, you'd expect this opening pair's blast to be coming to an end fairly soon as well. Short ball banged in there by Stewart, who's yet to concede a run in his halfway through his 6th over.
Yeah, the umpire signal that was over shoulder height, which it was.
Nice to hear the Headingley hum from below. Can't see what's going on down there, but in the main pavilion here. Sounds like it could be Dickie, I think. A couple of floors below us. Had a chat with him in the lift this morning. As in comes Stewart, and that's pushed out into the offside by Karuna Ratney, who just in his 2 innings that we saw last week, and by his standards relatively brief, scored in the teens and then 30 odd. He just looked at an unruffled, unhurried sort of a player. He's going to do it in his own time.
Yes, and it'll be feeling a little bit better today in terms of the weather. I suppose in Sri Lanka it's something like 30 degrees, and it was, what was it, 8 degrees here yesterday, so he'd have been feeling that. He'll appreciate the warmer, balmier conditions today, as Headingley is bathed in sunshine.
And we see a change of tack from the bowler, who comes now over the wicket to Lyth, who just drags that towards the to Karuna Ratne, I should say, drags that towards the inside of the bat. Back to the bowler in his follow through.
Yeah, he's as you say, reverted to bowling right arm over the wicket, Stewart, and as I say, he's already on a warning for going into the protected area, so this could be interesting.
3 slips then. Point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a stretching long leg down to our right, which may signify a change. May just signify that he's keeping loose. That's the final ball of Stewart's 6th over. Is another dot. 6 overs, 6 maidens, none for none.
Quite
For
impressive,
the bowler, yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. Absolutely. I say the only slight blot on his figures, as it were, is the fact that he's got that official warning. But he's bowled well. Both opening bowlers have bowled well. Both opening batsmen, left-handers, have been very watchful as Yorkshire try to reply to Kent's 291 all out, and hopefully, as far as they're concerned, to get a first innings lead.
And an early indicator from the Kent fielder, Jordan Cox, there, that it is getting a little bit warmer, because he's just called for 12thers to come on, and he's removed one of his sweaters, puts the top layer back on. So the mercury is rising at Headingley.
It wasn't yesterday.
5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8 for Matt Milne, who is continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end. And Lyth just opens the face, runs it along the deck to point. He gave a chance, we think, earlier in the innings.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it seemed to carry, and certainly the bowler, the way he reacted to it was as if to say, well, that's gone down.
Maybe a bit to play for here for Adam Lyth, bearing in mind Joe Root's available next week. There's a bit of chat and chunter going on in the press room yesterday as Joe Root comes back, who's going to make way. I'm not sure I see that. Adam Lyth, he's got a couple of half centuries to his name already this season, but his name was thrown in there as one of the potential candidates, as Milnes fades that one across the face of the left-hander, and there's no run. Adam Lyth talked many times, Graham, about the way he started last season, and he made Kent pay down at Canterbury, and the best part of 500 runs before the end of May, and then had a real drought after he'd got the sort of indicator that he was in England's thoughts again.
Yeah.
And admitted since then, you know, that yeah, I think it probably was too much at the forefront of his mind. And as Milnes is in and Lyth blocks it, got to the last game of the season where he would have been left out, and he got a late reprieve. Gary Balance missing out, got back in the side, and got 100 and plenty.
Yeah, it's a real conundrum, isn't it? You know, who's going to make way for Joe Root if he plays against Essex at Chelmsford next week? I can't see Lyth being dropped, I really can't, but that's my opinion. But as I say, it's a bit of a conundrum.
So here comes Milnes again, in past umpire Graham Lloyd. It's up there to drive and driven by Lyth, but he doesn't give it the kitchen sink, hits it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I suppose...
What about Milan? How's he been batting this season?
He's been getting runs.
Yeah.
Don't see that one either.
No.
I suppose the easy decision in these sort of cases is, you know, your younger uncapped player has a week off, and your senior player comes back in, and you make some sort of reshuffle to accommodate all that. But of course, your younger player, in this case George Hill, comes up with 150 last week. We talked about the selection headaches, and there's going to be one. In comes Milnes again, and Lyth just drops that into the pitch in front of him.
Yes, you know, Hill's an all-rounder. You know, it's as I say, it's a bit of a conundrum. But I suppose if you're a coach, Yorkshire's coach, it's a nice headache to have, isn't it?
Speaking of which, yeah, a couple of paracetamol here as well this morning. It wasn't a big night last night, I can promise you, in that respect. In comes Milnes once again. Lithe again with that angled bat, playing it out towards point. It will be another maiden, so plenty of those so far. 10 from the 12 overs bowled by Kent. They're giving Yorkshire little, and Kent supporters will be heartened by that, but they'll also be tempering that sort of enthusiasm with the fact that there are no wickets in that particular column just yet, and it will be change time pretty soon.
Yes, although the Kent opening bowlers have bowled well, you know, I was just going to say they haven't looked like taking a wicket, but of course we think that Live has dropped, don't we? Is there a change of bowling now, or not?
It looks like we may have a change. Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist, by the looks of things, is coming on at the Howard Stand end of the ground. See what he's got to offer then, that maybe Grant Stewart couldn't, who certainly can't offer less in the runs against column, because he bowled 6 successive maidens there in a very tidy first spell, but hasn't managed to break through. Nathan Nicholas Gilchrist, June the 11th, 2000. He was born in Harare, 21 years of age.
Yeah.
He's played 13 first-class matches and taken 39 wickets so far, including a 5 for 38. Best bowling in an innings.
Yep, he took 30 wickets last season for Kent in the county championship. Right arm over.
He's coming into bowl to the Sri Lankan skipper Dimuth Karunaratne, who's able to shoulder arms to that first loosener wide of off stump. You can get in touch at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, at Jonathan Doidge. Well, we got thousands in today at Katie_Lev, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Lev's been tweeting a very dodgy video of somebody introducing the day's play in the combox today. Cruel, I've got to say, as we see an edge here to second slip. Bounced first and quite clearly before it got to the second slip fielder. But just a bit of early encouragement for Nathan Gilchrist.
Absolutely, yes. That was a mistake there by Karunaratne, and almost caught at slip. As you say, it bounced before the slip fielder, but that was a false shot.
Bertie Kennedy's tweeted. Apologies, folks, if we're just catching up on these. I've been out for a while, as you know. Come back to your tweet in a moment, Bertie. 9 men out, lost Yorkshire here. Gilchrist in. Karunaratne shoulder. I'm so used to seeing a left-handed Lithe opening the batting for Yorkshire, and of course Karunaratne's turned up for the last 2 matches. So Bertie says, do any other teams have as many palindromic shirt numbers as Yorkshire? I don't keep these stats in my database, but Duke 22, Thompson 44, Root 66, Revis 77 and Brook 88. Yeah, good shout. Can't think of any off the top of the head that I think that sort of thing would stick. Not much does with me these days, but I think that sort of thing would. Karunaratne shoulders arms to this next one. Jordan Cox 22 in the Kent lineup, but that's it. A lone palindrome. Lily congratulating Harris Ralph for his 5 foot. Sean in round 8. Nice to see Harris Ralph Ralphing through the lower order. Matty Fisher's tweeted something, not quite sure what that is. In response to Bertie's earlier message. Hope you're well, Fish, if you're with us. And that you'll be back and bowling at full tilt again in the non-too-distant future. But, of course, when you are fully fit. Dot ball there to Karunaratne.
Yeah, I'm umpiring his club side tomorrow.
I'll be curtains for your side then, Fish. The unforgiving finger of orange.
The fickle,
are you the
fickle finger of fate.
Here's Gilchrist to Karunaratne, who's pushing out into the offside no run. Are you a bit of a Rudy Kurtzen, the slow draw? You remember the 2005 Ashes series?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
When it was a slow death, wasn't it, for any batsman who was given?
Yeah. No, I don't think I am. Yes, it's Beverley against Sherryfoot Bridge tomorrow.
Two sides with clearly reputations that need a bit of discipline, given that you're in charge, Mr. Officious. Pato's out the back of the box. You're going to come and put the cans on, Pato? Yeah, the Yorkshire captain made a rick yesterday, I think, by putting in the opposition to Bado. We've been talking about it all morning, haven't we, really?
Yeah.
Come on, come on, have a minute with us. He's shying away from the limelight, as usual, Stephen Patterson. And we've got a change at the Kirkstall Lane end as well. Matt Quinn, number 64 on his back, is coming into the attack. So it was tidy and tight from the Kent opening pair, but they've not managed to make the breakthrough. And so they're giving others a go at doing just that. Yorkshire 23 minutes away from an unbroken opening partnership before lunch, but things can change quickly. 3 slips, point. There's a yawning gap through the covers and a wideish mid-off to sort of go halfway house. Mid-on, straight mid-wicket is a little bit closer. The man at square leg is in front of square, as well as a long leg down by the Taverner stand and round the wicket. It is Quinn, right arm round, delivers that first one to Lyth and then does a few more stretches.
Yes, he took 18 wickets last season in the county championship for Kent, with the best of 4 for 54.
Andy Walker says, good morning. That was a really great bowling performance in the first half hour today, JD. Just fantastic to see Harris Ralph and the man who makes things happen. Our strike bowling attack really has clicked this season. Now we've just got to bat a bit, he says. Here we are once again with Quinn round the wicket to Lyth, who is really, really patient today. Adam Lyth, a feature of his play so often is that fluency he has when he walks in, and he can make it look so easy so quickly. And I think that's testimony to the way that Kent have bowled at both his opening pair, that he's not been given those easy little lovely cover drives he plays.
Yes, credit to the Kent bowlers. 13.2 overs, 9 for none.
Now that he's just faded this one, pulled it really down the leg side. Lyth watches it go past with a bit of disdain. James Holliday says, knew it, great effort Harris Ralph. Great addition to the squad.
Yes, he was too quick for the batsman yesterday, the Kent opening batsman and number 3, and he was being too quick today for the tail enders.
Here he comes again. Quinn straightens things up, and Lyth just knocks that out to mid-wicket along the deck, no run. A few emails to catch up on as well. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is that email address. Penny in Pudsey, just off at Way, to the side at River. He says, pardon me, granted. I think that might have been a request from me earlier on. And she follows up with a yes, go Harris. Lady of very few words, Penny in Pudsey. As Quinn's in and opening the face, Lyth runs it out again into that backward point area we've seen so often in this innings so far. Charles Kitching, good morning to you in Spain. He says, morning all, congrats to Katie on her contract. Will the Diamonds fixtures be streamed this year? Good question, to which I'm not 100% sure I know the answer. James Carr was around, of course, yesterday, and live back as well. Charles says, sorry about confusing you yesterday. I blame it on the anaesthetic. So disappointed with the bowling in the last session, I nearly went back to the dentist to change our look. As Quinn's final delivery of the over is watched by Adam Lyth. He goes on, not to worry, super start to today's play. And could you please say a further hello to Mark Roberts? We gave him a shout out, didn't we, the other day? His condition is far worse than we hoped. He's now in Hull awaiting an operation and likely to be there for a couple of weeks. Charles saying that he's happy to be listening to the output, to paraphrase. And we're glad to have you with us, Mark, and I hope things do pick up for you and you're in better health soon. Thanks, Charles. Graham Goodall, JD, excellent position to be in. Great to see real pace bowling and the influence that Harris Ralph appears to be having on the team. Let's now post a big total.
Got to score some runs to do that. When was the last time a run was scored?
Very picky this morning, Mr. Watts. As Gilchrist is in, Karuna Ratney again doesn't score a run, shouldering arms. Simon Clough, morning chaps. Further to the recent chat between JD and Graham, if Joe Root is available for next week's match, I'd be inclined to give Dom Bess a week off. Conditions at this time of year don't give him much help, and Yorkshire would still have 3 spinners on the field if required. Hard to see any prospect of Lythor Milan being left out, and Hill's bowling gives him a useful second string to add to his current batting form. The thoughts of Simon Clough. And here we have Gilchrist again and Karuna Ratney again shouldering arms. As you've heard, Graham has stepped out. He didn't need the tap on the shoulder. He's very self-aware. And here's Ben Watts.
But yeah, so not a single run was scored in that 20-minute stint you two guys did together on the commentary. Because it was 9 without loss when I popped off last time.
We do have a reputation for being dour.
No, in fairness though, from Kent's point of view, the patience is good. The lines and lengths are good.
Now then, good delivery from Gilchrist here, which has the beating of Karuna Ratney, who was just falling over away to the offside, which suggests, and I didn't see it on the pictures, saw it from behind the batsman, that it jagged back a little bit on him.
Yeah, he does tend to nip it a bit off the seam that way. Nathan Gilchrist looked a bit high to me. But yeah, good pressure from Kent, and they'll be hoping that the lack of runs and the tight bowling can bring about a wicket. But at the same time, these two are very experienced opening batters and don't appear to have played any rash shots.
Now that's been a key. And Karuna Ratney again happy to watch one sail by wide of the off stump. And it really just it does have a different feel, this Yorkshire opening partnership. Runs tend to be reasonably fluent, even if wickets are falling, generally speaking. But here, he's definitely got a different feel about it. It's a feel of the long game. Set your stall out. Karuna Ratney on 4. Gilchrist wide of off stump again, and the Sri Lankan skipper watches that through. He did say, as I mentioned yesterday, in his post-match interview down at Northampton last week, that he was kind of looking forward to coming back in September if something could or should be sorted. It's amazing how some people settle in so quickly. That was, of course, his first game last week. And he's got a nick on this one, has he? He has. And after all that, playing the long game, Dimuth Karuna Ratney has shown his human side, because Gilchrist has thrown another one up, wideish of off stump, and he's got a nick straight through to Ollie Robinson. And he's been caught. Robinson bowled Gilchrist for 4, so 15 overs in, and only with 9 runs on the board, Yorkshire have lost the first wicket.
Well, Nathan Gilchrist can't buy a run at the moment, but he can take wickets. He's a wicket-taking bowler, and he's been showing it for Kent in the last couple of games. A little bit of expensive at times, but often when he comes on, stuff does happen, and that's arguably one of the biggest scalps in his fledgling career so far, to remove the Sri Lankan opener for a 48-ball 4. So Yorkshire ever so patient and have been just waiting and waiting for Kent to offer up something that they can hit. Lyth and Karuna Ratney up until that point not nibbling at all, but eventually Kent's pressure tells and Yorkshire reduced to 9 for 1.
Yeah, and he'll be really disappointed with that, because they've both played with that, or with precisely what we're talking about, really, that long game feel about the whole thing out there. They've left a lot of deliveries, but it still shows you, doesn't it? Doesn't matter what level you play at. If the bowlers give you knout, you still want to score at least some runs, even if it's a single here or there, just to keep you feeling like the pressure's released. And 48 balls, as Ben says, an hour and 4 minutes of batting for those 4 runs for Dimuth Karunaratne. And having been very, very disciplined, as I said when he was out, shows that human side. Has a flick at one wide of off stump, and it's cost him his wicket. George Hill, you could barely be in better form, could you, than 151 not out. And he's at the non-striking end.
And it's Matt Quinn in and bowling, pushed away out towards Ben Compton at point. I don't know what that appeal was for, chaps, because it sounded very woody to me, but there we go. Maybe thinking that there's a bit of pad in there. Don't think they had the best view, to be honest.
Thought it might be a southern rule that if you middle one, you can appeal. And
don't bring that out on me when Don Bess appeals for everything that gets hit out the middle of the bat. Oohs and ahs from him. Here comes Quinn in and bowling. This is off the inside edge. Now this is more a couple of people were messaging me yesterday saying that when Bess bowls, someone defends it forward. There's a lot of oohing and ahhing. There's a lot of theatre going on, isn't there, to just try and create some kind of mystery about the spinner and to make batsmen think it might be doing a little bit. And so yeah, I apologise for the dig, but that's where that came from.
I don't know what you mean. Theatre. I thought bowlers genuinely just thought that they'd nearly got a wicket with each delivery they ever bowl.
They probably do, in fairness, but it's all part of the fun. Quinn bowling, this one defended by Lyth into the onside.
Yeah, the big job, I suppose, just a little bit bigger job now for Adam Lyth. He's been out there all that length of time as well. Not his natural game, but he's really, really patient here. And, well, those of you who watch Adam Lyth regularly will know that he's capable of doing the same thing as Dimuth Karunaratne from time to time. Quite often when he's really in and set and he's just got a 50 or maybe even 100.
Quinn bowls. There's that run. Some ironic cheers as well, which is nice from the home fans as Lyth gets 2 down towards third man. There's always a place for a little cheer like that in cricket. When Nathan Gilchrist next gets a run, somebody needs to give him a little cheer. So Yorkshire back on the board, 11 for 1. First runs they've scored for what must be 30, at least, yeah, over half an hour. So Kent's patience bringing about that wicket. Quinn bowling though to Lyth, who remains intact on 6. Hill up the other end with those runs from last week. 150 something we got last week.
151.
Yeah. So man in form.
Yeah, his first class century turned into a big one.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And we've already seen him bowl in this game. Batting the stronger suit of his.
I'd say so. Yeah, he's a nice player to watch, if that's not an insulting way of saying it. Nice, but he is just a nice player to watch, and looking forward to watching him develop more.
3 slips. Quinn going over the wicket to change the angle to Adam Lyth, pushed out towards point, no run, and the first time we haven't had a maiden for however many overs.
Yeah, George Hill and Harry Brook, who of course will be coming in as well, you would think at some point today. Yorkshire will be hoping he doesn't. That'll be a good sign. But the pair of them and Matthew Revis have worked quite a lot in their time at Sedbergh School with Martin Spate, who I think we may be able to have a chat with live on a commentary a little bit later on in the season, which will be an interesting insight into the work he's done with those 3 players in particular over the years, but about coaching batting per se.
Picture of some of the crowd on the live stream. A few of the travelling Kent supporters are recognised there.
Meanwhile, Nathan Gilchrist into Hill, right-handed of course, George Hill. Just trying to work that one down the leg side. but misses out. Feature of his play, George, and you'll see the same with Harry and Matthew Revis. And I think this must come from that same coach, is how late the three of them play the ball. You'll often see the ball bounced straight down into the turf. They've taken it so late, and then, you know, quite a pronounced high vertical bounce, as opposed to those players who push out a little bit further in front of the pad. Hill again doesn't always take an appreciably big stride forward for a tall man, and you'd think part of that is technically that he's waiting that bit longer for the ball to come underneath the eye line, and then he's still in control and right over the top of it. It was a real feature of that 151 last week, and his use of feet to the spinners is exemplary. Wide of off stump this time from Gilchrist, and George Hill happy to watch it go by. So three, you know, young talented players that the county are trying to nurture and build with. George Hill yet to get off the mark. 8 minutes to go before lunch here, and having been circumspect and watchful in this first good hour or so of their innings, they'll want to ensure, if they can, Yorkshire, that they go to lunch without any further loss. Karunaratne, the man to have gone. Gilchrist in and nicely worked off the legs, and again that's a beautiful piece of balance from George Hill, and that's a real feeling that you get from his game. He's another player who I tend to describe as I once did with David Milan, which I think he took exception to at the time, was that he plays within himself, and I'm trying to say by that, he's not throwing the bat at the ball, he's waiting and waiting, and, you know, a great touch player.
Yeah.
And George has got those sort of signs as a right-hander. Used the pace of the ball there for 4 through fine leg. Gilchrist in, and again, just flicking that to leg, but no force, no power about the shot, just using the pace of the ball and timing it.
Do you think David's since then decided to go out and bully bowlers and become the world #1 ranked T20 batter in the world because of your comments? That he
No,
plays with
it was
himself?
after he was #1.
Oh, okay.
But I was talking about his red ball game. And you can play differently. I think you should play differently across the two different versions of the game. 15 for 1. Last ball of the over. Gilchrist into Hill. Solidly forward. And a dot.
Like you say, it's a compliment because you know that he has that side of his game where he can expand and can attack. So to say that, you know, he makes that adjustment, yeah, I can see why you're saying that it's, you know, actually it's complementing the temperament that he has in this longer format.
Well, I suppose you could, if you wanted to take playing within yourself, meaning like you're playing for yourself and doing it for you and not your team, but that's not what was meant by the comment.
And I think that is a criticism that has been levelled at Milan in the past. So maybe I can see why you would take it that way. But yeah, he's done well since moving up here to Yorkshire. Former Middlesex captain, of course. Quinn, a former Essex bowler, is about to come into live. In past the umpire and bowling wide of the off stump. Going to read out this message I've got from Ryan, who plays for my club team in Kent, but he's mates with an Aaron Donald, so he's more of a Hampshire, Glamorgan supporter, not necessarily a Kent fan, but it's pokey. He says, playing for the draw on day 2, Yorkshire.
Yeah, and thanks to Treve Whitford, by the way, of the Yorkshire media team. Lunch is at 1:10 following the loss of overs yesterday, and tea at 4 p.m.
Good point. Yorkshire 15 for 1, 17 overs into their innings. Very patient start from both of the teams, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. It's a real contrast to the almost, I don't know what the word is, rock and roll fast bowling of Harris Ralph, where it's, you know, every ball you feel like something's going to happen.
I like that, yeah, rock and roll.
Because he has that pace and can unsettle batters. Kent were dismissed very quickly from 270 for 6 to 291 all out this morning, as this one's defended back down the pitch, whereas, you know, this is a bit more classical music, isn't it? It's very rhythmical and it's a little bit of cat and mouse between these two teams. Who's going to make a mistake first, almost?
What are we talking about? Rachmaninoff? Stravinsky?
It would have to be a classical English composer, wouldn't it? Because this is a very sort of proper county championship type. Two good teams going head to head. Nobody's blinking an eye. This one defended out into the
Benjamin Britten.
point area.
Looks like Graham's getting the classical music thesaurus out. Edward Elgar.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it. We'll go with that. I'm stretching this analogy a little bit too far, and it's gone beyond my knowledge base. But
You've always got to be careful when you start these things.
Yeah. I used to play a bit of piano though back in the day.
I can see that.
Yeah, got to grade 5, and then my sight reading was so bad that I just couldn't take it any further. I used to just almost kind of remember what it roughly sounded like and try and copy it when I played.
I can see you, playing down the local pub on a keyboard there, one-handed, like they do those keyboard players and the audience participation going.
Yeah. No, I never was.
Kent pub.
I was never very good in front of an audience, to be honest. It was more just at home on the old piano, etc. This one's defended into the offside. Had to go to the Guildhall in London once for an exam, which was quite a daunting environment. You went into this big room, and there's a massive grand piano or whatever, and you've never played that particular piano before, and you've got to play 3 set pieces of music and a bit of other theory type stuff. Yeah, it's interesting. Here's Quinn in and bowling. Defended into the onside, but wasn't sure if there was a little bit of vibration on the bat handle there as Live withdrew his hand, end of the over. Yorkshire 15 for 1, so we aren't a couple of minutes, but indeed 12 minutes away from lunch, and that announcement is just in fact being read out over the loudspeaker here at Headingley to remind spectators that we're making up some overs, so we're going to keep on playing to 10 past 1, and let's just hope, Doidgy, there's some sandwiches left by that point today.
Very much so. I've always fancied playing the keyboard, but never did any music because there was too much sport going on in our house growing up. But yeah, it's something that I've always fancied, and I envy people like you who can do that, even to, you're saying level 5, it's still a good level. As we have runs from the bat of George Hill. Nathan Gilchrist over pitching leg stump, and Hill, circumspect or not from Yorkshire in his opening hour or so, was not going to miss out there. He's flicked it to the east side boundary for 4 runs. So quickly becomes the top scorer in the Yorkshire innings so far, with 8, 19 for 1.
Yeah, with just 2 very nicely played boundaries into the leg side, 1 behind square, 1 in front. And as you say, just playing very late, knowing that Gilchrist is going to try and bring the ball back into him.
Gilchrist in again. Clearly they've been watching the Don Best school of thought there, because he just played a straight bat to the delivery, and the entire cordon went up with an ooh.
Hit it straight out of the middle. Ooh, that almost snuck through, but he middled it. Yeah, there you go. I mean, county cricketers do it up and down.
But if he hadn't middled it and he'd have shouldered arms, it would have knocked all 3 out. Well, so I suppose it was a legitimate ooh.
It was on the stumps.
Here's Gilchrist. Oh, now then, he has left that one, and he is out. George Hill misreads, and 151 not out last week becomes 8 and gone this time around without playing a shot. 19 for 2 Yorkshire before lunch, and all that patience at the moment, well, it ain't paying off.
Yeah, we were talking earlier on about Nathan Gilchrist's ability to bring the ball back into the right-handed batter. Didn't look like it actually did a lot. He might have, in fact, George Hill, been leaving that on the length and thinking that it might have been going over the top of the stumps, but actually perhaps was just a bit fuller than he thought. Gilchrist a little bit deceptive because of his height, and maybe just coming a little bit wider on the crease before angling that in. And yeah, unfortunately for Hill, playing no shot, the umpire with little hesitation in giving that out. And there you go, illustrating my earlier point that although he can't buy a run at the moment, Nathan Gilchrist. He does have this real knack of taking wickets, and Yorkshire 19 for 2 as Dawid Malan heads out at number 4.
George Hill padding up, shouldering arms, and he's gone 19 for 2 then. So Adam Lythe not out 6 at the moment. Again, that just cranks things up a little bit more on him, as Dawid Malan, as Ben said, is out there in the middle, and with every passing wicket, the partnerships, I guess, become a little bit more important. This is no doubt about it. In the context of any match, a big partnership for Yorkshire. Lythe and Malan, 2 of the most experienced players in the red ball game. And they've already delivered on the scoreboard with partnerships this season. But I suppose you say that's cricket. Graham Orange, 151 one week, and then leaving a straight one the next.
Absolutely, that is cricket. Yeah, and it's not a nice way to get out, is it? Shouldering arms and being out LBW. But 2 very experienced batsmen at the crease now in Lythe and Malan, about to face his first ball.
Gilchrist then to the left-handed Malan, pulls the bat right out of the way, and there is no run. They've brought 4th back into the cordon. Sun shining brightly now at Headingley. There's barely a cloud in the sky. Such a different day to yesterday. Temperatures certainly have risen, because we were freezing cold in the box yesterday, and it's quite pleasant today, I've got to say. Totally different feel.
Absolutely, and you've got to think that conditions for batting are better today.
And you've got to cash in, but 19 for 2 at this moment in time. Remember, Kent, of course, were 20 for 3 themselves, so not a dissimilar start, but in different conditions. Another dot ball left through by Malan.
But all we've seen so far is wickets falling. Kent's last 4 wickets falling for very few, and then Yorkshire reduced to 19 for 2.
Makes his way back to his mark then. Gilchrist, buoyed by those 2 wickets. Karunaratne caught Robinson, bowled Gilchrist for 4, and George Hill LBW to him for 8. And he's into Malan, who leaves one himself. Good leave as well. It was relatively tight. If there's one thing you always feel with Dawid Malan, he knows exactly where that off stump is.
Yeah, lots of oohs and ahs there from the Kent fielders behind the stumps as he shouldered arms to that one, but good leave.
So just a reminder then, you are still listening to, or watching and listening to live coverage from Headingley. Second day of this Yorkshire-Kent Championship match, Yorkshire's first home game of the season. And because of the loss of quite a bit of play yesterday, we had an hour lost for bad light, and then of the rescheduled day, play was cut off again when it got a bit gloomier later on, so they're trying to make up time. Still 77 overs remaining in the day's play, so lunch at 1:10 until 1:50, and then tea will be taken at 4, or I'm assuming 32 overs remaining in the day, whichever is the later, as Lythe works this short delivery from Quinn. One of his favourite shots, that, plays it so well over the top of it and gets it away down to deep backward square leg for a single. He's on to 7, it's 20 for 2.
Left-handers always seem to be very good on their legs, don't they? Anything down the leg side, and that was just turned round off the back foot with a horizontal bat by Lythe. Very easy for 1 run. So Malan is now on strike.
Yep, Dawid Malan to face his first Quinn delivery. Just sets his guard again. That's Graham Lloyd if he's positioned in the right spot, and in comes Quinn, and Malan tight towards off stump, just plays it back to the bowler. Let's have a quick look round elsewhere, as we are at lunch in most of the matches, and the score down at Chelmsford. Northants 328 for 8 is a pretty good effort at Chelmsford against that Essex bowling side who put him into bat. At Bristol, Surrey against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire put Surrey into bat yesterday, and the visitors have made 396 for 7 by lunch on day 2. That's Quinn's in again, and Milan angles that down through third man, and he's going to pick up 4 runs, I think, is he? No,
No.
it's dropped. It's been hauled in just short, and they've gone through for a couple. Elsewhere, Hampshire 246 all out, of course, yesterday. Lancashire 130 for 7, trailing by 116 runs. So they're in a spot of bother down at Southampton. The dark side.
The dark side.
Yeah, and Yorkshire 22 for 2 in their first innings, having wrapped up the Kent first innings in just half an hour this morning. 4 wickets, 2 of them to Harris Ralph, who finished with a 5 for 2 to Jordan Thompson. They were all out for 291, but after a patient first hour or so with the bat, Dimuth Karunaratne has been caught off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist for 4, and more recently George Hill shouldered arms to one that had him LBW to Gilchrist for 8. We're 19.3 overs into the Yorkshire first innings. They're 22 for 2.
Yes, and a run there for Milan on the onside, behind square on the onside. So he goes to 2. Lyth is on strike now. He's on 7.
Yeah, just an update there for BBC Humberside. And what else have we got for you? Down at Taunton, Somerset, 441 for 9, having been put into bat on their home patch by the champions Warwickshire. So making a really good start to that game, as this latest Quinn delivery is blocked by Milan. At Nottingham, this game going on at pace. It could even be all over by the end of today by the looks of things. Worcester 159 all out yesterday, Notts made 266, and Worcester 37 for 4 second time around, still 70 behind at lunch on day 2, and with just those 6 wickets remaining in the match. Derbyshire 360 for 8, having won the toss yesterday and chosen to bat at Derby against Glamorgan. That's lunch as well. In fact, all these other games are lunch on day 2. Quinn's latest delivery dropped into the offside by Lyth. End of the 20th, it's 23 for 2. And then just to wrap up the other couple of lunchtime scores at Lords, Middlesex, in response to Leicester's 149 all out yesterday, 248 for 5, leading by 99, putting themselves into a strong position. And at Hove, Durham 223 all out yesterday, Sussex 155 for 3, trailing by 68, but with 7 first innings wickets standing in that one at lunch at Hove. And well, we'll have just time for one more over here before the lunch break at Headingley. Yorkshire 23 for 2. Gilchrist with both wickets so far. Can he take a third with him before the break? Good delivery down the David Milan. Just offers a little flick at that with the bat. Both line and length having him, well, causing him slight concern.
Yeah, that was pretty close to the outside edge. He certainly played at that one through to the keeper, Ollie Robinson. And Yorkshire living a little bit dangerously here. 23 for 2.
And here comes Gilchrist again over the wicket. And Milan this time more readily onto the back foot and just strokes it out to point. Dimuth Karunaratne first to go on the last ball of the 15th over. George Hill halfway through the 19th when Kent saw the back of him. So a lot of work in front of both Adam Lyth and David Milan. And Kent offering them little. There's not been a lot to hit.
Well, they've kept the pressure on, haven't they? And it's paid off.
So far to come in this morning's session. Beautiful sunny day at Headingley. And another good delivery by Gilchrist, which is angled across the left-hander and then shapes back in.
I also think that Lyth could have been dropped in the gully as well. earlier on.
Yep, looked to have been a chance. So Gilchrist. In he comes again. Big delivery stride. Really putting his back into that, but effort wasted on this occasion because Milan is allowed a relatively easy leave. We've got a couple of players out there with the drinks with the fluorescent tabards on. Nobody else on the western side of the ground. A smattering at the Chile end, the Howard Stand end, of course. If you know the ground here at Headingley, it barely ever sees any sunshine. It's got its back to the sun for most of the day. There's always a colder over there if you're sitting and watching. As Gilchrist is in again, and Milan allowed another leave wide of off stump. But not the case round on the eastern side. Away to our left. There's a healthy number of people up on the top tier of the northeast stand, and plenty in the east side of the ground as well, enjoying the Headingley sunshine.
Yes, and enjoying an intriguing battle here as well.
So last ball of the session. Gilchrist to Milan, who again is allowed an easy leave to one wide of off stump, and that will complete the first session on day 2 then. At lunch, Yorkshire 23 for the loss of 2 wickets, Adam Lyth 7, David Milan 2, and 21 overs bowled by Kent, 21 largely very tight ones.
Absolutely. They've done very, very well. And despite being bowled out fairly cheaply this morning, losing their last 4 wickets for not many runs, they've come out firing the Kent bowlers and put pressure on the Yorkshire batsmen, and they've got their rewards. You know, Yorkshire have got some rebuilding to do now, but it does look a good pitch. We've been saying this, so surely somebody's going to cash in today, hopefully for Yorkshire, as far as Yorkshire are concerned. But well done to the Kent bowlers. They kept the pressure on, and as I say, they've got their rewards. 23 for 2 at lunch.
Yep, so players taking a break. Graham, Ben, Lev and I will do the same, and we'll be back with you for the start of the afternoon session.
From the Kirkstone end, Matt Mills.
Afternoon. Players are back out for the second session of the day. Still glorious sunshine here in Leeds. So much so that it's hard to see the buttons on our kit in front of us. Katie Levick alongside me, Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was worried I was starting off with a technical difficulty then. I couldn't see if my mic was on. I don't want to be speaking into the abyss of nothing.
So Matt Milnes, with ball in hand, is coming back into the Kent attack. 6 overs from his opening spell. None for 8 from... Oh, has he got a wicket straight away? The umpire has put his finger up and has given it. And Adam Lyth, having battled through the opening 21 overs this morning, has been awarded out first ball. The umpires coming together. Lyth looked disappointed as he looked towards the sky. Not sure whether that was with the decision or with himself.
Yeah, I just keep waiting to see the replay to see if that is disappointment. How could he do that first ball back up, or if he thinks it's a bit of a shocker decision. But yet to see the replay.
He's been given, caught behind by Milnes, or caught behind by Robinson off the bowling of Milnes, 4-7, 92 minutes to the crease, 58 balls. Was so patient out there, one boundary, that exquisite shot through the covers.
And now a very slow trudge off, which just shows the level of disappointment. That's how his innings has come to an end.
Let's see if I can get the replay up. You can rewind the live stream easier on your phone, so... To me, bat looked a little bit away from the body, so it's hard to see what else the noise could have been. I'm not sure. Hard to tell.
Yeah, not much of a noise either. But got to trust the umpires here. They've seen something. And it brings the informed Brook to the crease.
Certainly has been, and we were chatting yesterday about a few half-centuries that he scored against Kent last season. But certainly the way he has begun his campaign this year, New England head coach on the horizon as well. Definitely one that will be on the radar, you would assume, for international honours.
Yeah, you'd hope so. He's definitely staking a claim for that red ball team that is very much up in the air, and it's anyone could get a go at this time. He's put in a lot of early season runs when all the talk all winter was about how difficult it is to score runs at the beginning of the county championship in England, and he's seemed to prove that point, that it's not as hard as it seems. Get himself in that next England tour, hopefully. Obviously made his international debut over the winter in the shorter form of the game, but from seeing Harry around the last couple of years in the setup and stuff, he's always said that red ball's his aim, so he'll be hoping to really stake a claim this year and get those international honours.
Yeah, 'cause so far he almost feels like he's been more recognised for actually his efforts in the 100 and some of his white ball stuff for Yorkshire.
Yeah, and with being a younger player, you'd always presume that at the moment that the white ball is the aim for those guys, and he's played around the franchises already around the world, but like I said, he has always said that the long format of the game is his main goal.
So 3 slips for Milnes, who's in and bowling to Brook. Turned away into the onside. Yorkshire now 23 for 3, which, well, pretty much mirrors where Kent were at with those 3 early wickets.
Hopefully that means
Harris Ralph.
century incoming then, and
Somebody,
the rebuild now.
Who are you volunteering for the century, and then a couple of half centuries from elsewhere?
Well, Milan's yet to convert his 50s so far this season into 100, so I'll put it down to him, and ably assisted by Brookie, hopefully.
Here's Matt Milnes in and bowling, and oh, that's snuck through the defence. There's a big shout for LBW, not given by the umpire. Looked like it beat the bat. Milnes has got his hands on his head, thinking that that was close.
The slips all liked it and the bowler all liked it, which is always puts a little moment of fear in a Yorkshire fan watching. But obviously something there, maybe a little bit of bat.
Whether or not he maybe just got outside the line of off stump, looking at the replay. To me, that looks like a good call from the umpire. Having seen the replay, I'm just showing it to Katie now as Milnes is in and bowling. Just want to push back defensively.
Looks that way.
Yeah.
But as a bowler who's just got a wicket, you're fancying going
Yeah.
well up for that appeal and hoping you can sneak another.
So Brooke in to join Milan at the crease then. Yorkshire 23 for 3. A bit of chatter going on that you can hear on our flex mic. Some of the spectators, as this one's full and straight from Milnes and defended by the right-handed Brooke. Had 3 left-handers in the Yorkshire top order so far, Milan being one of them, who's up the other end. It does seem strange to look up the scoreboard and see 23 for 3 when you look at the nice straw colour of the pitch and the sun in the blue sky overhead. Barely a cloud in the sky here in Leeds. Looks like a day for batting. Kent's managing to take these early wickets with a new ball and well defended. Back down the pitch by Brooke. End of the over 23 for 3. But having conceded quite a lot of runs so far this season, well, it's worth saying that this is by far and away Kent's best 22 overs that they've put together with the ball as an opening burst, it feels like, this season. But there's still a bit of a pessimism amongst Kent supporters that it will get easier later on for the Yorkshire batters if they can almost see out this storm and dig in and stay at the crease, and when the ball gets a bit softer, pitch gets a bit baked later on in the afternoon, then they can maybe cash in.
As always, the unexpected nature of cricket. I mean, if you looked at yesterday's overcast conditions, the lights were pretty much on all day. You thought, oh, this is a great toss to win and put them in, and then Drummond just capitalised and got to wait for that softer ball and those boundary balls that Yorkshire chucked down yesterday, and hope that Kent will do the same for us. They've been on the money so far today, and you'd like to think they've got to lose that radar soon enough and hopefully make it a little bit easier and less battling.
Yeah, they surely can't keep it as tight as they have so far. A run rate of just 1.05 Yorkshire as Grant Stewart is back into the attack around the wicket to David Malan. Left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I think at Canterbury in the last couple of weeks, Lancashire managed to put on 500, largely thanks to centuries from Villas and Croft, and Phil Salt made 99, and Kent bowled okay at times, and actually their run rate was only around 2.5 and over. But Hampshire last week at times they were up at 4.5 and over. That Kent bowled really badly. This is a real waft outside the off stump by David Malan at this delivery from Grant Stewart, which goes through to Robinson. So yeah, this spell of bowling that the Kent bowlers as a 4 have produced so far is, with those last 2 weeks in mind, a massive improvement. And that patience perhaps just leading to that sort of a stroke from Milan. Bit of width and he just threw the hands at it. Maybe lucky that he didn't get an edge. Could quite easily have carried over the slips with the way he threw the hands at it. Here's Stewart again. That's glided, but stopped well actually by Ben Compton in the gully. Milan does get up the other end though, and a single moves him to 324 for 3. I'm going to briefly leave you with Katie and nip out to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. BBC Radio Leeds, Jonathan Doidge will jump in.
Yeah, with that very strong guy down there, we finally hit the first runs off Stewart. Looks like Milan had just in the last couple of strokes got a bit bored of him bowling nothing but dot balls for his opening spell and was trying to take the attack to him. I think the Yorkshire faithful wouldn't have appreciated seeing such a wild shot outside off stump, but luckily he got away with it.
Yep, and Harry Brooke back on strike. 24 for 3. And Brooke yet to score then. Here's Grant Stewart, right arm over. And that has immediately changed because Harry Brooke works one backward of square leg and picks up one. They would be in a bit of trouble if this partnership were broken fairly quickly. So a lot of batting to do for David Malan and Harry Brooke here. 3 bonus points apiece, 2 of which came for Kent with the bat. And they've now got one with the ball with that third wicket. Yorkshire, of course, picking up their 3 bowling points, but a fair way away from a batting point here. Just a 25 on the board in 22.4 overs. Stewart in. Round the wicket, Milan takes on the drive into the covers. And there's no run. 44 for 7 today. That's the overall score, if you like, from both sides put together. 44 for 7 on a day where we thought batting would be significantly easier than yesterday, Katie.
Yeah, with the conditions and the weather, all we've spoken about all day is how it's a day to get in and bat long, and batting is proven difficult so far, and definitely runs have not been free-flowing.
Here's Stewart again, squares Milan up. He's got an outside edge on it. It is past gully, and they're back for a second. He just has to get the hurry up on for a few strides. Milan on his way back. So 2 more to him makes it 5 for Milan, 27 for 3, and that is the end of the 23rd over.
Yeah, firmly hands on hips for the end of the over there from Stewart. He's had a couple of wayward shots from Milan, a couple of edges through that gully region, and he's firmly on top, even though the scorecard still just says throws 3 wickets down.
I've got to say, the Combox floor, we've been given our lunches earlier, and included in most of them were fruit, nut and seeds in a little packet, like you'd get a little packet of peanuts. It was a bit of a problem eating mine, I've got to say. Graham looks like he had a problem or two as well, and Ben's not completely ruled out there. It resembles the sort of base of a bird cage, let's put it that way. As Milnes is in and bowling to Harry Brook, pushed out on the offside, no run. I'm not saying we're messy, but I think we're going to need the YCCC Hoover to be brought in between days' play here.
Just like to note that my eating area is very spotless because no crumbs left behind where I am. A good human Hoover.
Yeah, but you didn't eat in this room, did you? I'm expecting a trail out the corridor there.
No, I don't waste any of a free lunch.
Harry Brook on strike, and Milnes just drops that into the... Brook even drops it into the leg side from Milnes' delivery. One hand off the bat. Ben will be back with us soon, and he won't have gone unnoticed from any of the chaps in the Combox that Lev, she was a bit selfish, wasn't she, at lunch, because she got a flapjack. None of the rest of us got that. Preferential treatment, I think.
Yeah, I've worked years to become preferential treatment at Yorkshire. I'm the face of women's cricket here. I deserve a flapjack.
Milnes in again, and a little bit more pace about that as Harry Brook leaves it through to Ollie Robinson. Was it playing flapjack? Are you one of these flapjackers who likes a bit of cherry stuck in there, or they do it with sort of yogurt on the outside these days, don't they? Chocolate chip flapjack.
Very much a plain flapjack, just in case our nutritionist is listening. It's very much inside my diet plan, I promise. I've done my gym session if the S&C is listening, and now I'm just fueling up for the rest of the day.
If my sports editor's listening, please send us a batch of flapjack. As Milnes is in again, short ball, and Brook plays it out nicely square on the offside, top of the bounce, but can't get it past point. Some proper athletes in this commentary box today.
Very kind of you to say thank you, Doji.
I'm just cancelling those commentary stints for KL a bit later on this afternoon. Here's Milnes coming in again to Brook, who gets one on the pad. There's a stifled appeal from the slip cordon as it drops into the leg side, but looked like it was always going down. And anyway, there is no leg by signal from Graham Lloyd, so there was bat on it. So consolidation time here, Lev, or is it fight fire with fire, go back at them?
Milan seemed to be taking that route in the last over. He seemed to be getting a bit fed up that we'd not scored off Stewart yet, but these two have done quite a good rebuilding job in the opening couple of games of this season and been a nice partnership working together, so you'd like to think that they can do it on another occasion. It doesn't look to be as simple a batting track as we first thought. There's a few shots that seem to be surprising the batsman.
So 28 for 3, Milan on strike. Will pick up one here, dropping the ball just in front of square on the leg side, and that will complete 24 overs then. 29 for 3, Milan on at 6 and Harry Brook on 2. And the wickets have fallen in this Yorkshire first innings. Dimuth Kurinan-Ratney was caught behind off Nathan Gilchrist for 4 when the score was on 9. They'd added 10 more before George Hill, who'd made 8 of those, was LBW, shouldering arms to Nathan Gilchrist. 23 for 2 at lunch. And then first ball of the afternoon session, Adam Lyth caught behind, as they say, a leg side strangle off the bowling of Matt Milnes, and he went for 7, built in 82 minutes on 58 deliveries. Testimony to how tight Kent had bowled in that early phase of the Yorkshire innings. Grant Stewart being a prime example. 7 overs, 6 maidens, none for 4 as he comes round the wicket here to Milan, who's leaving one just wide of off stump. Couple of snappers out on the far side. Looks like John Heald is one of them. Might even give us a wave from around about square leg at the Howard stand end of the ground.
Good old John. I was having a good chat to him before the start of play today. He's a faithful that follows the diamonds around as well, so hopefully gets a nice angle of me from up here.
It's all about the self, isn't it? It's all about me.
It's the society we live in now, unfortunately, Doiju.
Milan plays a dot into the leg side, 29 for 3. He took a great shot. I'm trying to think which wicket it was, but there was something going around on socials it's either last week or the week before. It had to be, because we've only played 2 games so far. But there was a cracking shot of the moment of a wicket. And the money shot, as they say. Might have made a few quid, John, out of that. Meanwhile, David Milan, slightly open of stance. Stands tall. Not the highest of backlifts. And he uses the pace of the ball to turn that square on the leg side, and will get away for a single. 30 for the loss of 3. Things could change quickly, because these are 2 high-class players, and if Harry Brook gets the opportunity to free his arms a little bit, the scoreboard should tick on.
Yeah, they're not two to look to hang around and just see off a bowler necessarily. They both be looking to try and get on top and try and shift this momentum into Yorkshire's favour and get some runs on the board. They score at healthy strike rates, usually both of them, and that's what's needed, I think, at this moment, just to try and get a little bit on top.
Stewart in again to Harry Brook. Sounded like there might have been some bat involved. There is an appeal, which didn't feel like they'd held it all the way through. Died off a little bit, suggesting that there was a realisation that it must have struck a bit of wood.
Yeah, I think the Kent boys have been lively in the field to start off with today, and they've been all in for those appeals, but even on that one they knew there probably was 2 sounds there, and just asking a little bit.
Stewart then, 2 left in the over. And he comes to bowl to Harry Brook, who does get a chance to free the arms. Short ball with a bit of width, but doesn't time this one as well as he does most of the time. Chops it into the deck. There's no run. Excited appealers in the Diamonds setup. Who's the most excitable? I always say Adam Lyth. You'd get excited by looking at a bowl of cornflakes. It just doesn't take much to get him going. He was up there for the Diamonds.
I usually get excited, but I'm at 3rd man or fine leg, so I find it quite embarrassing how much I've gone up. But I love an appeal, and I think we don't go up enough. But it always looks out from 3rd man.
Brook dropping this one into the short leg area. There's nobody there, and so they're going to get through for a single to complete that 25th over. He's on to 3. Milan on 7, 31 for 3. So are you full on there? Is it a 20-second hold?
Yeah.
While everybody else has sort of walked off at the end of the over and they're changing round, you're still there.
I'm still very much a holder. There's quite a few pictures last year that John Held's managed to get where I'm doing the Breakfast Club fist pump in the air in the background, where I'm still appealing and we're swapping ends. So I probably should stop and get a jog on, because I've got to get to third man at the other end now.
And Umps has just called you over and said, Lev, just calm it. Okay.
We're all happy to be here, but just try and put it in a box. Come on.
So 31 for 3, and it's going to be Matt Milnes, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 10. Number 8 on his back to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end, and virtually now a cloudless sky here at Headingley. The right-handed Harry Brook on strike. What a start to the campaign he's had, and again talked about how late he plays the ball. See how that ballooned up straight into the deck and went a long way up in the air.
Yeah, right under his eyes. It's a drill we often do during the winter, is trying to play it as late as you can so it doesn't go in front of you. And he was a very good proponent of that one just there.
And the use of the word proponent has Ben Watts looking for his dictionary.
I really hope he was in the right way, because as soon as it came out of my mouth, I've doubted myself.
He's got an English degree, mate, he says.
I've got a psychology degree, but I don't know what's happening with anyone.
He'll explain what proponent means next time he's on. Short ball here from Milnes now then. Brook tries the little uppercut and wasn't too far away from feathering that straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, not quite enough pace on that, I don't think. It seems to just balloon through to the keeper, and often you can open the face like that, especially in the white ball version of the game, and it will race away over the top. I think that was a risky option there.
Matt Milnes then, can this proponent take the next wicket? And he comes, he's up there to drive. And well, he didn't really get into it as if it was a drive ball actually in the end, did he? But it looked like it was the sort of delivery he might go at. Hits him amidships.
Hit him in the proponents, I think.
Just checking he's got all the components there. He's usually a fine exponent of the off drive.
Running out of words now. I feel like we're on pointless. Words ending in onent.
Or is it just pointless commentary? 31 for 3 then, 3 slips, point. Well, a ring field largely, but there are 2 set back. Backward of square on the leg side, and it's not a short ball that comes here. And it's a pretty good leave by Harry Brook. It looked tight enough towards off stump. Great start to the campaign for Brookie. I was going to start looking through the notes then, but what's the point, because they're all so spaced out that we might as well just get up Harry Brook's recent scores on the window to refresh my memory on the fact that he got 101 and 56 not out at Bristol, and then 84 and 77 not out last week. And here he is thinking about the drive. He's just pulled that a bit leg side of straight when it looked like he was trying to play it on the posh side. Either way, it's a dot ball, and you wouldn't be surprised if Harry Brook has just had that little nudge in the ribs from the England setup. We've got the beady eye on you. We've got a couple of test series to come this year.
Yeah, I certainly think he's put his name in the hat this early rounds. I think he was already on the radar with his white ball call up in the winter, but he's definitely been someone that's been whispered about for a few years, and I don't think it'll be far too long before we see him in the whites for the England.
Which is what he'd dearly love to do, and here he is waiting for Milnes to come in and bowl at him, and he's been given that width that he works so well with. Lovely shot from Harry Brook. Just opened the face and runs it through third man and brings up a boundary. So 7 to him, 35 for 3.
Yeah, much more confident shot to end that over. Looks like he's not been able to quite trust the line in the balls previous to that, with a few inside edges and a few near misses, but hopefully it's an early sign that he's getting a little bit better this pitch for our batters, and that you can trust the line a bit more.
What's he going out for a break? He could have been on until 10 past 2, but BBC Kent, clearly their 2 o'clock updates take about 10 minutes to happen. Oh, they forgot about him. How can you forget Ben Watts? Taking a well-earned breather, so 35 for 3 after 26. Milan and Brook 7 apiece, and it's the former who is on strike here. And despite the fact the dot on the scoreboard is alongside Milnes, it is very definitely Stewart bowling at the left-hander from round the wicket, and just tightens him up with that first delivery. You can get in touch. Remind us of your Twitter handle again, Lev.
I'm Katie_Lev.
Very original, a bit
Yeah.
like mine, at Jonathan Doidge.
I go by 2 names in this world. I'm either Katie or I'm Lev, depending on which world you know me from. So I thought, combine.
Also, at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watts Sport, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com on the emails. Stewart. Herring in towards Milan, who gets an edge on this one, but it bisects wicketkeeper and first slip, and you probably heard the crash on the effects mic as it rattled into the boundary boards for 4. But a false stroke from David Milan.
Yeah, he's not looked too confident so far against Stewart. A couple of shots, either near misses through that region, and that's absolutely flown away through the keeper and slip. I don't think either got necessarily a hand to that.
So 39 for 3. Milan's boundary of a fashion takes him into double figures, 11. But still plenty of encouragement here for the Kent bowlers. Keep asking questions of Yorkshire. Just not entirely sure what's going on here. We've got some gesticulating from down to our left in the northeast side of the ground. Stewart in the fluorescent yellow coat is being called around as well, and
That is not promising signs, as I can see
the stoppage in
St.
play.
John's ambulance in the crowd.
So
It looks like a member of the crowd is receiving medical attention at the moment, and looks like they're signalling for physios and doctors as well from the players, and player rightly so stopped.
yeah, in fact it's looking like somebody may be receiving CPR. So Graham Lloyd just wandering towards the changing rooms, as is Steve O'Shaughnessy. And 19 minutes past 2 on day 2. We have an enforced stoppage in play, and all we can say at this stage is that, as Katie just said, a member of the crowd here is receiving treatment. It looked as though it could be CPR. Either way, whatever it is, we hope they're going to be okay. And plenty of the right care and attention is arriving on the scene very quickly, which is good to see. So we'll take a break, I think, at this stage, with our very best wishes to the member of the crowd, who's in a bit of strife at the moment, and we hope things will be okay in that regard, and we'll obviously bring you some more cricket whenever that may be the case. Yorkshire 39 for 3, David Milan on 11, Harry Brook on 7, and from Katie and myself, just for the moment, we will be back whenever we've got anything else to report on.
Welcome back to Headingley. About to get play back underway after, what, half an hour, just over half an hour lost due to medical emergency in the crowd. Grant Stewart resuming around the wicket to David Milan, who defends into the covers. Both physios were very quickly on the scene and were applauded as they made their way back to the changing rooms afterwards. We send our best wishes to the person that fell unwell in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Yeah, you don't like to see that, do you? But he received immediate medical attention, so hopefully, fingers crossed, touch wood, everything will be all right.
3 slips in for Grant Stewart, who still, as he's in and bowling, is angled down towards third man. 4 runs by Milan, who get himself back up and running after that delay then to Yorkshire. To 43 for 3, Milan 15, Brook 7. And Grant Stewart has now conceded some runs, 8.4 overs, 6 maidens, none for 14.
Yes, guided down to the vacant third man area. It's a bit of a bugbear of mine, Ben, third man. It seems to have gone out of fashion now to be a third man, doesn't it?
Do you know what's a bugbear of mine, Graham? And as an umpire, I'd be interested to know your thoughts as Grant Stewart's around the wicket. Bowling to Milan on the stumps this time and defended to point. Quick single attempted and Brook gets there just fine. So 44 for 3. 1 ball to come in the over. I don't know why in first class cricket umpires seem to have decided against ever giving any wides. So there was a delivery earlier on from Matt Quinn that he chucked quite a long way down the leg side. To me, there's no orthodox shot you can play to that delivery. Why? I don't know why it wasn't a wide. And sometimes you get, wicket keepers concede byes and because they've had to hurl themselves away to their left to do a delivery that's been chucked down the leg side, and it gets given as byes rather than wides.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ben. I'm with you.
Here comes Grant Stewart. 3 slips in play. Right-handed Harry Brook on strike. Plays with soft hands defensively, and it goes down towards long leg for a single. So Grant Stewart completes that over. 9 overs, 6 maidens and number 16. Yorkshire 45 for 3. The weather is absolutely fine. If you're just rejoining us and thought there might have been a rain shower or something, there's barely a cloud in the sky here in Leeds. It's a glorious day. And for those spectators that were watching yesterday, all wrapped up in about 14 layers, today is very pleasant out there indeed, and you probably need hat, sunglasses and sun cream and all the jazz.
Yeah, very pleasant now, and you'd have thought, we keep saying this, Ben, don't we, that conditions, should be conducive to batting, but so far today hasn't really been the case.
Well, your stat about 47 wickets falling for 44 runs?
Yes, that's what it was.
Was extraordinary. That Milnes to continue then. In past the umpire and bowling. Wide of the off stump and thrashed away down towards third man. Brook throwing his hands at the width that was offered. Slightly thickish outside edge. But it wasn't the best delivery, and Brook capitalising.
It was, again, that bugbear of mine, no third man, but there we are. No one seems to listen to me anymore. I just think it's 4 easy runs, Ben.
Yeah, I mean,
as I say, in the modern era, I don't know what Katie thinks about third man, and sides tend not to have a third man these days.
I'd almost rather they have a third man than a fine leg. As Milnes is in and
Yep.
bowling. Outside the off stump, that came back a fair way and didn't look like it missed the stumps by very much. Milnes got his hands on his head as if to say as much with his body language. Because in theory, if you're looking to bowl outside off stump,
Correct, absolutely. If you have a fine leg, then that's for a bad ball.
yeah, it's
So
a bad ball.
and let it go for 4 then if you bowl a bad ball. But I mean, if you're bowling a decent line and length, and someone just guides it to vacant third man for 4, it's 4 easy runs, isn't it? That's my point.
Yeah, and the fine leg's about the only position that tends to get set for a bad ball.
Yeah.
Normally, as this one's defended by Brook. you try and avoid setting fielders specifically for in case somebody bowls a bad ball.
Well, you shouldn't do that, Ben, really, should you? You shouldn't do it.
So yeah, it is peculiar. Just trying to get a replay up of that delivery that Milnes bowled, which came back a fair way, to see how far away it might have been from hitting Harry Brooks' stumps. Here's Milnes once again. Square leg is set back as well, as this is defended out to point. Oh, yeah, it came back a fair way from Milnes. Just going a little bit wider on the crease, perhaps.
Yeah, looking at it now. I mean, look at the bowler. His hands on his head. The keeper has had to dive towards to the leg side.
And just missed the off stump.
Good leave.
Well, there's only there's only two types.
Only two types, absolutely.
George Hill's one earlier being the wrong kind. It was LBW to Gilchrist. Milnes bowls, and again it's down to third man for 4 runs. He moves to 16. Milan has 16 as well. 53 for 3. Matt Milnes has got his hands on his hips, and perhaps he might, because that's, you know, he's done relatively nothing wrong with that delivery.
That's true, but he sets the field, the bowler. I have no sympathy with the bowler. If he wants a third man, you give him a third man. It's no good having, you know, doing the teapot when it goes for 4 to third man. He's the one that sets the field. Yes, you know, he should be saying to the captain, I need a third man. I think there's one going down there now. Should have been there right from the word go.
I think sometimes, I don't know, maybe the school of thought is if you have 3 slips in a gully, then they should be able to stop anything that goes in that rough direction. This is cut away for 4 more runs by Brook. High class stroke. Third man might have gone back, but that's to backward of point on the rope. Milnes going for consecutive boundaries, has bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. Yorkshire accelerate their score on to 57 for 3. I'm going to leave you with Graham Orange, and Jonathan Doidge will briefly jump in for me as I go to do an update for BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. That was a very classy shot. In fact, you could argue that was the shot of the day so far. Brooks just rocking onto the back foot outside the off stump and guiding the ball to the boundary just behind square on the offside. So 57 for 3, and Brook is looking good, dare I say. He's overtaken Milan. He's on 20, Brook, and it's the left-handed Milan who will be facing the next over.
Yeah, so in comes Stewart, the muscular-looking Grant Stewart, played into the onside by Milan. Different feel of energy about this since that enforced and unscheduled break, and they've got through for a single, so starting to tick things over now. Came back on the field when the score was 39 for 3, and I quickly added 19.
I think that's something Yorkshire didn't do very well when they started their innings, you know, running between the wickets, getting the quick singles. I mean, Kent bowled very, very well, very tight, but they weren't looking for the quick singles.
Ringfield and a long leg as Stewart switches over the wicket, and Harry Brook is able to watch that go through. So 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have Ben showing me a Yorkshire County Cricket Club social media post saying the spectator in question is responsive and has been carried away for further treatment. We send all our best wishes, and of course we echo that from the commentary box as well, because it looks pretty grim for a time. So hopefully the spectator concerned will be okay, but yeah, very concerning half hour or so.
Yeah, there was no run off that delivery. Ball to Brook by Stewart, the right-handed Brook, former England under-19 captain, of course.
So 58 for 3, Brook on 20, high backlift. He'll do his trigger movement, there you go, back and across, and opens up the leg side with this Grant Stewart delivery. Plays it straight though along the deck to mid-wicket. Said yesterday and said it again today, the Headingley pitch looks an absolute picture. Credit to the ground staff. It's been a lot of work done, as James Carr was mentioning on commentary yesterday. During the winter, there were, of course, drainage problems with the outfield between the square and what is now the Howard stand. In comes Stewart. Good drive from Harry Brook into the deck. Stewart gets a hand to it as well, which prevents it going any further than mid-off. But yeah, credit to the work that's been done onto the ground stuff, because with some sun on its back, the pitch now, that striping.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking a picture.
3 slips. Waiting for a sniff of an opportunity. Harry Brook trying to deny them that, and it does so. This will be 4. That's a lovely shot from Harry Brook. Grant Stewart just straying to a roundabout leg stump, and you can't bowl there to Harry Brook. Flicks it along the deck all the way to the east side of the ground for 4 beautifully struck runs. He's on to 24. It's 62 for 3.
Yeah, he's on to 24 very quickly, isn't he, JD? And he's showing a bit of class here, and you know, he'll be hoping to get a good score today. He's starting in a very positive mode.
Start the season in a very, very positive mode, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Just has a way of making it look easy at times out there. He is, though, coming in at number 5, bearing in mind the ball is getting that bit older. The sun is shining. It's a good pitch.
He seems to have a lot of time, JD, doesn't he? And that's the hallmark of a very good batsman.
Yeah, and I suppose that's exaggerated by that nature of playing the ball as late as he does. Matt Milnes, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26, coming round the wicket here to the left-handed Milan. There's an appeal. Not entirely sure what for. It felt like he'd just dropped it down maybe from bat into pad.
I thought he was outside the line anyway.
Or maybe it was pad first but bat afterwards. Felt like there was some bat involved. They're not looking too disgruntled, the Kent fielding side, after that was turned down by umpire Graham Lloyd. So Milan on 17. Partnership so far worth 39. Yorkshire were 23 for 3 at one stage. And Milan takes this late and drops it out to point. Kent not giving us massive assistance in the commentary box by having no numbers on the backs out there.
That's true.
And when you're not as familiar with everybody as you are for the side that you follow around all season, then makes things a little bit more difficult. The sight of Tom Kohler Cadmore beneath our commentary position, as if he's either been for or is about to have a net. Did say he may pop into the box today, so we may at some point see him between now and close of play. Meanwhile, Milnes is turned square on the leg side by Milan for a single. 63 for the loss of 3 wickets. I'll step out and Ben's coming in.
Yes, and this is a good recovery mission, as it were, by these two batsmen, Milan and Brook. And Yorkshire certainly needed it, having been 23 for 3. But as we keep saying, Ben, it does look a good track. But you know, they've got to show that it is. And
I think we felt it was a good track
yeah,
from ball one almost, didn't we?
absolutely, absolutely. We're sort of scratching our heads over it in a way, aren't we?
Well, at the moment, I'd say that Harry Brook has looked about as fluent as anyone
Yes.
out there
Yes.
over the last couple of days, which includes Daniel Berg-Drummond, who made a century.
Yeah.
So, again, they're just changing the field here, and third man's been brought in from the rope, and instead Jack Leaning has posted himself at gully, so 2 slips in a gully as this is driven through mid-on by Harry Brook, and that is a spectacular stroke and just exemplifies the point we were making, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can't bowl there to Harry Brook. You know, it's half volley on leg stump, and it got what it deserved, I'm afraid.
67 for 3, Brook to 28, and Milan to 18. And one could argue that it's already looking a bit ominous for Kent regarding Brook, at least. Having done so much good work, Kent won't want to allow Yorkshire off the hook, so to speak, as this one's turned away into the onside for a single.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed since Brook has made his way to the crease is the fact that he's keeping the innings ticking over. They're taking the quick ones now. They weren't doing that before as well, Ben. It makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think having that intent at the crease
yes,
does definitely make a difference, and it puts the pressure back on the bowlers, whereas earlier they were just allowing Kent to bowl.
Well, it's putting the pressure on the fielders as well.
Milnes,
I think he's lost his marker there.
he's just moving his marker across for the left-hander. 2 slips in the gully, backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and long leg. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Darren Milan. Down the leg side, and a play and a miss as Robinson moves away to his right to do the wicket-keeping end of the over. Yorkshire 68 for 3. I might just nip around some of the other scores to tell you about what's going on. Warwickshire currently 60 for 3, trailing Somerset by just under 400 runs after Somerset 4-5-8 all out in the end.
And they're the county champions, aren't they, Warwickshire?
Early wickets for Davey and for Brooks. Essex 24 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's 390 all out. Proctor made 113. And then, who's the one man out so far? Brown out for 12.
So Cook is still in there, is he?
Yep, he is. So at Bristol, Surrey are 509 for 7. Jamie Smith is just 3 runs away from a double century. And Jordan Clark, who might be the best number 9 in the country, is on 84 not out. He can seriously play in batting number 9. Shows the depth Surrey have got. But they've brought in de Grandhomme on as the New Zealander is there overseas, so that's probably just shunted a couple of people down the order. As Nathan Gilchrist is into the Kent attack. Brooks driving up towards mid-on, but no run on this occasion. Will Jacks batted 8, which is quite frankly ridiculous. Opens, of course, in one-day cricket. Hampshire 2-4-6 all out against Lancashire, who are 207 for 8. Bailey's got 59. He's the top scorer at the moment, with Salt on 47 not out. Slightly lopsided card, that, with Lancashire at one stage being 100 for 6, 105 for 7. As Gilchrist bowls and Brook defends. We move into Division 2, and Worcestershire trail by 5 runs against Nottinghamshire, who made 266 all out, but they've only got 5 second innings wickets left. They were 159 all out in the first innings, with Dane Patterson taking an 8-fer, and then second time around Fletcher with a couple, Broad with a couple. Haynes is 49, the only real resistance so far, although Barnard's got 32 not out, but Worcestershire heading towards a pretty heavy defeat at Trent Bridge, as this one's guided down towards third man by Brook. It's not going to get 4, just a couple on the cards this time as Bell Drummond does the fielding. Derbyshire all out for 368, which is a little bit of a collapse considering they had a couple of half centurions and a century from Guest. And then Glamorgan 41 without loss in reply. Sussex 232 for 4, leading Durham by 8 runs. Half centuries for Allsop, Haynes, and then Chideshwa Pujara is on 44 not out at the moment. Gilchrist bowling to Brook a little bit wide, tried to drive into the onside but ended up dragging it off an inside edge.
Former Yorkshire player Pujara.
Yeah, indeed. Middlesex 322 for 5, leading Leicestershire by 173 runs. They were 149 all out. Stoneman with 108. John Simpson, the keeper, is 63 not out in that one. So you're up to date for all the scores elsewhere. Here Yorkshire 70 for 3, But at one stage, having, like Kent, been 3 down for not many. Kent were 20 for 3, Yorkshire were 23 for 3, but this partnership between Brooke, who's got 31, and Milan is certainly helping to change the situation. Just 3 away from a half-century stand now, in fact.
Yeah. And as we're on together, Ben, I'd like to just open up a little discussion about outgrounds, both regarding Yorkshire and for Kent. Just a little discussion, that's all, because I've got a book in front of me. I'll explain after this delivery.
Yeah, kencricket@gmail.com. I'll get to some of your emails in a second. I've been neglecting them somewhat. We've had, this one's fielded by Point off a square drive by Brooke. We've had, of course, some delays today. So Jonathan's just texted me saying tea now at 4:20.
Yeah.
So we've got about an hour and a bit until that.
Yeah. Now, I've had in my possession for quite a while a book called Titch Freeman by the author David Lemon. It's a book that was published in 1982, so it's, what, 40 years old now? The great Kent leg spinner. And, I mean, his record is just phenomenal. His wicket-taking prowess was unbelievable. 3,340 wickets from a career from 1914 to 1936. But it also lists the outgrounds he played at in Kent, and it'd be nice to get the Kent listeners to actually contact us, and if they've got any memories of these outgrounds and what they think. Blackheath, Canterbury, Chatham, Dover, Folkestone, Gravesend, Maidstone, Tunbridge, Tunbridge Wells. And of course, you know, when it comes to Yorkshire, we've had a lot of outgrounds as well. I mean, I remember going as a youngster to some of these outgrounds.
It's Matt Quinn who's coming into the attack and bowling around the wicket to Milan as it's turned away down towards fine leg for a single. 71 for 3. I mean, geographically, both quite vast counties, Kent and Yorkshire.
Yes, and that's the reason why they had the outgrounds, really, because they could cater for spectators in different parts of the respective counties. And I mean, Yorkshire now just have county matches here at Headingley, Leeds, Scarborough, and York.
I've never been to Scarborough. That's
Oh,
definitely
you
on the
don't
to-do
know
list.
what you're missing. You don't.
Everyone always raves about
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But of course, in the past, there's been Hull, there's been Middlesbrough, there's been Sheffield, there's been Harrogate, one or two more as well.
Right-handed Harry Brooke on strike. Quinn in and bowling to him, covering up, defending into the onside.
So again, you Yorkshire listeners, you know, what's your views on the outgrounds? What are your memories? What are your thoughts? You know, I mean, I remember going to Harrogate and Ackland Park, Middlesbrough, and the Circle in Hull.
I'm glad on your list of Kent outgrounds. Obviously, they're in alphabetical order, but I'll get to this point in a moment as Quinn's in and bowling. It's defended into the offside. They think about a quick single, but Brooks sent back by Milan. The fact that it has Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells, because some people don't realise that they are two different places.
And they're spelt differently, aren't
and
they?
they're spelt differently.
As in Tunbridge, yeah.
They're quite, yeah. And Tunbridge Wells is, if you're being posh about its full title, is Royal Tunbridge Wells. But yeah, spelt with a U, and then Tunbridge, as in Tun, T-O-N. I've lived in both places actually.
All right.
Yeah, so here comes. Oh, Quinn bowls, beats the bat. I think it hit the thigh pad, the back thigh pad possibly. There was half an appeal. Was it dropped in front of second slip?
Yeah, good delivery there, and Brooke was beaten, really.
Yeah, he was.
He certainly played at the ball.
Slightly peculiar how it went through his defence and then wasn't seemingly on target to hit the stumps. Quinn in again, and this time Brooke throws his hands at a cut shot and plays and misses. Ball going through to Robinson. Quinn just causing him a few issues at the moment.
And it says in the frontispiece of this book about Titch Freeman, the great Kent leg spinner, that he took 304 wickets in one season in 1928. And he was fired by Kent in 1936 because he only took 108 wickets.
That's astonishing. Here comes Quinn. Bowls on the stumps. Brooke defending, back down the pitch. End of the over, 71 for 3. He now, of course, as I was telling you earlier, Graham, has part of the ground, in inverted commas, named after him, because that piece of land on the old Dover Road side of the ground was sold off, and then it now has retirement apartments built on it, and they are called Freeman House. And during COVID, when it was total lockdown and no spectators allowed at grounds, that was the only place to watch cricket. So if that was an investment someone made, they did a very good job indeed to get a flat overlooking the ground, and well, just pure coincidence of timing that nobody else was allowed in at that point. So.
Well, yeah, that's right. And if any Kent listeners have got any, I was going to say memories of Titch Freeman, but they'd be very, very old.
That would be impressive.
Yeah.
Nathan Gilchrist from the football end, and this one is classically played away by Milan, just all hands through cover point for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was majestic by Milan. He was in full control of that. He knew exactly where it was going. It was 4 at the moment it left the bat.
I say classically for him, that's a very much a David Milan type shot.
Yeah.
Rather than something out of the textbook.
That's right.
And that'll be the half-century stand between these two that's just been applauded.
It is 52 from 66 balls.
21 from Milan, 31 from Brooke, as Gilchrist ball was wide of the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, just going back to Titch Freeman. I mean, if people, as I say, they probably won't have memories of him because they'll be about 140 years old or whatever. But you know, if you've got any thoughts about that, and if their parents watched him or whatever, I see that he played 12 times for England.
YouTube. I'm sure there must be some footage or something on there. I don't know, but
12 times for England.
Here comes Gilchrist, and played away off the back foot by Milan for 4 more, this time behind square on the offside. Glorious stroke. And he moves with 2 boundaries in this over on to 27 now. 79 for 3 Yorkshire, and suddenly the play, Graham Orange, is mirroring what we would expect with these glorious sunny conditions.
Yes, you've got to say that, you know, this pitch should be getting better and better for batting. And, I mean, Kent have bowled really well today. There's no question about that. I don't think Yorkshire batted particularly well before these two came together. But they're certainly sort of dominating proceedings now.
Third man going back then. He's in, just pushed away into the onside. Milan from that Gilchrist delivery got some sort of play going on overhead. Just up.
Yeah, we're on the flight path to the Leeds Bradford Airport. Yeah.
Two slips in a gully for Gilchrist. As he bowls to the left-hander Milan, let go. Through to the keeper. James Carman getting in touch on Twitter saying, Scarborough is a utopia, Ben, and don't forget Hesketh Park in Dartford. Watched many a Benson and Hedges zonal match there in the 70s and early 80s.
Oh yeah, Dartford wasn't mentioned, was it?
So yeah, one of those that was missed is turned away into the onside. Dan's getting in touch, full-on Kentish snobbery there, making sure that Tunbridge Wells gets its full title of Royal Tunbridge Wells. With the side of, oh, I've lived there too. In fairness, so I currently live there, but I'm out of the, you know, I'm not in the posh bit.
I believe you.
I'm out of the expensive part of Tunbridge Wells. Don't worry. And I can't say I paid for the property either. I got a bit lucky with the other half.
Right. Okay.
But thanks for that, Dan. I'm glad you found it amusing. Not quite as upper class as I was suggesting there. As you could tell from Doidge's out the front.
Yeah, enjoying the sunshine and yawning.
Yawning.
Yeah.
Was it Doidge earlier who said something about from down south, and you said it made me sound like a Cockney or something? Here comes Quinn in and bowling. And we're down towards the gully.
Yep. Matt Quinn bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end to the right-handed Harry Brook, who's batted very well. He's on 31. His partner Dawid Malan is on 27.
Jack leaning, just indicating to the dressing room that a helmet needs to be brought out for the wicketkeeper, which would suggest possibly Linda's going to come on as Quinn bowls. Brook through the dive of point with a square drive for 4 runs. And I was just looking at a link for the Kent 2 score this week, and Alex Blake scored a second double century of the season, actually, which is quite extraordinary. But there's one man who's been in form this season, and here's another in Harry Brook, and moving on to 35 now, and just oozing class out there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Bell Drummond during his century for Kent. Is he a possible for England? Same with Harry Brook, I suppose.
Defended by Brook into the offside. I would say Brook's ahead of Bell Drummond in that queue, just through potential. Bell Drummond's consistency hasn't been there to warrant that call-up in recent seasons. I'm sure, you know, if he carries on the form that he's in at the moment, that potentially will change, because Rob Key has watched a lot of Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, absolutely.
And played with him as well over the years, and will know his quality. Very naturally talented. Always has been, ever since the age of, I think the first time I saw him when he was about 10, playing junior cricket for Kent. As Quinn bowls to Brook. That is a lovely straight drive, but bowler fields in his follow through.
Yeah, good job he did. Otherwise, that could have been 4 straight drive. But you know, if Kent can get a couple of quick wickets here, they're more than back into it, aren't they? 83 for 3.
Mike's just sent in an email about Titch Freeman that I'll get to in a second.
Right, yeah.
Here comes Quinn. That's back of length, and Harry Brook. Almost Joe Root-esque the way he got up on his tiptoes, that back foot punch there into the offside for 4 runs. Easy as you like. Not the best ball, but the way Brook put it away was quite exquisite. 39 for him, 87 for 3.
Yes, it was almost disdainful, wasn't it? It was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, as if to say, don't bowl there, mate. You're going to waste your time. Such an elegant innings so far from Brook. And Quinn bowling to him. A little hint of inside edge. Wasn't meaning to quite put it there. He goes into the onside, and I do indeed believe George Linder, the South African all-rounder, left-arm spinner, is going to come into the attack. Joe Denley's bringing out a helmet for the wicketkeeper. So from one spinner to another, let's talk about this email from Mike Watkinson about Titch Freeman. He says, I can't offer any memories of outgrounds particularly, but the thing to remember about Titch Freeman is he was much less effective against quality batsmen. If he didn't play with a straight bat or didn't have good footwork, you wouldn't last long against him, so it was said. Better batsmen fared better and noticeable, as you were saying, that he only played 12 test matches despite his incredible first-class record. As for memories, you'd have to be in your 90s. He christened his retirement cottage Dumb Bowling, apparently.
Did he? That must be in the book. I have read it a few years ago. I haven't. I can't remember that. I'll see if I can find that.
If it's not in the book, it's a myth. So George Linder, then the left-arm spinner. Jack leaning, just sorting out his field. We saw a little bit of him with the bat, but ran out of partners up the other end, Linda, having looked like he was, well, certainly will offer Kent value going forward. Might get through this over before I nip to the back of the box to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. After that we'll have double change in the box, I think, on the cards. Done bowling, there it is. He found it in the book. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it?
Linda then into Milan. Drives him through the covers for 4. First ball into out through cover point. Just that ability to score in slightly strange areas and square of the wicket. An excellent stroke from Milan.
Yes, it certainly was. Glorious shot. And, you know, these two batting well. 91 for 3 now, Yorkshire, having been 23 for 3.
Of course, Milan himself growing up in South Africa as a youngster. And George Linder, the South African international, bowling to him. This one pushed away into the covers. Point has gone back to the boundary. There is also a deep square leg. Man on the 45 is a little bit deep for me, Matt Quinn. There's a slip in play, short mid-wicket, and then an orthodox mid-wicket. Mid-on and mid-off are slightly deep. Cover in place as well as Linder bowls, and this driven up towards mid-off.
Yes, left arm spinner. His right arm doesn't sort of come up very high, does it? If he doesn't use his right arm very much.
He doesn't use it really to direct, does he? Almost just tucks it in. This is cut away by Milan. Although there's a fielder out there, it's still going to be 4 runs. Daniel Bar-Drummond can't cut it off. So Milan taking the attack to the spinner in his opening spell for Kent. Yorkshire moved to 95 for 3. Milan has 35. Brook 39. Graham Orange alongside me. He's shortly going to be replaced by Katie Levick, but I'm going to invite Jonathan Doidge back in.
Yeah, so Linder continues, bowling to Milan.
Yep, Milan runs it down to third man for a single. And so he's on to 36 and Harry Brook on 39. And I think, as I was saying when I was on last, things can change quickly when these two, or if and when these two get going. And they have done that 73 partnership. Been outside on the balcony just beneath our commentary position in the sunshine for the last 20 minutes. It's warm out there. It's real sun trap on that little balcony.
We noticed you went out there. Yeah.
Got burnt already. April 29th. Doesn't take much. So here's Linder. And Harry Brook just playing back to him. So end of that over, 96 for the loss of 3. Saying goodbye to Graham for now. And Lev is back. She's been doing some warm-ups at the side there, a bit of gargling.
I thought you were going to say I'm warming up to bowl then.
Checking out on the pre-match commentary notes, and she's back.
Primed and ready for some action. Having watched a very tentative start of the batting innings, it's been nice to watch Milan and Brook be able to free their arms a bit and start to score a bit more freely.
So they've been back out there for 39 minutes, and they've scored what I make as being 57 in those 39 minutes. So there's been an upping of the ante. They've had a little bit more room to work with as well. Been a few short balls thrown in. I think, generally speaking, maybe Kent not bowling quite as well as they did earlier either. But that ball wearing, and the sun really getting suppose, into the pitch out there as well, as Milan drops that into the offside and there's no run. Any observations while you've been standing at the side?
I've been listening to the Titch Freeman chat, to be honest, learning a bit of something about the cricket that I didn't know.
Getting a knowing look from Mr. Orange from the back of the box as this latest Quinn delivery is dropped into the offside by Milan, and there's no run. I wouldn't know because I was just standing out there enjoying the sunshine, watching a bit of cricket in the sun. It's just so nice to do that sometimes.
Yeah, you had the right idea. I still don't think I quite trust the English weather after how cold it was yesterday and was training outdoors as the Diamonds. I still had a bit of PTSD about how cold it could be out there, but looks a great sun trap.
Yeah, what a contrast from yesterday at this time. And darkness descended as Quinn's in again. Gone for just the 14, and he's halfway through his 7th over here. Milan just, again, defending into the offside. And they'll just want to try and realign here, the Kent bowlers, and tighten things up.
Yeah, it's like Ben mentioned earlier that unfortunately in the opening rounds of the Kent fixtures, their bowling has gone a bit off the radar in the latter stages of the innings. It looks to be the same case in today.
Quinn again, and Milan tucks that into the leg side off his legs. But no run on this occasion. Does look from this distance, high up on the 4th floor of the Headingley Pavilion, that there are wide open spaces out there, especially away to our right, the western side of the ground. Once that ball gets past the infield, still got a fair way to travel to make it to the boundary on that side of the ground. Significantly shorter to the east side. As Quinn's in again. And the good delivery here, big appeal for LBW. David Milan in trouble for a moment. Didn't look a bad shout, Katie Levick.
Yeah, nervy times, and I was waiting for the umpire's finger to go up, to be honest. We are at an angle, so you can't really see line necessarily, but it seemed to keep low, and I think that's what surprised Milan more than anything. He went off straight away for a wander, as you do when you think you're a bit nervous there with the umpire, so he might be happy to have gone away with that call.
Flexed his front leg, his right knee 2-3 times, does it again as he's making his way back. He's just trying to reset himself then. He'll know that that wasn't too far away. It looked a good shout. Quinn is in, and Milan this time, you see, there you go, that's the joys of being a bowler, Lev? He's had a good shout the ball before, gives him a little bit of room, a little bit further back of a length, and just punched away. David Milan, one of his favoured shots, and it's brought him 4. He's on to 40, and the applause is because Yorkshire have made it to 3 figures, 100 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a great rebuild by these two, but as a bowler there in that last over, you sometimes feel a little bit aggrieved when you don't get a decision your way, and your next delivery is a little bit more frantic than you'd like. He just lost his line there. Just give him his bit more space to free his arms and get that trademark cover drive in. And yeah, that's not how you want to finish the over when you'd have felt a bit on top there, when you've rattled Milan a little bit with that LB call.
167 balls it took Yorkshire to score their first 50 and 49 for the second, so an appreciable increase in the pace of scoring runs out there. But then these are two very high-class players, and perhaps sometimes take scoring opportunities that others maybe can't. He's dropped that into the leg side here, Harry Brook, first ball of the Linda over. He went for 9 in his first one. He's got to try and settle into a rhythm here. And Ben's just showing me a still of the point at which the pad was struck. As Brook plays up to mid-on, there's no run. It'd be nice to see a full rerun of the actual. Yeah, it looks like it's hit him in front of off stump, round about knee roll.
Rock and roll for us there, Ben, please.
Yeah, yeah, rock and roll it. Linda again, double grip as he comes in now. Ball's left arm, appeal for LBW here, looked shaped as though it was going down leg the way the Harry Brook played the shot. Not given.
Yeah, you'd like to think that Brook was playing that sweep there on line, so not really a danger, but I think the LBW call in the last over has just woken up the Kent players a little bit, try and get them back into this battle.
Yeah, looking at it first, on the still I should say, it looks like it's him in front of off, middle and off maybe. The LBW shout on Milan as Brook walks into playing this into the offside. Strange looking shot, but he's okay. But then looking at it again, when you actually see the ball delivered and the route it might be going, there was some question about it. It's certainly one or two of those this morning. I'm sitting here and raising the finger as the LBW appeal had gone up, but that I didn't do it for that one, so there must have been a reason that he didn't feel quite right, albeit a good shout. Linda in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Brook, and there's no run.
Yeah,
so maybe there's just a little bit of doubt about height as well as...
One of those decisions that I think you wouldn't have been surprised either way it had gone.
Yeah.
But what I initially thought had kept low, it does look like that it could have just continued on and maybe just clip in, so maybe an umpire's call sort of situation.
So Harry Brook on strike on 39. Sweeps fine here as well. Gets it away down towards fine leg. Will it have the legs? No, it's going to slow up itself and wouldn't have made the boundary had nobody got there. But the Kent fielder coming around from deep backward square leg did, and they settle for the 2. So Brook on to 41, Milan on 40. Partnership now with 79. And Yorkshire 102 for 3. And I'm sure Ben's mentioned, but in case he hasn't, tea will now be taken at 4:20. Revised timings first of all to make up time for yesterday. And of course we had that unfortunate break as well with our spectator who needed to be taken away after being taken ill. So further half hour or so break in play at that point. And again, thoughts, hopefully good wishes for a full and speedy recovery. We see shots of the town centre. Oh, and then a very quick zoom back in to Matt Quinn, who's coming round the wicket here to bowl to Milan. Pushes through the offside. No run. And Linda with his 2 overs for 11. Lev, what sort of things has he got to be taken into account as a spin bowler on this surface at this time of year?
Yeah, you don't usually get too much assistance from the pitch, especially this time of year, but it just seems to not be really finding his lines and length at the moment. Like Bess yesterday was saying that he has to adapt to a different sort of role here and he's more of a container than necessarily a wicket taker. Linda seems to have come on and just not quite found his radar yet, and has given away a few too many freebies that with batters with class such as Milan and Brook, you can't really be affording to give away, so giving your partner at the other end a difficult job to try and rein back in.
Quinn in again. Milan dropping out into the offside. And there's no run. We've got the side of the net cages away to our right hand side. A bit of shadowing now from the western side of the ground, from the floodlights. Rugby League taking place, of course. The other side of the Howard stand this evening. Leeds Rhinos struggling a little bit this season against Hull KR. 2 of the old Rhinos boys back, Tony Smith and Danny Maguire. The place will be buzzing over that side of the complex a little bit later on. But for now, Milan and Brook buzzing for Yorkshire. And Milan pushing back that Quinn delivery past the bowler. Stumps a hit by fielder running round to prevent the single. Tiny bit of work in the field. 102 for 3. Having built from 23 for 3, they wouldn't want to give this away now. Still just less than 40 minutes to go until tea, as Quinn is in, and Milan turns that one backward a square, and they will continue to do that, this pair. Just milk those singles, and then if they get the opportunity, I should say, they've got the opportunity to put it away for boundaries. They'll be taking the vast majority of those, you feel, as Harry Brook does a bit of gardening. little bit of a hum from downstairs. It's amazing, isn't it, once the team starts to do quite well, for whatever reason.
Yeah, suddenly livens the crowd up a little bit more. Although Milan and Brook have really pushed on their scoring rate here, it's not been completely chanceless, so there is something still in it for the Kent bowlers to be optimistic that they can try and break this partnership before the tea break.
So the Yorkshire crowd becoming increasingly chipper as Quinn is in, and over the top of that solid forward defence by Harry Brook. Diamond's ambitions for 2022? Eyes on the big prize?
Yeah, always. I think we've been unlucky that we've gotten to every final so far since the Diamonds was created, and we've just never quite managed to do that last step and get the trophy. So we'll be really looking to try and put that to bed this year and finally go that one step further, because we don't want to be getting a name for ourselves as runners-up.
As Brook opens the face and runs it out to point, and they will get through for another single to complete that 38th over of the Yorkshire innings. 41 apiece for the batsman, and 103 for 3. Or should that have ticked on to 104? Had it in mind that 103 before that ball. Anyway. So, I mean, teams who get a long way in competitions but don't quite manage to go the whole hog, the C word gets mentioned, doesn't it?
It does, and that's why I tried to choose my words very carefully in there and said, don't want to be runners-up. I think it's testament that we do get there every time. I mean, a lot of teams in this competition would love to be in our position and constantly get into finals, but it's important we try and, I think, just break that duck and get into that winning habit, because we think that winning is a habit, and just got to do that first one.
Linda then to Brook, who steps back, pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, what do you do? What do you talk about? And even then, you can talk till the cows come home about what you want to achieve, but it's actually seeing it through in that moment, isn't it, out there on the field of play? Let you come back to me on that one after this Linda delivery, because he's about to bowl again to Harry Brook, who finds a gap through the offside and punches into it and picks up one more.
Yeah, we've got a heavily experienced squad, and we have done since our inception, really. We've got a lot of girls that are in their later 20s, early 30s now, that have been around winning teams in the past, and you've got the experiences like Jenny Gunn, who's, won the biggest prizes you can in World Cups and Ashes, and it's just about knowing that in those key moments in finals that we're on the right side of them. A couple of times we've just not given ourselves the best chance, and it's almost like we've seen it as job done getting to the final when there's actually still one more step to go.
Now then, Linda switching to the left-hander to over the wicket. Milan flicking into the leg side. .543. Wonderful sunny day throughout just about here at Headingley today, and a major contrast to the conditions we saw yesterday. Linda just checks in his delivery stride. Steve O'Shaughnessy signals dead ball, and the bowler, the South African, goes back to try again. Clasps the ball between his two hands. Comes in, a real bent front arm rather than the straight high one that you kind of tend to be taught when you're younger, and Milan just flicks into the leg side and picks out a single. Reach for the sky, as my coach used to say.
Surely not a Buzz Lightyear reference when you were playing cricket, Doiji.
If Buzz Lightyear, I can promise you, had not been invented when I was playing cricket, Les. Linda again, nicely played by Harry Brook. He's just so good, isn't he? At subtle little changes in his feet position. He was given a little bit of time to play that because it was slightly short of length, but just the way he gets himself onto that back foot, he knows where all the gaps are, and just directs it out to the sweeper for a single.
And it just means you just can't afford to be doing those ones where you pull it a bit short. You just lose your radar, because he will just capitalise on it and make it look so effortless.
Milan back and across to block the last ball of the over, so 39 overs bowled now in the Yorkshire first innings, replying to Kent's 291 all out. They are 107 for 3. Milan on 42 and Brook on 44. So we get to the final and we think we've done it. You clearly, if you get to a final next week and I ask you a question in advance of that, you'll say, no, we can't think we've done it. We've got to go there and play. But so what is it then? You know, if you keep getting to finals and thinking you've done it,
Yeah,
where does that change come? That
Yeah, I think it's just, it can be a bit of like end of season fatigue sort of thing. The way that our competitions are being set up so far is that the finals are always at the last thing. I think it's different this year in that our 2020 competition, the Charlotte Edwards Cup, we play all the group fixtures and then the final straight away afterwards. So hopefully no little laziness can come into your game by that stage, and get into the mindset of, oh, you know, it is a job done, because it's still very much the beginning of our season this year, one of the competitions. So I think it's just putting in the same skills you've done and not letting the occasion get to you. I think that might have just crept a bit into our game at the moment, where we're doing things that we wouldn't necessarily do the rest of the season. You know, suddenly the game becomes a totally different beast when there's a trophy at the end, and it's just sticking to what we know and what we're good at.
single there to Harry Brook through square leg. Quinn back on, or continuing I should say, at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Number 64 on his back. And he comes, a little shuffle at the start of his run. Tall figure of Matt Quinn. Right arm round the wicket and picked off for a single here to a ball that was on his legs by David Milan. In fact, to make that 2. He's got back 4. So 46 to him, 112 for the loss of 3. I think when they put it up. Or maybe not. 110 for 3.
Yeah, they seem to be really on it today.
Sometimes it takes till nearly the next ball.
First game of the season ready, best one fresh.
Well, there's a real thoroughbred up there in the scorebox, John Potter. As that's pushed into the offside this time by Milan, there's no run. So you've got to approach it in that cliched professional sportsperson speak of it's the process, not the outcome when you get to these big games.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably what I should be saying. But I think it's just sticking to what you know. You know, you can suddenly make it such a different game just because it's a final, when everything you've done beforehand, it's still just bat and ball, you know. So I think it's just keeping your head really in those cool moments.
Quinn coming in to Milan, who flicks that off his legs but can't get it past mid-wicket. I think when you get to the final this year, I'm going to do a pre-match interview with you.
Good.
I'll give you a load of those cards. You know, like in, I can't remember which one of those sort of rom-coms where the bloke knocks on the woman's door and says, you know, whatever he says, and another card comes. You can have all the sports speak cliches.
Can
Yeah,
I
I'll
do a
just ask you a
CBG?
question, and you can hold up. It's the process, not the outcome.
It's got to give it 110%.
110%.
Yeah.
It's never easy at wherever the match is going to be. Always tough opposition. As that is played nicely by David Milan, just wide of off stump, opened the face, and he's timed it well enough to get the ball to just plop over the boundary rope by a couple of inches, and that will do for 4 runs. 48 to him, 114 for 3.
Yeah, seemed to just get enough on. It didn't sound like the most fluid shot from the middle, but he seemed to just get away with it.
So Quinn, what will he do to try and put together a riposte here? 2 slips and a gully. Will they be brought into play? Last ball of the 40th over of this Yorkshire innings. No, they won't, because Milan right across and smothering that. So end of the over. Milan 48, Brook 45. Partnership now worth 91. It's 114 for 3. And Lev can go think of a few more cliches, because she's just having a breather, and Graham Orange stepping into the chair.
You've heard all the cliches before, JD, haven't you?
Yeah, I think probably probably once or maybe twice, Graham.
Yeah, okay.
It's never easy. It's always tough. We've beaten them 6-0 and 8-0 this season, but it's always tough game against ...
Yeah, okay.
It's not how, it's how many. In comes Linda for the first ball of this 41st over, and Harry Brook again, just that subtle change of body position, opens up the leg side and flicks it on its way.
Yeah, just milked him away for one there. Yeah, this pitch is going to be a good one for batting on now. All the sun on it today, and these two should make hay now. What they're making hay, and they're both approaching their respective half centuries.
So Milan 48. Linda switches to over the wicket, and the former Middlesex man just flicks that out to mid-wicket. There's no run on this occasion. Quite chipper after his runs down at Bristol the other week, 65 in as many deliveries in that second innings to see Yorkshire home. Said he particularly enjoys a run chase, which is good to hear from a batsman, I suppose, as he flicks this one back at a square. Now then, there's been a direct hit at the non-striking end. I think it's more of a hopeful and confident scream, in particular by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps there for Kent. Steve O'Shaughnessy not interested, and they got a single from it, so Milan on the verge of a half-century. Harry Brook too, I suppose. He's only one stroke away.
A quick single, good piece of fielding, but I got the impression he was home.
Linda then with that two-handed grip, his shirt flapping in the bit of a Headingley breeze that there is, and Harry Brook again steps away to leg, just creates a little bit of room for himself. There's a sweeper out there, squarish on the cover boundary, and it's an easy one.
Yeah, there's not much turn for Linda, is there? It's more of a containing spell, this, really. Although, of course, as I say, if they can nip out a couple of batsmen here, they're right back in as a Kent.
Linda again then, going back over the wicket, comes in quite close to the stumps, and Milan works it round the corner. Backward of square leg there was Matt Quinn doing the fielding. Big white sweatband on his left wrist. 117 for 3. Field creeps in closer as Linda's in again, and Milan just works that off his legs and out to the sweeper coming in from the square leg boundary, and the applause around the ground tells you that David Johannes Milan has brought up another half century in his illustrious first class career. That is now, he said, trying to read over the top of his specs, 67 of them to go with 27 first-class centuries. It took him 103 minutes, 65 balls, and included 8 fours. Well played, sir.
Yeah, a classy half-century there from Milan. That's exactly what Yorkshire needed after their very, very sticky start when they were 23 for 3. And he and Harry Brook have steadied the ship, as it were, and guided them through choppy waters. And it's looking good now. 118 for 3. So they're closing on for the century partnership.
Yep. Are we going to get a change of bowling here? It's looking that way. Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist. 2 for 18 so far. He took the first 2 wickets, of course. Dimuth Karunaratne caught Robinson, bowled Gilchrist. And you look at the 3 Yorkshire wickets that have fallen, Graham. You think back about what happened, really. Batsman error with Karunaratne's dismissal, just flicking at one that was probably too wide to needed to have played out, especially as he left so many already.
I think all 3 were batsman error.
Yeah, George
all
Hill,
3.
Shouldering arms to one from Gilchrist as well.
And then Adam Lyth strangled down the leg side. I mean, you could say that's unlucky, but the bat was away from the body, wasn't it?
So a bit of disappointment in those 3 dismissals, but this pair have really done well to dig them back out.
And he's bowling from the Kirk's Lane end this time, Gilchrist, isn't he?
Yep, those wickets, of course, taken from the Howard Stand end of the ground. His first delivery is slightly wayward down the leg side. It has been stopped in the shadows of the Howard Stand. But 2 runs for David Milan there means that the partnership is now worth 97. He's on to 52, 120 for 3.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder, you know, when a bowler has bowled well from a particular end, JD, I don't know what your thoughts are, I'm talking in general now, you know, and he switched to the other end and maybe doesn't bowl as well, you know. It's a strange thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll see if Gilchrist can do it from both ends. Well, not with that delivery. That is a cracking shot, and just about as good as we've seen in this Yorkshire innings so far. David Malan, a little bit of room again outside the off stump. Doesn't need much, does he? And that was short of length, and he crashed it away down towards the western side of the ground. The 4 means 56 to him, but the applause is for a 101-run partnership that included 54 from Malan and 47 from Harry Brook, and it's taken them 121 balls, so just 20 overs and 1 delivery to add 101.
Yeah, excellent partnership.
Here's Gilchrist round the wicket to Malan. Looks like he might have held that one back slightly. And the Yorkshire left-hander turns it into the leg side. Approaching 4 o'clock. We're going to be playing a long time today by the looks of things, after there's time to make up from yesterday and today.
Yes, and but these Yorkshire batsmen are making up for lost time, aren't they? Having put on just 101 for the 4th wicket.
Catch up with his correspondence shortly, because Gilchrist is pushing off from this Kirkstall Lane end, and he's in again. And he does draw a bit of a wild yahoo there from David Malan, a false stroke anyway, having a go at one wide of off stump.
Yeah, I think yahoo is the right word there, JD. It was there was no need for that, and he's lucky to get away with it, really.
Ball just taking its time to make its way back around the ring, but it's in the hands of Gilchrist once again. Can he add to those 2 wickets from earlier in the day? Not on this occasion, because Malan much more measured about how he plays this little push up to mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the 3 Yorkshire wickets to fall. We think they're basically batsman error, but you got to give Kent bowlers credit, because they kept things very, very tight. And when you do that, you can induce errors from batsmen, can't you?
Yeah, Malan 56 then, 124 for 3. As at 4 o'clock clicks over on the scoreboard clock, and Malan drops into the offside for another single. David Bates tweets, re Graham Orange's comments regarding third man absences. It's not a recent thing. I recall England versus the West Indies at Lords in 1991, when England leaked plenty of boundaries through third man on the first day of that test.
Yeah, he's right there. I'm actually going back a bit before 1991, actually. You know, I mean, when I was growing up, there was always a third man for a bowler of any sort of pace.
James Carman says this Harry Brook lad is absolute class. Future Yorkshire and England prolific batter and captain for sure. Hashtag 1Rose. Tom Joyner Union says, I've just watched that LBW shout on slow-mo on the stream, and as much as I hate to admit it, Malan is very lucky not to have been given. Struck on off stump, just on the knee roll, looked to be on the crease too. Can't see how it wasn't given. As we see Linda, 4 overs for 18, prepared to come in and bowl the first of this, his 5th, and he's just picked off by Malan for a single to the sweeper square on the leg side. Gary Gaffer Williams says, Doidgy, how is that Malan LBW not out? And Tom continues, by the way, with his tweet, Malan needs to make the most of that and get a big 100. He's been threatening but not quite delivered this season. And thanks for your kind comments. Read the comms, Tom. It's 126 for 3 as Linda comes around the wickets to the right-handed Harry Brook. And again, he exploits the fact that the sweeper is set back on the western side of the ground. That's Quinn. And pushes it beyond the point for a single. So plenty of questions then about the not out decision on David Malan. He'll take it. I'm sure he's had others where he felt he was not out and he's been given. Linda again, and
Yeah,
Milan pushes back to him.
I understand that argument, JD, but 2 wrongs don't make a right, do they?
They don't, and I know you umpires pride yourself on getting it right as often as you possibly can.
Yeah,
but you're only human.
Yeah,
I know,
absolutely, absolutely.
We struggle to believe that in your case, of course, but I think there is a theory that umpires are only human, as Linda's in, and that's pushed into the offside by Milan, and there's no run. Two left in the over. Linda just taking his time here. Coming in still over the wicket. Milan gets an inside contact on this out towards mid-wicket. Didn't intend to play it there. James Parker says, hi JD and company, haven't written for a while. Hope all well. Just a couple of questions. Why can't you make up overs on the last day? I suppose you've got to have a defined conclusion to it. Final day. Could be going on forever. Still might not get a satisfactory result. But in terms of the official reasoning behind it, not sure. But of course all the breaks are usually, well, they are taking it set in stone, aren't they, at 1 o'clock, 3:40 tea and lunch on the last day. It's none of this 32 over stuff, as we see a single, by the way, off the last ball of that over. And he also asks, what do you think about Will Frane's chances of red ball cricket this year? That's James Parker out in Madrid. Well, you've got to be concerned, I think you'd have to say, for Will. He's scored a lot of second team runs in recent times, numerous centuries, and he started the season well as well. He's travelled around with the team, certainly was down in Bristol a couple of weeks ago. As in comes Gilchrist, and Milan, soft hands playing that into the ground through the slip cordon down to the Howard stand end for 4.
Yes, strange sort of shot that, but it wasn't a chance at all. Of course, it's gone straight for 4. As you say, through the slip cordon. So he's 63 not out, Milan now. And one thing that's certainly happening now, JD, is the fact the outfield is very quick, isn't it, compared to say yesterday. So you know you're going to get rewards for your shots now.
Yeah, 132 for the loss of 3 wickets. Gilchrist just trying to sort out things maybe as far as the field's concerned, just having to think about maybe a different line, different angle of attack, maybe a different length. He's coming in round the wicket, very wide on the crease, and Milan in control of that, just runs it out to the sweeper on the offside for 1 more. 133 for 3, but in terms of Will Frane's opportunities, yeah, you wonder where the next one is going to come from. If he can't get a go with what he's put on the board in recent times, then you've got to wonder. George Hill has been given an extended run in the side during last season and into this one. Okay, he got 71 down at Northants last year, and he's now rewarded that extended run by getting his 150 last week. As we see a change of angle from Gilchrist, who goes over the wicket to Brook, and that's pushed back to him. James Wharton, of course, got to go in the opening fixture down at Bristol, his first-class debut. Yeah, you just wonder. You would also wonder, you know, what the players in their private moments think about this. They know these lads well. They know their records as well. As Gilchrist is in, and with an open face, Brook runs that out to point and picks up a single.
Yeah, in the pre-season match at Bradford Park Avenue, I was there, I was umpiring, and I thought James Wharton batted really well. I was very impressed with him, you know, up close and personal, as it were. He was, I thought he batted really well. So did George Hill.
So Milan 64, Brook 49. Partnership now Nelson 1-1-1. 134 for 3, and T, a reminder to be taken at 4:20. Gilchrist round the wicket, angling in towards the left-hander, and he hits it to a fielder there, David Milan, but there's just something languid and so easy to watch about that, because he times it really well but just doesn't find the gap. Edward Harlan says, Graham, don't forget Bradford Park Avenue. Just mentioned it. Went many years ago. All I can remember was Moxon and Metcalfe opened. That's something he referred to when I was out of the building sunning myself.
Yes, we mentioned the outgrounds both for Kent and Yorkshire. Yeah, we didn't actually mention Bradford Park Avenue, quite right. Although we just mentioned it now in terms of the Yorkshire first team squad. Right at the end of March had an inter-squad match there, 2-day match.
Driven out into the offside by Milan, last ball of the over, and fielded. So 44 overs bowled, still 42 overs remaining in the death. A lot of cricket still to be played. 134 for 3 with Milan 64 and Brook 49.
You're right, JD. Lots, still 42 overs to go, but you know, the weather being as it is, we might get them all in. We just might.
Email coming through saying 3-time Wimbledon champion Boris Becker has today received a prison sentence for 2 years and 6 months.
Anyway, it's Linda continuing to bowl now from the Howard stand-in to Harry Brook.
He's trying to flick that one backward of square on the leg side, gets in a little bit of a pickle with his feet. Lily says, hi Jonathan, Ben, Katie and Graham and the rest of your commentary squad. This is a very good partnership between David Milan and Harry Brook. Harry's in good form, dare I say it. As Linda is in, and that's flicked to leg by Brook, and there is no run. And Graham Colley says, Brook looking top class. How does he compare with Joe Root at a similar age? I remember that. At a similar age. Brook, she's on no run.
I saw Joe make his debut at 1 day this season. And his first match on team. And he ordered that actually. We use
Round kick for a single. The ripple of applause because it's the days of Harry Brook, 3 years into it. So that's another class 14. Name to go with 5 first toss. But a couple of doing balls. Even 6. That's Montos to first class from this Linda and Ben's Fort. Give him a right and rinder as he did make parents but not root on play. Great player he's become. And John Lush got the day but you want to just like somebody in 5 feet and while Harry Voss now it's nothing built. In there, and I think you'd let it is now that come up leap yes, it's already build the next one him. A little bit, you're not knowing what it, but here we go for 3. So I have to down barely Natalie. Wild kill. Maybe it's an opportunity to roll around about the used to think in. Just prime and block faster else time around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so you know, balls can be sorted, but so it's for now, isn't it?
Dane Brook into the leg side, sun continues to shine. The early, it's fun seeing it in the day. I believe the difference between what we're seeing in front of our eyes on this day by comparison 4 hours ago. I had a thick blanket of stuff overhead. Bad light, floodlights on, not plenty of good natural light. Short ball from Gilchrist, can't bowl there to Harry Brook. Cannot bowl there to Harry Brook, particularly when you've got nobody set out there to try and stop the ball, and he's just pinged that away square on the leg side 4.
Yeah, bad ball, short, and pulled with a lot of authority by Harry Brook for 4. You can't bowl there. That was just a poor delivery and put away as it should be by a class batsman.
So 54 to him. Partnership now worth 116. And it's 139 for 3. 3 points apiece, of course, in the match so far. Yorkshire still haven't got a batting point yet. They're still a fair way away from that. The 200 mark. 3 bowling points for them. 1 bowling point and 2 batting points for Kent, who are out there in the field at the moment. Gilchrist trying to field off his own bowling from a Harry Brook drive. Still to come for Yorkshire, Harry Duke next up, Don Bess, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, Stephen Patterson and Mr. Entertainment himself, I think, Harris Ralph. You'd quite like to see, you know, half a dozen overs of Harris.
Yes, you would.
Here's Gilchrist, and right over the top of that one, Harry Brook blocking it, the final ball of the over, 139 for 3.
Because class batsman, because even when a defence stroke is it's full of authority, JD, isn't it? You know, not just talking about fours or whatever. You know, his footwork in defensive strokes are very, very good, and you know, he puts the face of the bat to the bowler, and you know, it's very, very good to see. And he hasn't really any trouble at all during things of 54, 139 for 3. 46 overs, and it's George Linder, the South African, continuing to bowl from the Howard stand, the rugby stand end, and he's bowling to the left-handed Dawid Malan,
who waits, stands tall. Linder, with that bent front arm, he's in again, and Malan just pushing to the man at short extra cover, no run, still a slip in place. There's a short leg under the helmet. Man 45 degrees or so behind square on the leg side. Sweeper is out in front of square. And then there's a man at straight mid-wicket. Mid-on has been dropped a little bit deeper and will come into play here, but Malan hit it too well up to him. So didn't risk the single. There's a mid-off. As I mentioned, a shortish extra cover. Yawning gap through the covers. And then a man on the point boundary. Here comes Linder again past Steve O'Shaughnessy. And Malan opens the face, runs it into the offside. Kent trying to keep themselves going in the field. Bit of a dash in for the ball there, fired over the top to the keeper's gloves.
Yes, it could be a long afternoon now for, or rest of the afternoon for Kent. They're just hoping that one of these batsmen makes a mistake and get themselves out.
Here's Linder again. Malan in control, just soft hands, drops it into the pitch beside him. .64 then to Dawid Malan. In there at number 4 today when the score was 19 for 2 following that dismissal of George Hill. That was before lunch, so he's almost gone through the entire afternoon session here. Pushes that latest delivery back to Linder. 1 left in the over, 2 minutes until the scheduled tea break. Bit of gardening taking place by Harry Brook at the non-striking end. Linder has a couple of extra deep breaths before he runs into bowl. And Malan pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. Are they going to walk? They're not. And so we have 1 more over before the tea break, 139 for 3.
Yeah, just 1 more over before the 20-minute tea break. And Yorkshire are in control. They lost Adam Live off the first ball after the lunch break, but since then it's been all Yorkshire.
Ken says he feels really sorry for our Kent colleague, Ben Watts. Every cricket fan should have a visit to the SCG, also known as North Marine Road, on their bucket list. Usually the biggest crowds for any first-class match anywhere in England, a great carnival atmosphere, and the crowd always give the visiting team a warm welcome. Did you mention Bramall Lane among the outgrounds?
I don't think we did.
Update to do for BBC Tees in a moment, as we're going to have a little extension beyond the scheduled tea break because of this final over needing to be bowled. Gilchrist has just set a man back. Well, he's got 3 now, hasn't he? In the deep on the leg side, 1 in front of square and 2 behind square. And Harry Brook thinks, yeah, okay, if you're going to bowl it somewhere in the region of leg stump, I'll just flick it around the corner and pick up a single. So Yorkshire 140 for 3 here as we close in on the tea break. David Milan not out 64, Harry Brook not out on 55. It's a partnership so far worth 117 for this 4th wicket. Yorkshire lost 3 pretty quickly earlier in the day. Dimuth Kurunaratne, George Hill and Adam Lyth for 4, 8 and 7 respectively to fall to 23 for 3. We had an enforced break in play, unfortunately, due to a medical emergency with a spectator who, I'm pleased to say, was able to be taken away from the ground. Wish him all of the best, of course. And then we've been treated to Harry Brook and David Milan putting on this 119 unbroken partnership so far. They got to the 100 mark between them in 121 balls. Still 38 overs or so to go in the day's play, and a lot of cricket to be played, but in pretty good conditions at the moment. Yorkshire 142 for 3. How's that?
Very good.
So, Gilchrist round the wicket, 2 for 38 so far. Milan drops that into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, he's going through the motions now before the umpires call time and tea at the end of this over.
Bit of gardening from Harry Brook. And in comes Gilchrist once again. Well wide of off stump on this occasion. Can't have been too far away from Graham Lloyd flexing the the muscles and holding those arms out horizontally.
Have we had a wide in this match yet? Not that it really matters, but I don't think we have. I can't recall one.
Nope.
Anyway.
Here's Gilchrist once more. Very wide on the crease once again, and Milan, look how late he takes that. So late, in fact, that with only a slightly angled bat, he drops that behind himself into the slip cordon.
Yes.
And
But
that is playing it late.
Yes, but I think he's just to show how good this pitch is, JD. You know, he's able to do that and watch the ball right onto the bat. It's a good sign for Yorkshire, really, isn't it?
Yeah, 142 for 3. 2 left in the session. No hurry to get through him here, Kent, either. And Milan drives square on the offside. There's a despairing dive for that point. Quinn eventually sweeping up from the boundary edge. And Milan moves on to 65. That's the last he'll see of it, you would think, in this session. On to 143 for 3. And again, right hand, left hand combi. The right-hander on strike, so there's another change in the field.
Yeah,
Just get the feeling these last couple of overs, that's a little bit pedestrian.
Yeah, interesting.
Slowing things down a bit.
Interesting feel, isn't it? 2 behind square on the leg side.
Good delivery to finish the session off by Gilchrist, but solidly blocked by Harry Brook, who has played well, very well. 55 for him. David Milan 65. That partnership 120. And there are still 38 overs remaining in the day's play as they go off for tea at 4:24 in the afternoon, with Yorkshire on 143 for 3 in response to Kent's earlier 291 all out. From Graham, from myself, from Lev and from Ben. For the moment, we shall say goodbye and just let the players take a little breather. Back shortly.
because they're just looking top quality at the moment and unfazed by anything that Kent are throwing down. Far too many freebie balls that aren't challenging the stumps, and these two are both lovely to cut and pull away all day.
Hello again. This is what I was saying earlier about the tea breaks not long enough. Lunch is too long, but tea is too short, in my opinion.
It's nice that you extended your tea
Yeah,
break
you
then
know.
and just went for a little wander.
Just went to the loo and then came back and they were already out there, but there we go. Apologies, everyone.
Not time to even drink a cup of tea in that tea break.
As for the players, they almost seem to, the umpires take note of the time when they stop. Then obviously by the time it takes them to walk off and go back on again, they probably only sit down for about 10 minutes by the time they've got back up to the changing room and whatnot.
Yeah, you see a few of them loitering down by pitch side because they think it's obviously not worth the effort to head back up. I think I'd always take the opportunity to go and have a seat if I had to stand in the field all day.
That's a very valid point. Matt Milnes from the Kirkstall lane end then, in the sunshine, around the wicket to the left-handed Milan. Hits him fairly high on the back thigh pad, I think, possibly. There's a little bit of noise from behind the stumps, but wouldn't necessarily call it an appeal. 68 not out Milan, and it felt like after he survived that Quinn LBW decision and got that little bit of fortune, it looked like he almost kicked into another gear, and some of the shots he were playing square of the wicket really were so classy. Turns this way into the onside. Bell Drummond does the fielding, dot ball.
Yeah, almost looking a little bit laboured and slow this morning. He was finding the outside edge, or he wasn't quite timing things properly, and then ever since that decision, which I think he even thought in himself he must have been close, went for a little wander. He's just been brutal in his hitting. He's just stood and delivered and just smashed away boundary after boundary.
Whereas Brook almost just slowed up going in towards his 50 and crawled over the line to get to another half century this season, and against Kent as well. This is on the leg stump and flicked away down towards fine leg by Milan. That delivery from Matt Milnes. 147 for 3 then. Yorkshire trailing by 144 runs. Kent in desperate need of a breakthrough.
Yeah, we've seen in the opening 3 games of the season what these two can do. They both passed 50 with these quite a few times, and I think they'll both be looking to kick on and convert into those hundreds. I think it's an important partnership for Yorkshire. You could believe that we've got quite an extended tail in that Dukey's in next, and then Bess and Thompson you're into the bowlers, but these two are really key, and as long as they're looking as fluent as they are now, this could be a devastating partnership.
Yeah, perhaps those guys to come, as you mentioned, maybe placed too high in the order, but Bess and even Thompson are very good batters as Milnes bowls, and it's off the back foot out towards the cover point boundary, but there is a fielder posted out there who will do the fielding. Brook comes back for a comfortable 2.
Lovely back foot punch there. Seems to have all the time in the world just waiting for that one.
Yesterday at this point, or at least when the ball was this old, Yorkshire, I guess, had the benefit of the fact that the conditions were overcast and the floodlights were on. They seemed to get more out of the older ball. They still managed to take wickets. Very different scenes here today, as this one's defended by Brook. Milnes full and straight with just the odd puffy white cloud overhead, but blue skies and sunny, and the pitch having been baked all day in the sunshine. Certainly not the helping hand from the local weather conditions.
Yeah, and those late wickets in the end of yesterday's play obviously proved to be so key. It helped Yorkshire then really kick on into the tail this morning and turn it around and bat long like we said they needed to today.
Yeah, very much so. Kent left to rue those late wickets. This one's turned away into the onside, and Bell Drummond will go and do the fielding. He might have felt that he and Ollie Robinson could have been there this morning. Kent might have been able to add a few more runs to the board. 150 up for Yorkshire now. And just a demonstration of balls per 50, the first coming up in 167. It's just up on the screen at the moment. 49 for the second and then 85 for the third. So Kent have managed to slow things down a little bit from when this score was being pushed on from 50 to 100 by these two.
Yeah, Linda's found his lines a bit more than in his first couple of overs. It looked like he was chucking down a few looseners that just gave Brook and Milan both their arms to try and score a bit more free. And he seems to just be pulling it in now and doing that job that you want from your spinner.
Obviously that very slow start from Yorkshire with all those maidens up top. Here's Linda again and defended by Brook.
Yeah, it does seem quite a time ago now that we were watching maiden after maiden coming down and Lythe really battling early on. It's been much more batsman's game this afternoon.
Linda continuing. An attempted sweep shot from Brook. Not convinced he got any bat on that. As Compton, I think it is, going to do the fielding. No, in fact,
No.
it's Crawley, sorry. It's leg buys then. A couple added. 152 for 3. So Crawley's at slip. Kent have got a point. Sweeper on the offside. Short cover. And an extra cover mid-on, mid-off, a quite deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg as well for Linda. He bowls and Brook comes down the pitch and slaps him back over his head for 6 runs. Reminiscent of what Linda did to Dom Bess yesterday, in fact, just using his feet to get down the pitch and then popping the spinner back down the ground. I said mid-on and mid-off were deep, but they'd have to be sitting in row F perhaps to take a catch for that one.
Yeah, that looked effortless, and it just shows you there's not much in this pitch for the spinner that you can trust the line and come down the track comfortably.
So Linda once again. Off the back foot, Brook punches up towards that mid-wicket fielder. That's that slightly, as Graham pointed out earlier on, Katie, quite a peculiar action in that now he has the ball, he's very, front on, and then as he gets into his action, gets very side on, but kind of the way he tucks in that ball as Brook cuts away out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single.
Yeah, tucks in that front arm like a bird wing is what I keep thinking of, and we used to have a bowler at Yorkshire that was the same. There was a left arm spinner and had almost no front arm, and it looks quite peculiar, and I think that can actually work in their favour for the first few times you're facing them, because you're so put off by the action that you're not necessarily watching what it's doing.
It's almost like he could put that arm through a shield, couldn't he, and hold it up and have his shield in one hand and launch a javelin or something with the left hand as it comes over. It's flicked around the corner by Milan, beats the dive of the fielder on the 45, but the deep square leg will come around, so it still will only be a couple of runs. But like you say, Linda finding himself just a little bit frustrated in his attempts to try and becalm this partnership, as Brook now has 67 and Milan moves to 71. 161 for 3 here, Yorkshire, and dining out in this afternoon sunshine here in Leeds.
Yeah, they're not always the kindest surfaces to spinners at Headingley. And it looks like we're kicking off the season in a similar manner. It can be frustrating. You've just got to try and trust yourself and your processes that you can just put it on the spot, ball after ball, and not get frustrated and hope that you can frustrate the batters, because anything either side is just probably going to race away.
I was just going to have a little look at who Kent have utilised the most so far. I guess it is fairly even. I'm slightly surprised that perhaps we haven't seen a little bit more Grant Stewart after bowling those opening 6 overs for absolutely no runs at all. His next 4 went for 21 and we haven't seen him since. Milne's about to bowl his 13th over. Gilchrist 2 for 39 has bowled 11 and then 9 each, as this one's a bouncer. And Brook thought about maybe trying to pop it over the keeper, but it was quite high, so almost opted against that at the last moment. Quinn and Linda have both bowled 9 so far, so the economy rates rather are almost starting to right themselves, having at one stage Yorkshire been going along at just over 1, they're now at going just over 3 and over. Most of the bowlers' economy rates reflecting that. As Matt Milnes runs in and bowls on the stumps. Brooke turning it into mid-wicket. And Beau Drummond doing the fielding this time. I had a tweet or an email earlier on, which I never read out at the end, but it was about Graham talking about outgrounds from John Logan. I've found it, I'll get to it in a moment. The umpire is just chatting to Milnes about a particular patch of turf when he's running in. I think an indication is being made to one of the ground staff to bring out that heavy.
I was going to say, what do we call that
Well,
implement? I was going hammer, but then it's not a hammer.
I know exactly what utensil he means. It's basically like they have this big slab on the end of a long pole and they just basically slam the ground. And that was kind of the action that the umpire was making, as if to say, bring that one out. Milnes bowls and it's turned away out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Beau Drummond does hit a lump hammer, is that what it's called? There you go. Well, you were right on the hammer front, Katie.
We were close between us. Slab hammer, we were nearly
Slab
there.
hammer, yeah. There's an alternative nickname for it.
I was thinking at first he was signalling for sawdust, and I thought, surely we've not seen any rain yet to require that, but must be just breaking up the ground a bit, and it's only day 2.
Yeah, it's in a particular area of the run-up that is affecting Milnes. There he comes. Short ball. Oh, Brooke trying to thinking about that shot again to just try and gently run it over the slip cordon almost, and playing and missing as it goes through to Robinson.
Yeah, I just don't think there's enough pace in it for that shot. The ball almost didn't make it to the keeper there on its way back down, and I think that's reminiscent of Harry and his one day game where he does play that shot quite often and can play 360, but maybe just put it back in the locker at the moment in April in the county champs.
Milnes bowls to him, back he goes and plays defensively. This time back to the bowler. Milnes has got one more delivery left. I've got an update in a minute, but just to get to this email from John Logan, he says, as a Yorkshire supporter but also a horse racing fan, on a racing week when visiting Folkestone and Brighton races, I decided to take in a day's play for a county championship match at Tunbridge Wells. It was the South East derby between Kent and Sussex. I must admit I can't remember much about the game apart from Rob Key was playing for Kent. Very pleasant outground. As Milnes is at the top of his mark once more. And for the final time in this over, he bowls to Brooke, who turns this into the onside as Milnes falls onto his knees and is scrabbling in the dirt, Mark Wood style. After the delivery, Brooke gets a single out to deep square leg. 162 for 3. He says, I also used to watch Yorkshire at Abbeydale Park when the Tykes played 2 county championship matches there per season. One match stands out where Yorkshire played Middlesex. The visitors had Gatting, Tufnell, Downton, Cowans, Edmonds, etc. playing for them. Thanks for getting in touch, John. And I think Jonathan Doidge is just going to briefly drop in while I go and do an update.
Looks like we've just brought out the lump hammer, as I'm being told it's called, to sort out the run-up. It seemed to be causing some trouble there and disrupting his rhythm.
Yeah, he did put in a bit of a sidestep during that run-up. I noticed it. I haven't seen it in previous run-ups when I've been on commentary, so maybe it was something that he's been trying to avoid in just in the recent moment or two. But yeah, the lump hammer is out. I think we've got a double change in the box, have we? Or have we not? We have. Lev's just going to take a breather. Go do some more exercises and no doubt top up things on the nutrition front. She's embarrassing us, isn't it, with this diet she's got on them. You know, we think that we're athletes, but dear me.
I thought you were talking about me.
The stuff that you've been eating today. And yeah, fearing for my gut too. As Linda is in, and that's pushed back to him by Harry Brooke, who's on 68. 162 for 3. Yorkshire 129 runs still behind the 291 that Kent put up in their first innings.
Yeah, but they're getting there.
Linda again. No major appreciable turn, I don't think we've seen from him. And Harry Brook just steps into that and pushes up to long on. Now there's no run.
Yep. It's an attritional day now for the Kent bowlers.
Bit of the white fluffy stuff overhead, but largely blue skies, as has been the case throughout day 2. And still plenty of it to come. 33 overs and 3 balls now, because Milan has just lonked his foot down and pushed back to Linda with this latest delivery.
Well, you got to say that's at least 2 hours. So we're talking about 7 o'clock.
Yeah, straight from here across to the Rhinos match.
Yeah.
Happy days. Milan 71 and standing at the crease and pushing into the onside this time.
Yeah, Rhinos playing Hull K, aren't they?
Not sure how much entertainment value there's been in the Rhinos' performances so far this year, unless you're an opposition fan. Linda into Milan, who steps down the wicket, gets an edge on this, ends up taking one hand off the bat, and it runs away down towards third man. They pick up 2.
Yeah, it's a bit streaky from Milan. Linda induced a false stroke there, but there's no chance.
73 then Milan, 165 for 3. Linda again, and this time more circumspect. Milan just leans forward and pushes into the onside. End of the over. 53 now bowled in this Yorkshire first innings, 165 for 3. Bit of movement in the crowd away to our left. Nobody on the right hand side, with a couple of photographers. We had a bit of warm-up action or fitness test action going on just over the boundary rope, but that's all come to an end. There's a bit of equipment down the bottom. Big large yellow drinks cooler actually, which Lev might pop down and bring us a couple of cans back from. Not for her, obviously.
No.
She wouldn't want to do that.
No. Yeah, I think that's some hope, really, JD. Meanwhile, Harry Brook is on strike.
He is to Matt Milnes. 8 bowling to 88. Hopefully Milnes is not going to struggle with that impediment in his run-up. And no sidestep this time, straight through it. And through the crease as well. Lengthy follow through towards Harry Brook, who played it out onto the onside.
Yes, this pitch has flattened out to be very good. Because at one stage today, we'd lost 7 wickets for 44 runs. It's quite amazing, really.
Yeah, now a partnership of 142. These two not yet fully cashed in, have they? Because they'll both want to convert this into 3-figure scores. Still a little way off that yet as Harry Brook works this next delivery in front of square on the leg side. Takes him into the 70s. And 166 for 3. Milnes still got 4 left in the over. And a word from Graham, and Ben will be back with you.
Yes, these two, Milan and Brook, are batting very well. And from 23 for 3 to 166 for 3. And they're looking very, very classy indeed, aren't they, Ben?
Almost a little bit too much so, Graham. I thought Milan was going to run past one there just to try and make the game a bit interesting, you know, try and even things up a bit.
I thought he was as well.
Here comes Milnes around the wicket. Full delivery, which he drives into the covers. Kent in desperate need of a breakthrough, really, because otherwise they're in danger of, well, history repeating itself. Well, pretty much all the games they've had so far this season repeating themselves when they've failed to stop a team reaching 500. If this partnership continues and with some of the batting that Yorkshire have got, Kent are going to have to work hard to prevent another situation like that. That's what Kent fans will be fearing, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Linda, do they have any more spinners? I know that Jack Leaning can bowl spin, can't
Yeah,
he?
he can, yeah. Kent have used leaning quite a bit certainly in one-day cricket, as this one's driven square of the wicket by David Malan, and that is utterly glorious. It's not even especially wide, that, from Matt Milnes, but just the way that he manipulates the ball, just slightly opening the wrists on that drive, is absolutely exquisite. He moves to 77, 170 for 3.
Yeah, it was off the front foot, but he seemed to wait for it, didn't he? It was lovely timing. Hit on the offside square of the wicket. And another 4 for Milan, 77, as you rightly say, and 170 for 3.
Yeah, and showing that if England have almost dismissed him and put him to one side as a red ball player, then they'd be wrong to do so. The way he's performing at the moment this season and in this innings. As Milnes comes wide on the crease, short ball, swivel pull stroke down towards the long leg fielder for a single. Moves on to 78. Brook is up the other end on 68, 171 for 3, so trailing by just 120 runs now.
Yes, and closing in on a little way to go, closing in on the 200, so that there'll be another bonus point for Yorkshire.
Listening to BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio Kent. Jonathan Doidge, Casey Levick here with myself, Ben Watts, and Graham Orange alongside me as Milnes comes in again. Short ball, hooked around the corner by Brook. This is cut off quite well by Quinn out in the deep. Saves his team a couple of runs. Good running between the wickets, and that is 150, the partnership now between these two. Coming up on from just 198 balls, 70 provided by Brook and 76 from Malan. Pretty similar strike rates in there as well.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding there on the boundary, actually, to be fair. I thought at first it was going to go for 4, but restricted to 2 runs there. But again, it was a short ball and just pulled round. And there's the South African Test player, George Linder, left arm spinner, left arm over, bowling to the left-handed Dawid Malan from the Howard stand end, the rugby stand end.
He's got a short leg and a slip. Deep point, cover middle, mid-off, mid-wicket. Man on the 45 in a deep square, who will do the fielding here as Malan works into the leg side for a single to move on to 79. Go through some of the scores elsewhere. With Warwickshire 127 for 7 in reply to Somerset's 458 all out. They've struggled so far this season, Somerset, but as pointed out earlier on, Warwickshire, the defending champs, and struggling in that game. As the field just resets for the right-hander. Linder around the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Brook. Turned away into the onside by one right-handed batsman. I think whoever that fielder was, they've almost accidentally trodden on the ball there. Limping away.
Yeah, just turned on the leg side for 1.
Essex are
Brook.
currently struggling at Chelmsford against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire made 390. Essex are 59 for 5 in reply.
My word, they are struggling on the home patch.
Very un-Essex-like at Chelmsford. Cook out for just 6. Critchley and Walter out cheaply. There's... oh, in comes Linder, inside edge from Malan, down towards the short fine leg, so no run. Gloucestershire 36 without loss after Surrey were 603 all out, with Jamie Smith scoring 234 not out. Jordan Clark made 137 from number 9 in the order. As Linder bowls, leg side-ish. As Robinson, good footwork from him, whips off the bails, but no real appeal for a stumping.
Yeah, good piece of work by the keeper there.
Pretty much parity, Hampshire and Lancashire at Southampton. 246 for the hosts, all out first innings. Lancashire 240 all outs their first innings. Hampshire 32 for 2 in reply. James Anderson and Hassan Ali have struck early on as this one's driven through the covers by David Malan. No fielder there, and that'll be 4 runs to take him now on to 83.
Yeah.
179 for 3.
That was a majestic stroke by Milan, driving through the covers.
Just almost stood up tall and big, strong forearm punched it away for a boundary. Here he comes, Linda again to Milan. Again, looks to play through the covers, but just into out, square out towards the deep point fielder. And of another over, 180 for 3, Yorkshire, with Milan 84 and Brooks 71.
Yeah, 2 well-set batsmen here. And just 20 more runs needed for Yorkshire to gain another bonus point.
Into Division 2, and Worcestershire still hanging on in there thanks to 68 from Ed Barnard, but they now have a lead of 53 runs against Nottinghamshire. 160 for 5 in their second innings. Glamorgan going well, 157 for 2. David Lloyd made 84. Labuschagne and North East currently at the crease against Derbyshire. Grant Stewart, I talked about how he'd only bowled 10 overs, having bowled 6 maidens to start. Maybe had been a bit underused by Kent, so he's going to come back on in a minute. Chiteshwar Pujara's gone to 122 not out now for Sussex. Clark making 50 not out before he was dismissed, but Pujara and Rizwan currently at the crease. That will be a bit of fun to watch. Middlesex, 370 all out at Lords, but with a healthy lead over Leicestershire, who are 2 without loss in reply. So Grant Stewart changing ends and coming on from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, bowling 2 leg side there and being clipped away down towards the boundary rope, but really good fielding in the deep. Fortunately for Kent, it's the very mobile Tawanda Mayeye on his 12th man down there, otherwise I think it might have gone for 4.
Yeah, some good feeling there on the boundary. Restricted the batsman to just the 2. You only get 1 there. I think they only got 1, didn't
Yeah,
they?
they've only got 1
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that Milan thought, that Milan almost thought it was going for 4, and then Stewart bowling, this is defended by Brooke, didn't realise that it was the 12th man, and he's probably never seen Mayeye play necessarily and didn't realise what a gun fielder he is, so...
Well, in that case, the running wasn't great then, was it?
No, he's left to run out there, certainly.
Yeah.
And Brooke back on strike, up against Grant Stewart. I'll be vacating in a short moment because JD has got a bunch of incoming updates.
Okay.
Stewart past the umpire to bowl. Oh, Brooke, that was an exquisite cover drive. Unfurling it away. Extension of the arms out towards where a lot of the spectators are basking in the sunshine. And the home ones, at least, are going to be absolutely loving this partnership between these 2 batters. Yorkshire now trail by just 106 runs, 185 for 3, Brooke to 75.
That was a glorious cover drive, wasn't it?
Really was. Run rate's increased to 3.3. But bearing in mind, as this is turned away and straight at mid-wicket, that was just over 1 in the early stages of the innings. Just shows how much these 2 have upped the ante.
Yes, but Stewart was bowling from the other end at the start, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure why. He bowled pretty well.
For whatever reason, Linda seems to be preferring
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it?
the far end,
Yeah.
and then Kenter at the moment rotating the seamers around the spinner as Stewart bowls. And it's just played off the back foot. That looked like maybe a cutter, a slower ball. Rolled his fingers across it, and as a result, there was no timing for Brooke. I think we're just going to squeeze in the final ball of this over before Jonathan Doidge does an update for BBC Tees. taking a little while to get back to Grant Stewart.
Yeah, it's heavy toil now, isn't it, for the Kent bowlers?
Here he comes. Well, it was a short ball. Is that a glove through to the keeper? There's half an appeal. Looks like Brook has missed it. No decision from the umpire in the favour of the fielding team. So end of the over, Yorkshire 185 for 3 here live on the BBC.
Yes, and that was a short ball that Harry Brook attempted to pull and missed it, and there was a half-hearted appeal from the keeper and the slips, but the umpire was unmoved there. So he remains on 75. His colleague at the crease, Dawid Malan, is on 85. He'll be facing now. He'll be facing Linda, the left-arm spinner, from the Howard stand end.
I'm just going to do a quick update for BBC Tees, something along these lines. Yorkshire going well since the delayed tea interval, are now into the 180s with Milan in the 80s himself and Harry Brook in the 70s, a partnership that has already passed the 150 run mark. Still around about 30 overs to go in a lengthy day's play with the Headingley sun shining. There were 23 for 3 at one stage, Yorkshire, in response to Kent's earlier 291 all out. A reminder, Harris Ralph took 5 wickets during the Kent first innings, but Yorkshire, well, they're piling on the runs now after getting out of trouble earlier in the afternoon in the 180s for the loss of 3 wickets. So they are specifically 186 for 3. And Harry Brook has just received a delivery from Linda that he has treated with utter disdain and just smashed it away square on the leg side. Steve O'Shaughnessy can't decide whether that went all the way or not, and it did carry the boundary. Dear me, that must be one of the flattest sixes you'll ever see. It barely got off the ground.
That was just a brutal hit.
But it was signalled by the Kent fielder at deep backward square as having carried the boundary. Brook stepping away to leg this time and pushing it to short, extra cover. Delightful stroke. He's into the 80s.
Much better line from Linda there. He needs to get it a lot fuller. Anything short here seems to just be sticking in the pitch and sitting up nicely for these two to just really capitalise on.
92 for 3. Linda to Brook, who's cut this aerially. Now then, that was only just short of the man situated at just backward of point. He's got away with one this time, Harry Brook. Must have only been a couple of yards short of landing in his hands, but I think maybe when you've played some of the shots he has, loath to say this to a professional, but maybe he deserved a bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, as a fellow professional batter, you'd like to get those in your innings.
I can only imagine what you'd have been saying if you'd delivered that ball. As Milan pushes back to this bowler, Linda. And there's no run. One left in the over, and then we'll get your thoughts on the World Cup final. The World Cup as a tournament, actually, for the England women. Kept our eyes closely on that one. Looked like it was going to be kind of their moment, didn't it? Having had that stuttering start as Milan pushes into the offside. Final ball of the over at 193 for 3. So close but no cigar in those first 3 matches, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then suddenly this rich vein of form.
Essentially went into a knockout stage very early on and couldn't afford to lose any of the games going forward in order to qualify. And you didn't actually put your money on them doing that. The way they performed in the first 3 games, it did look like maybe it's a team that's just a bit jaded and despondent and in need of a bit of a refresh. But then when the backs were against the wall, they came to the good and they put in a great power through to the final. And you wondered if, especially in tournament cricket, if the momentum was going to just carry them through into that final game as well. But Australia is such a powerhouse and they've just been the team to beat for so many years now, and they don't look like relenting anytime soon.
Yeah, great knock in the final as well. You're not going to see many better knocks than that on a losing side.
Yeah, Nat Siver did so well, and I mean Alyssa Healy as well, who will be joining us for the Superchargers, was just brutal in their first innings. And to end up player of the tournament really showed what class she had, considering she didn't really get any scores for the first 5 games. And I think she scored about 300 runs in 2 games, and just that big game player that you want on your team. And it was just unfortunate that Siver put in such a knock in vain in the final, but equally I think it just shows how strong the women's game is at the moment, that the score England ended up on would have won, I think it was the last 6 or at least World Cup finals. So it was a great competition for the spectator.
Seen a single to Harry Brook, and it's David Milan then back on strike facing Stewart, coming in and round the wicket, up there to drive, and invitation accepted by Milan, but no further than mid-off. Milan 86 off 117 balls in 171 minutes out there, 12 fours. Harry Brook 2 sixes and 10 fours in his 82, and he's faced just 4 balls fewer and been out there for 13 minutes fewer. First time today really the clouds have just obstructed the sun. Still a very pleasant evening session here. As Stewart comes in again past umpire Lloyd. Once more, Milan taking it so late. Very compact, that forward defence. Seems a long time now. It is a long time now since the most recent wicket to have fallen in the match. Adam Lyth was dismissed first ball of the afternoon session. That was at, I made it 1:51 p.m. And the first ball of the 22nd over. So these two together for 36 overs or so for that 170 partnership. The runs have come relatively freely as Stewart in again, and Milan just pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. Fancy at this stage? Lev, come and bowl us a spell at which end are you having?
Well, it seems to be all having trouble at this end with the run-ups, and if mine's just in that danger zone, I reckon at the new stand end. But I'll take any end. I'm always willing to bowl any end. Just let me have a bowl. Coach's
dream, you, Lev. Coach's dream.
I mean, keep saying that in front of Danny Hazel, please.
We'll get Danny up in the box, and you can sit at the back, and we'll just tell her what a great player you are.
Yeah,
you told us what a great player you are.
And then next time I'll make sure you all get a flapjack rather than the birdseed.
Oh, well, you're definitely on. Danny, you're invited. Another dot ball, Milan turning that into the leg side. Just a plain will do for me. I'm
also an athlete, yeah, I know.
What can I say? It's just padding. Stewart in. Oh, beautiful shot. That is a super shot by David Milan. Stand and deliver. He just waited for that to come to him wide of off stump and merely punched it. Timing was exquisite. And out into the western side of the ground for 4. Takes him to 90. And the total to 198 for 3 at the end of that 58th over.
That was just glorious to watch, you know. Showed the stickers of the bat, and he didn't want to run for it, and I think on normal international pitches he wouldn't be running for that, but just the early season outfield made him have to just scamper through for it just to make sure he got one at least. But that was always going for 4, and it was just lovely to watch. The Yorkshire faithful, I'm sure, will be happy to have been sitting and watching that all afternoon.
Yeah, he's one of those where you'd want to just stand and admire. Just a couple of little strides down, do a bit of gardening, and enjoy the umpire's signal as the ball disappears over the rope. 198 for 3 then, 2 points shy of the first batting point of the match for Yorkshire. Linda round the wicket, and it's full enough, and Brook flicks it to leg, but no run on this occasion. Still feels like a long way. Well, it is still 22 overs away from an opportunity for a second new ball for Kent, and in good conditions, and with 28 overs remaining in the day, and these two well set, it feels like a long long next couple of hours for them, as this next delivery was turned once again into straight mid-wicket. No run. Linder taking care to get things lined up in his mind as much as anything before he comes in and bowls this to Brook, who steps back and cuts. And again, very nicely placed indeed, the sweeper brought into play. And they're back for 2, and that is 200. And the applause from, I'm sure, some relieved, first and foremost, Yorkshire's bowlers, from 23 for 3 to 200 for 3 first batting point.
Yeah, what a difference the afternoon session really made. These two have just looked at complete ease and comfort and just taken us to that 200 mark with no real chances.
So Brook retaining the strike and playing a similar shot, but this time not quite as square, straight to backward point, no run.
Just shows how much form Brook is in at the moment. It's a good line of length from Linder, and he's somehow still managing to get that cut in and get his hands through it, and it's he's been unfortunate to be milked around in that point region.
Here comes Linder again. Brook with respect, pushing forward. Couple left in this over. Yorkshire now with 4 points in the match to Kent's 3. But winning points is what both sides will still have in mind here. And certainly possible that either side could win the match. Yorkshire are at 90 behind Kent at the moment, with 7 first innings wickets standing after Harry Brook just pushed a single up to mid-on. So 86 to him, 90 to Milan, 201 for 3. What's the way of things now, Lev, from Kent's point of view here? As I say, they're still a long way away from a second new ball. 2 batsmen well set, good conditions. How do they approach this from a tactical perspective?
I think you just got to stick to your plans here at this stage. It can be so easy to get frustrated and to let your standards just slip, but if you can just keep nagging away at the right line and lengths, and I think it's just when they've been always constantly, there's been a gimme ball in every over at least, where they've been able to get that boundary and ease the pressure straight away. I think it's just sticking to your plans and what you've been doing all winter and making sure you can try and build some sort of pressure and make it not look so easy. But equally, these two are just 2 absolutely top quality batters, and they're just showing their class here, and they're making scoring opportunities out of good balls.
2 players who are just a pleasure to watch when they're playing well, and they have been this afternoon. Both a pleasure and playing well. Stewart in and Brook working that out to square on the leg side. Going to have an update for BBC Humberside in a couple of minutes' time.
I think your only fear as a Yorkshire fan watching this at the moment is how well they are batting. Will we get to see it for much more this season? You wouldn't be surprised at all if one or both got a call up, because they're just making it look incredibly easy in these conditions, and both just looking to be in great form. It's a double-edged sword of wanting them to score the runs, but then knowing that there's a good chance they'll get taken away from you if they do.
Slight change in the field here as Stewart moves his man at 3rd man quite a bit squarer, probably only 10-15 metres backward of point, out on the boundary edge. Just one slip and a gully now, as Kent beginning to feel more defensive about the field setting, and Stewart in, and Milan just drops his bat on that and runs it out into the offside once again. Concentration's been good between this partnership, hasn't it? 179 they've put on together.
They seem to be batting so well together this year, and you wonder how much time they've actually spent together when one or both are usually off in some sort of franchise or international duties. But they just seem to look like they've been doing this for years.
Yeah, Stewart in, and Milan, lovely straight drive this time. Maybe the bowler got a bit of a hand on it because it didn't go as quickly as it felt like it might do off the bat of Milan. He's got through for a single.
It looked like that was going to race back past the bowler there. The way that he made a lovely connection and he stood and watched it go, he must have also thought the same. But it's just looking lovely from these two, and it's a joy to watch.
Stewart then, still searching for the first wicket. Gone for 33. Halfway through his 13th over. Stewart then turns at the end of his run at this Kirkstall Lane end and leaves our commentary position behind, goes short, bangs that in. That's a super shot by Harry Brook. There are two men set back. He knew exactly where they were, and he's split the gap between them, bisecting the field.
That was an absolute textbook pull. He was never in danger, controlled it all the way down, and both fielders, I think, just looked at each other like, who's fetching that, rather than have we got any chance of getting to that.
So 91 apiece for this pair. 184 is the partnership. 207 for 3. I'll just put that for a sec, because I think I could be next into bat, and indeed I am. Here's a Humberside update. Yeah, been a good afternoon for Yorkshire. 207 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Harry Brook and David Milan both going extremely well at the moment. 91 for Milan, 92 for Brook, a partnership worth 185 for this 4th wicket. They were at one stage 23 for 3, but they've just got their first batting point, and they're trying to set the game up here. 208 for 3 Yorkshire. Thanks, Lev.
You are welcome. I feel like I really participated in that. We're a good partnership.
Well, it's just one of those techie things, isn't it, where Stewart bowls round the wicket to Milan. I've got a little earpiece in, so I can hear what's going on. You can, and at the very moment that they hand to me, I don't know, you might have...
It's alright, I do silence very well. I feel like if I can contribute anything to this comms, it's silence.
I mean, if you'd have burped again, that would have been the 6th time today, but it just might have been right at the wrong moment, you see.
Could have also punctuated a sentence very well there, I think.
He could have used the word, what was it again?
Proponent.
Proponent, yeah.
Word of the day. It wasn't the Wordle today, I don't know where it came from.
So 208 for 3. Milan 91, Brook 92. Partnership of 185 and 60 overs bowled in the day. Still 26 remaining. A lot of cricket to be played. They're going to have a second blast, you think, unless some darkness descends. They're going to have a second blast with another new ball before the end of the day, Ken. And I suppose at this stage, although still 20 overs away from that, there's going to be a fair few hopes pinned on picking up a few wickets with it.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to stick with it. You've got to see what Yorkshire did yesterday. And although it looked like Bell Drummond and Cox were set in, and then Robinson, you know, you've got to just stick to it and try and find that wicket from somewhere. I hope you get a bit of luck. You know, these two, if anything, at the moment, with how easy they're batting, you're hoping that one of them might get a bit complacent and play a uncharacteristic shot for them. But you've just got to stick at it and get through to that new ball, and you never know what can happen then.
So Nathan Gilchrist coming back into the attack. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 39. He's coming back on at the Howard stand end of the ground. Pleased to say that the sun is back very much in evidence. And in comes Gilchrist then over the wicket to Brook, who works that wide of the man who's in on the 1 at mid-wicket. It's not quite going to have the legs, despite running over the practice wickets there to make it to the boundary, but 2 more to Brook.
Yeah, just tucked away nicely there. Probably not just finding his line that he'd want there, Gilchrist. And to these two, anything that's not in danger of the wickets, they're just going to tuck away all day.
Harry Brook then twiddles bat in hand. He's on 94. Can he bring about a second first-class century of the campaign? He's on the back foot, punches into the covers on this occasion. DBD, Daniel Bell Drummond does the fielding. No run. Doesn't look like a batsman who's in the 90s, does he? Katie's having a wander up the pitch, bit of gardening. Looks very composed at this stage.
Yeah, compared to when he was edging towards his 50, he looked to go a little bit tentative at that stage. He just looks like full of confidence at the moment.
So 210 for 3. Solidly behind it, Harry Brook, who this season so far, just as a reminder, has scored 101 in the first innings of the season against Gloucestershire at Bristol, And then an unbeaten 56 as Yorkshire knocked the runs off to win. 84 in the first innings at Northampton last week and 77 not out second time around. And here he is on 94, facing Gilchrist, who's in. It's wide of off stump. Now then, he hasn't played many false strokes during this knock, Harry Brook, but he did get slightly underneath that one. He was trying to run away square on the offside. Not too far from a top edge.
Just a little bit too close to cut there like he wanted, having flashbacks to how he was playing Linda just through that region, but maybe just came back into him a little bit and just a little bit too close. I don't think we'll be seeing him try that again.
Gilchrist trying to add to those 2 early wickets he took, but not from this delivery, which Brook is latching onto and flicking into the leg side, fielded at short mid-wicket. Nearly 3 hours of batting for Harry Brook and just over 3 hours of batting for David Milan. And those 3 hours or so of cricket have changed the complexion of this partnership, now worth 187. Brook back foot cuts. There's a man set at deep backward point now, so they're going to keep him to 1. It's going to drag out this run through the 90s, but Harry Brook now on to 95, 211 for 3.
Yeah, both still looking completely at ease there. That was the shot that was the ball that Brookie wanted earlier on when he just tried to cut it a bit too close to his body, but he's been so strong through that region today, but his wagon wheel reflects it, and he scored a lot of runs through that area, and it is a strength of his. He'll just be thinking now, maybe he's having a little in check with himself that he is on 95 and don't throw it away at this stage with a little complacent shot.
So Grant Stewart going to continue. He's at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and it's Harry Brook who's on strike still. Stewart just making him wait. There's a deep backward point. Deep backward square, long leg, 1 slip and a gully. Otherwise a ring field converging in on Brook as Stewart is in and bowls, and Harry Brook on the front foot pushing square on the offside for 1 more. 96 to him, 212 for 3. Got to make the most of these times, hasn't he, Harry Brook? There are going to be moments in his career where there's a drought. Nobody quite knows what's going on, least of all him. Can't quite put his finger on it, but this is what happens in sport. And at the moment, scoring runs for fun. 124 his highest score. Went a little joke with George Hill last week, whose first century turned into a higher individual score than any of Harry's. As Stewart is in, and Milan just chops that down near his feet.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one with Harry. Certainly watched him throughout the winter, like you said earlier on. He had a great 100 competition, and then that put him into the Big Bash contention, and sort of blobbed in the Big Bash and didn't do as well as he wanted to, but got that call up to England, didn't necessarily play, so was spending a lot of time sort of carrying drinks, and you wonder at that age, is it going to knock your confidence coming back into this? But he's just absolutely hit the ground running and flourishing in this purple patch.
Stewart into Milan, who drives square on the offside. Not quite going to have the legs, would have made the boundary, but it's been cut off just inside the rope. Lovely shot from Milan. 2 more to him, takes him to 93. And the score to 214 for 3. Yeah, and I think what it's probably done is it's given him a sniff, and there's a real determination about his play so far this season.
Yeah, and he does really prioritise red ball cricket, and you can be forgiven for not necessarily knowing that when you spend your winter going around the likes of the Big Bash and then the Pakistan Super League. You could think that he's putting an emphasis on the white ball, but it just shows you he is an all-format cricketer, and he's a real special talent we've got here.
So Grant Stewart just going to have a chat here with Jack Leaning.
Not quite happy with his field. He has got a 7-2 field at this stage.
Yeah, strange sort of shape to the field as well. The shape that you don't tend to see out on the offside.
It's like the bowling for that cut shot and them late hands that Milan's been showing all afternoon.
So, sweeper has been moved more central out at cover. A smattering of fielders on the offside, one of whom is going to field this, Daniel Bell-Drummond, to Milan's drive. He gave him a bit of width to work with, so...
Yeah, that ball there, I thought, as he hit it somehow straight through and pierced this seven strong offside field, but luckily Bell-Drummond got hands to it.
Well, he's certainly, Jack Leaning, given his bowler a field that he can work with if he's going to hang the ball up outside off stump. Almost as if he's trying to bore the batsman out in the 90s. And he's coming in round the wicket. That's straightening Milan up and pushed into the offside again. Now then, not Steve O'Shaughnessy, Graham Lloyd, I should say, is just checking Grant Stewart's front foot. He was, of course, warned, wasn't he, when bowling at the Howard stand end for running on in the protected area. Thank you, Graham.
Yeah, and then he's come round the wicket. I wondered at first if that was to counteract the run-up problems that the previous bowler was having, but it seems to be this offside attack he's trying for Milan. Hopefully bore him out or make him play a rash shot across the line.
No rash shots there. Bit of fielding by Daniel Bell-Drummond in the covers. End of the over. 62 of them gone. 214 for 3. And Ben due to step in the chair, so thanks to Lev for now. You might hear another update coming up shortly as well for BBC Radio York. Stand by your beds. Harry Brook 96, David Milan 93, and a partnership worth 191. It's just feeling like it's starting to change the game here. But Kent's still in front on the board, and things can change pretty quickly. And there is a new ball due in, well, 18 overs away just yet, so potential for quite a lot of runs to be scored. But Kent will want to pick up some wickets during that spell, of course they will. Stewart 14 overs, 6 maidens, none for 41, but it's Gilchrist who's got ball in hand now. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. Harry Brook on strike. Gilchrist in, Brook drops it into the offside. Softly, softly, and gets through for a comfortable one. 97 to him, 215 for 3. Welcome back, Ben.
Hello again. Just been listening to the Gillingham chairman doing an interview to BBC Radio Kent. Big day tomorrow, another Kent against Yorkshire contest. Rotherham could win the league, Gillingham could get relegated depending on the result in the main game of our show tomorrow. So that's on from 12 until 6. So I'll be here in person, but my mind may be elsewhere at times tomorrow.
We understand. Bell-Drummond just being moved from squarish mid-wicket, come square leg on the leg side out to point. And they're shuffling a couple of players round a little squarer on the leg side. Jack Leaning at a wideish mid-on, as he's going to come into play here as Milan flicks that way.
Just been doing a little bit of research as well, because these two are bidding to join a long list which includes Nick Brown, Alistair Cook, Matt Critchley, Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, James Vince, Ben Brown and Liam Dawson. Any thoughts?
Not at the moment, because I was trying to reply to a message from Tom Kohler-Cadmore as Milan flicks that to Jack Leaning. Bit of a fumble, and they get through for 1.
Well, Kent fans will be all too aware that all of those batters have scored hundreds against Kent this season. That is a long list in just 3 games, and as things stand, David Milan and Harry Brook are going to add their names to the list, and Phil Salt was almost on it as well, but got out for 99 in the Lancashire game. So it's not been going Kent's way in the field and with the ball this season.
Here's Gilchrist. Brook late again, and so the bounce is high. Bangs it right into the turf and over the head of the bowler. No run though. He's 3 away, 1 stroke possibly from the 2nd century of the first class season. May see TKC before the end of the day's play, as Brook is solidly forward and pushing into the onside this time. Sure if BBC Radio York have forgotten me. But not with us at the moment. One left in the over.
Come in, York. Are you there?
So Gilchrist making his way in past umpire O'Shaughnessy. And Brooke again. Everything in line as he plays that defensive stroke. That will complete the 63rd over then. 23 still to go today. So at the rate they're bowling them. And the over rate is -3 here. Could be going on a fair while. Could be on 7 o'clock.
Could be here quite well, yeah. The light's absolutely fine, so there's no reason really why we won't keep on playing, which might cause a bit of a clash with some of the rugby league fans trying to get into Headingley when we're trying to get out later, Doige.
Yeah, which is why I skillfully parked where I did this morning.
Oh, yeah, you did well.
Bit of local knowledge for you. And you're okay, you can walk back to your hotel.
Yeah, I could do. I could just leave my
should
car.
be walking anyway.
Yeah, I probably should be. There's Grant Stewart bowling to Milan, just feeling for this one, the left-hander outside the off stump, trying to run it through a gap in the gully. But just feeling for the ball and playing and missing as it goes through to Robinson. I think I can see cars coming in already, you know, if you look out to our left. Yeah, there's...
Kick-off, let me just check on the kick-off. It'll be either 7:45 or 8. Not sure if it's a TV game or not.
See, it looks like a number of cars already making their way into the main entrance.
Yeah, 8 o'clock kick-off, so yeah, it'll be all the corporates that need to be fed before
Entrance A. As this one is driven off the back foot by Milan out towards the sweeper on the offside. Having jumped from F to B, back to F, looking for K, and then ending up back at F on the first day. I'm fairly aware now of the different entrances and car parks in the nearby area.
Good job you know your alphabet.
Not in the right order, apparently. I thought that we had a blast
of Blondie, I think, wasn't it?
Radio York, but
That was Leeds.
oh, yeah, there you go. Here comes Stewart in and bowling, pushed away into the onside.
I suppose I might better take this just in case.
Yeah, you go for it.
Just in case Harry plays another delightful shot for 4. So Harry Brook on 97. $217 for 3. 3 left in this Grant Stewart over. Turns in and leaves our commentary position behind. And he's in, short of length. And Harry Brook leaning towards the offside. Just great balance as he plays that backward of square leg for 1 more. Takes him to 98. Milan as well, of course. Only a shot away from the ton himself, although we haven't seen him hit 6s here in red ball cricket. He hasn't hit one in this innings so far. Harry Brook with a couple of those. And again, that strange shaped field, a wideish first slip, gully. Point just backward of square. There's a sweeper out just in front of square as well towards point. And then 2 more men packed in on the offside. And what does he do? Drops him one on leg stump, and David Milan says thank you very much, and plays that along the deck all the way up to the northeast stand. Just laid his bat on it. Beautiful timing. The on drive for 4 runs takes him to 99.
Some of the ways that Milan has manipulated the bowling today, angled the bat, use of the hands to open the face at times, has just been masterful. Both of these players now within striking distance. 2 for 3.
And he comes then. Milan's had 100 runs in both matches so far this season, but not in 1 innings until now. And a lovely square drive again. Point can't reel it in, and he will remove his helmet and raise his bat to his teammates and to the crowd here at Headingley. A first century of the season for David Malan. He too is in a rich vein of form alongside his partner out there, Harry Brook. And it is a 28th first-class 100 for a very, very good player. 136 balls, 200 minutes and 14 fours.
It's made Kent pay after an LBW shout for Quinn was turned down prior to reaching his half-century. Between that moment and this, he's played some just exquisite strokes, really has, and has helped Yorkshire get right on top in this game, seemingly now with this partnership, which is also worth 200 runs. That stroke bringing about that particular milestone too. Just Brook, a couple more runs required to tick off another. As Gilchrist is into Malan and he's driving out towards the covers. Into bowl to Malan rather than into Malan as the football team.
Very droll.
2-2, 3 for 3. Could be a lovely evening for a bit of rugby league over the other side of the football stand. This is driven straight up towards mid-off on this occasion by Malan.
Yeah, it could be a rather nice evening here at Headingley. A few tries.
How much is a try worth in rugby league?
It's worth, well, it was worth of 3 points in my day, but it's now worth of 4 points.
There you go. This one's driven away through the covers. That's worth 4 as well. David Malan moves to 104 with another immaculate stroke.
That's just magnificent, isn't it? Just a little bit of room to work with. They're really good players. You don't have to give them too much rope. And he just leans into it. Love to use that bat, but not good enough, I'm afraid.
You'd need to borrow his hands as well, in fairness. There's Gilchrist around the wicket. This ball into its 65th over. It's been whipped into the leg side, but straight to mid-on by Malan, who now just looks like he's toying with these bowlers. This softer ball, Kent just haven't been able to take wickets with it all season long, as exemplified by that long list I've mentioned of Centurions who have scored hundreds against Kent this season. Gilchrist wide on the crease, bowls to Malan, whips it behind square on the onside. Now for 2 more runs. Back for the second. Fair to say the conditions have favoured Yorkshire in the game so far, but they've made the most of it. And now they've cut the gap between the teams. What is it down to now? I've taken it off the scoreboard just as I was about to read it out. 62 runs. As Gilchrist bowls to Malan and doesn't make contact this one. He's having a look at the toe of the bat as it goes to Bell Drummond. So a couple of helmets being brought out for Kent, which would suggest George Linder's probably going to come into the attack. Malan 106. Rook just 2 away from a century. Yorkshire 229 for 3. Here at Headingley on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, well over 300 runs already this season for Malan. And Harry Brook over 400 now. But he wants to convert this knock to 3 figures.
It's not going to be Linder. The captain's going to bring himself on. Jack leaning. Bit of a golden arm in T20 cricket last year for Kent, en route to lifting the trophy. How he would dearly love to grab a wicket for his team in this situation. Just look at that face, Doige. His picture's just come up on the big screen.
Yeah, top man Jack. Very popular figure here with spectators and teammates alike in his time as a Yorkshire player. Home county, of course. Just trying to get a couple of looseners in. And Harry Brook, believe me, would not want to get out to Jack Leaning on 98. There might be a few texts exchanged in the future on the back of that one, but Leaning is in and Brook cuts that first delivery to point. He timed it nicely enough, but couldn't get it either side of the man, or else that could have been it. In comes Jack Leaning, and bowling is off spin. Oh, he's dragged that one down, giving Harry Brook a chance, but he can't get it away from the fielder again. He had loads of time to play that one. Probably feeling like he missed out.
That was a go on then. Have your 100 ball. That was an absolute gift. Hit it straight at the fielder.
Remember that what he said to me in the hotel room that night, if I was ever on 98 and you were bowling at me. He's gone back foot this time, and Brook just plays that out to long on for a single. 99 for him and 230 for 3. Bit of gardening here from Milan. And Leaning has made the switch to the left-hander to round the wicket. And he comes wide on the crease. It's full. Driven back to the bowler.
Now wrong with this pitch. Don't know why he needs to do the gardening for.
Well, I'm just asking if somebody sitting on the periphery could move a little bit to the right. And with that sorted, Leaning is in. And Harry Brook interested in a single there to a push wide of mid-off.
He's pretty deep mid-off, isn't he?
How deep
Cox
is mid-off?
Good question.
Leaning in, worked off the legs by Milan, who's having to get the hurry up on for the single. Might have put his batting partner in a bit of peril had that been picked up cleanly. It wasn't the case, so they get through for that one. Milan will retain the strike, 107, 231 for 3.
In fairness, he was probably running to the danger end there, Milan. He's pinched the strike as well, so Brook's going to have to wait a while longer on 99. I'll be nipping to the back of the box in a moment to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. So I'll leave you with Jonathan Doidge, and Graham Orange is going to come in for me before I'll be back for too long, Doidgey, but see if Harry Brook can get his 100 before then.
Yep, just got to hang around to do a update for Leeds, and I'll disappear for a few minutes as well. Milan, 107 not out. Played superbly. Faces Gilchrist here. Oh, nicely played by Milan. Took that very late, just a little dab of a late cut. Of course, the cordon has dispersed largely in the last hour, 90 minutes or so. And just guided that away through third man for 4.
Yes, he knew exactly where he wanted to put that ball. And 4 more for Milan. 1-1-1 not out. And his partner, Harry Brook, is on 99. It's Milan, of course, who's facing the next ball from Gilchrist.
Here he is then. It's straight. That's a beautiful shot by Milan. Just over pitching there this time, Gilchrist, and flicked with just a feeling of contempt about that, wasn't it, by Milan through mid-on for 4.
Yes, no matter what Kent are trying to do, it's just not working here. It's, you know, 2 excellent batsmen at the crease, a very good pitch, and they're struggling now, Kent. They really are. They're desperate for a wicket, as far as they're concerned. And the field is, you know, pretty defensive, as you would expect.
Don't bowl that at me. 115 not out, 239 for 3. And here he is again, Gilchrist, and there was a little bit more effort, a bit more venom in that delivery, I think, after the previous shot. Milan looked like it might have been beaten for a little bit of pace there. He got back and just over the top of the top edge.
Yeah, I think so, and obviously he was lucky not to get an edge there through to the keeper. But good reply from the bowler there. You've got to give him credit for that.
Here he is in to try again then. Gilchrist, short ball, Oh, beautiful shot once again from Milan. Shots all around the ground here. He's strayed down leg stump, and with it looked like one leg in the air, he's just flicked it away off his legs. That went like a tracer along the deck all the way to the western side of the ground for 4.
Yeah, do you think he's going to get his 200 before Brook can get his 100? I mean, 119 not out. Milan, and still 2 more balls left in this over.
There's a man set back at long leg, and he was only probably 15 metres from where that crossed the rope. We got nowhere near it. And now width outside the off stump by Gilchrist, and Milan again. Do not bowl that at me. He's smashed it away through the covers for 4 more. This is sensational stuff from David Milan. 123. I think I make that 4 fours in the over. Third man.
Yeah.
Long on. Deep backward square and now cover.
Yeah.
It's not the sort of wagon wheel the bowler wants to see, is it?
And no, it's this over is carnage, really.
So 247 for 3. All of a sudden, Milan 123 and stays on strike. There is 1 to come in the over. Gilchrist to bowl it now. Short ball. Wouldn't have been surprised if it had hooked that for 6, but he decided that he's got his several boundaries in the over so far. He's watched it sail past the helmet. End of the over then, and what an over it was from Yorkshire's point of view. Gilchrist ends it with 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 66 to his name, and Yorkshire 247 for 3. Very close to a second batting bonus point.
Very close, yeah. Just 3 more runs required for another batting bonus point. And there's a bit of venom in that short ball, wasn't there? I think there's a lot of frustration, wasn't there? But now Harry Brook is on strike. He's on 99 and is facing Jack Leanings.
Leaning into Brook, and Harry Brook has got that away through the covers, and that will be a 2nd century of the season for Harry Brook. You join us, Catherine, as Harry Brook has just pushed a 1 through the offside for his 2nd 100 of the season. 199 minutes, 138 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. He got 101 against Gloucester in the first knock of the season. He's had scores of 56 not out, 84, 77 not out, and now exactly 100 not out. He's in a rich vein of form, and there's no wonder that England are knocking on the door. It's a 6th first-class century for him, but dare I say it, the man who's on strike now, David Milan, who's pushing probably another 4, possibly another 4, no, not quite another 4, but 2 through the offside, has actually upstaged him here with some outstanding play. They've put on 227 for this unbroken 4th wicket partnership. With that too, they've just got a 2nd batting bonus point, 250 for 3 now. Milan's just hit Nathan Gilchrist for 4 fours all around the ground in the previous over. He's on 125 not out, and from 23 for 3. This is some recovery by Yorkshire. Milan's 100, his 28th of his first-class career, had come in 136 balls and included 14 fours at that point. And it really is just a sensational exhibition of batting on a good pitch and in sunny conditions at Headingley. And Yorkshire, as I've said a couple of times before on Radio Leeds today, Catherine, really trying to set the game up. They're still behind Kent. They made 291 all out in their first innings. But big chance now to try and bat only once in this match and come up with some winning points. So Milan just pushes a single out through point. Take him on to 126, 251 for 3.
Yes, and of course another bonus point for Yorkshire, batting bonus point, having passed the 250 mark. And we've been treated to a wonderful exhibition of batting by these two, Milan and Brook.
Well, you have to say it is a good pitch, and what you don't often have time to say in those updates is that Kent have got a bat on it again, so there's every opportunity for them to use it to their advantage as well. But at the moment, they're having to work very hard with the ball, and Harry Brook has just pushed another single up to long on. It just looks a different game when these two get themselves in. Still 18 overs and 1 ball left in the day's play. And Jack leaning round the wicket to Milan, who almost pierces the, well, there's barely a gap in the offsiders. There's so many players out there, but Bell Drummond doing the fielding.
Yes, it's a batting exhibition by these two, and my word, Yorkshire are in a strong position now. 2-5-2 for 3 from 23 for 3. And the shadows are lengthening now, but Yorkshire will go on. It's still a lovely afternoon, lovely and sunny. So George Linder comes on at the Howard stand end, the rugby stand end, as you probably know it. And he's bowling to Harry Brook.
Sorry, I'm just trying to add up to 10 at the moment.
As an umpire, I need to add up to 6.
That's all. Just get to 6 and you restart. Here's George Linder from the football stand end. Brook driving up towards long on. So yeah, now these two have joined a list of, I think it's 10 centurions now in 4 games.
In April.
Against Kent.
Yes.
In April.
Yes.
That's also a very good point.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, 3 in the game against Essex. Just 2 against Lancashire. It should have been 3. Sort got out 3 short of 100. 3 against Hampshire and then 2 here. Milan, since going to that 100, has just started to boss things even more as he tickles Linder around the corner, straight to the fielder on this occasion. Mayeye, the substitute, is out there at the moment.
On the other side of the ledger, how many centurions have Kent had this season so far?
Bell Drummond, Compton, Cox, 6.
Well, that's not bad.
Linder bowls, turned away into the onside, which says a bit about the wickets
Oh, I think it does.
that they've played on.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a very dry April. It's been very unusual, hasn't it?
It certainly has been unusually dry. As Linder bowls, a sweep shot here from Brook out towards long leg. And he helps himself to a single. 2-5-5 for 3, the Yorkshire score.
Yeah, wrong line there from Linder. Gave Harry Brook the opportunity to sweep him conventionally. Just for 1 straight to the fielder on the boundary.
1 slip in play still, rather optimistically for Kent, as Milan slaps this down the ground. A couple of bounces and it thuds into the advertising hoarding. 4 more runs to him. He moves to 131. 259 for 3. And an email about half an hour or so ago from Matthew Child, who is talking about the man that turns 46 tomorrow, Darren Stevens. Penny for his thoughts at the moment after being left out of this team. And watching his team toil once again. Talked about how many runs have been scored against Kent so far this season, and Stevens hasn't been at his best with the ball, but as Linder bowls and Milan just nudges this into a gap on the offside and goes through for a single. Matthew Child pointing out, saying that he's not the only Kent bowler to struggle this season with scores of 500, 500 and 650 conceded. He says he's disappointed that Stevens wasn't picked for this game. Also posing the question, has a county ever conceded 500 plus scores in 4 consecutive county championship games? Let's add in April to that.
In April, yeah.
Saying that Stevens got a 50. First game was 41 not out against Hampshire. Potentially under pressure, playing with 1-year contracts every year, but he still performs season after season. No doubt that he'll come good. Well, the way things are going, you would potentially expect him to come back in for Kent's next game as leaning bowls, and this one's defended into the offside. They do helpfully have a break from county championship cricket next week. They've got a game against a Sri Lanka sort of A team, if you like,
yeah,
at Canterbury, which will give the opportunity for the likes of Joe Denley possibly to get back in the side after a hamstring injury. This is a gorgeous shot from Taffy Milan off Jack Leaning through the covers for 4 more. And, well, he's on the verge of almost adding 100 runs after being given that life with the LBW that wasn't given. He's just, since that moment, sorry to keep harping on about it, but being brilliant. And Kent, every single run, every single boundary, Kent will be thinking of that and thinking, what if we got him out then? As he plays off the back foot out towards backward of point. Straight to Compton on this occasion.
Yes, well, he's certainly made them pay, hasn't he?
Really has. There's been a real authority about his stroke play since going to 100 particularly. And this one's just pushed well wide outside the off stump by Leaning and left alone. Yeah, he's forced Kent into getting to a stage where they've got 2 spinners on in almost an effort to try and hurry things through to get a new ball and try and have something to play with to try and get wickets. That's been, as this is pushed out towards the backward of point, it feels like Kent's big issue this season. They've taken wickets with a new ball, and at times they have bowled well at the start of innings, but then as it's got a bit easier, as the ball gets softer, they don't seem to have a method to break through partnerships. As this one's pushed back by Milan, 2 Leaning, end of the over, 264 for 3. This partnership's worth 241. Yorkshire trailing now by just 27 runs, with Brooke on 103 and Milan on 136.
Yes, of course, Ben. Let's not forget that Yorkshire were 23 for 3 and now 264 for 3. So Kent had their opportunities. But as you say, the pitch has got a lot better. 2-class batsmen. The ball's got a bit softer. And it's been really hard work for the Kent bowlers. As George Linder continues to bowl his left-arm spinner to Harry Brook. He's bowling from the Howard stand end.
Slip in play for Linder, as Brook is in behind it and pushing it back down the pitch. So this ball is now 70 overs old, so a new ball will be available in 10 overs, and we're due to have 15 more after this one, so it'll be 9 overs after this one, new ball available. So what, 6 overs Kent with the new ball tonight, as this one's driven up towards long on. That's the only way they're getting back in this game as things stand, by taking wickets with the new ball tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it still seems a long way to go though, Ben, doesn't it? Really,
well,
it's got that sort of feel to it.
Ideally, they need to break this partnership.
Well, exactly, before the new ball. That's the point I'm making. Yes, that's right.
Can Linder be the man to do that? 14.2 overs, none for 64 so far on debut. This is driven by Milan past the cover fielder. Man out at long off. Moves around to field in Zach. Was it Zach Crawley out there, I think?
Well, he's very tall, so it could be him.
It's either Crawley or Denley on as a sub-fielder. Hard to tell from this far away. As Linder bowling to the right-handed Brook, cuts away out to Mayeye, the sub-fielder out there. Potentially 2 sub-fielders.
So who's gone off, Ben? Do we know?
No, I think Denley's actually sitting down by the boundary rope watching on, so right. I can't tell who has left the field. I'm not sure I can see Matt Quinn out there, possibly. As Brook comes down the pitch and drives into the covers, straight to Compton on this occasion, so another dot ball. Yeah, one of the Kent players is just emerging, actually. I think it might be Matt Quinn. So yeah, that means it is Crawley at long on. Cut away by Brook out towards Mayeye at point once again. And end of the over. So 15 remaining in the day. In fact, it's Gilchrist who was off, and he's coming back on for Mayeye now. So 9 more until a new ball is available. Milan 137, 104 for Brook.
See, 9 overs, it's a long time. You know, they can't just allow it to drift. I mean, it may well be that they don't get a wicket, but what I'm saying is that, you know, they can't let it drift and say, right, we'll wait for the new ball and things will happen.
Yeah.
And don't forget, sometimes when you hit the new ball, the ball goes to the boundary quicker than ever. So we've got, I think Matt Quinn could be coming on now from the Kirkstall Lane end.
From the Kirkstall Lane, Matt Quinn.
Yeah, Matt Quinn. And he's setting his field with the aid of his captain Jack Leaning. And the left-hander Dawid Malan will be on strike.
So he's going to have a little crack with this older ball. Maybe try and get some sort of reverse swing.
Well, this is it. Some reverse swing with the older ball if he can.
It's quite a spread field, as you would expect, with these two batters very well set, particularly Milan.
He might be better. He's bowling round the wicket, right hand round. He might be better bowling over the wicket if he wants some reverse swing.
In fairness, Quinn was the one bowler that actually made Milan look a little bit uncomfortable with the lines that he was bowling earlier. So they've got deep square leg and a long leg, as well as a deep backward point and a third man. Which suggests he's going to try and bowl a bit back of length perhaps here, Quinn. Cover mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and when I say back of length, that was a short and at his head.
It was.
And Milan sways out the way, and perhaps it's a surprise that they've waited until he's on 130 to start bowling a few at his chin.
Yes, I noticed before he bowled that ball, he was sort of shaking his head at Quinn, as if to say, well, I'm not happy with my field here. I mean, they are well spread out. As a change now to the field, it's...
Yeah, points coming up now.
Yeah, it's points, isn't it? It's come up.
Quinn around the wicket then. Hurrying in. Bowling back of length, pulled away along the ground out towards deep square by Milan for a single.
Yes, he's well in control of that shot. I think he was expecting a short ball there. And
Just wondering what that bleeping noise was. It's in my box.
And it's the right-hander Harry Brook who's on strike. And so the fielder goes back on the boundary, backward square leg to the right-hander. And a point fielder comes up. There's a fielder on the cover point boundary.
So Quinn bowling to Brook. Angles this down towards third man. Point chases and will reel it in. Just a couple will be added. 269 for 3. Brook on 106.
Yeah, what's impressed me about Brook is the fact his placement is very good, and that's the same with Joe Root as well. You know, his placement, he knows where the fielders are. He puts the ball in the gaps.
He's not really offered up a chance that I can think of, particularly Brook either, as Quinn bowls to him. Here's a little bit of a false stroke as he tries to cut outside the off stump, plays and misses.
Yes, you sort of have to look again, don't you, when they play a false stroke. Did that really happen?
Quinn again tweaking this field.
I have to say the body language of the Kent field is not great.
I think it's as much this situation as what has come before in the previous
Yes,
games.
yes.
There's this sinking feeling almost.
Yes.
As Quinn is in and bowling, and Brook defends and it drops almost through his legs and onto the pitch, and they run a quick single.
Yeah, the ball finished about a foot from the stumps, but there's no fielder near, so they just went through for the single there.
It's what I suggested earlier about the fear amongst Kent supporters will have been earlier that this partnership could turn into what it has.
Yes.
And now the the players, having given everything, are getting that we've been here before this season type feeling. As Quinn around the wicket, Milan drives into out straight at point on this occasion. 270 for 3. The Yorkshire score at the end of the over. 72 overs bowled with this ball. 14 remaining in the day.
Yeah, and the partnership is 247, isn't it?
Is indeed. I think we're having a change in the commentary box. Possibly even a double change.
It looks like it.
So while we're waiting for George Linder to get ready to bowl, we'll have a swap.
That's that famous comedy double act. Lewandowski,
Got to finish strongly, haven't we?
as opposed to Lewandowski. Linder in and bowling to Harry Brook, who doesn't quite time that as well as he has done many today. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's been joy to watch this, Katie Levick.
It has been picking up some tips, and I imagine my first game's going to go exactly like this as well.
Yeah, well, Harry did mention you after a couple of interviews we've done so far this season. And he plays that one late once again, and the outstretched arm. Linder does a bit of fielding.
Was he talking about how we have a very similar technique?
Yeah, said that when he put this maturity and composure down to, and he said, I've been watching the Lev masterclass.
Yeah. I mean, she only faces 2 or 3 balls a season, but boy, are those balls good to watch.
So, Brook is on strike, 107, and make that 108 because he just worked Linder back of square leg for a single. New ball due in 7 overs and 4 balls. Yorkshire just running it around, and it just seems effortless at the moment. They've not been totally without incident as far as these two are concerned, of course, but largely that feeling of complete control for quite some time now. And there's another case in point with Milan just flicking that away square on the leg side, almost wherever he wants to play it at the moment.
Yeah, ever since he went to his 100, Milan's made it just seem like a big open net. That first over, I think afterwards, I think it was Paul Gilchrist, just got dispatched to all parts of the ground, and you just don't even know where to ball in that situation. You just think, I'll happily come off at this stage. He's seeing it like a beach ball.
Harry Brook then on strike, solidly behind it, dropped into the leg side. If you're planning on being with us for commentary or streaming tomorrow, then I'm pleased to be able to say that Tom Kohler-Cowdmore is going to be joining us for quite a bit of the day by the sound of things, which should be good. Fancies himself as a commentator. Said he's going to be on the phone to you, Lev, after today for a few tips.
I mean, it's a bold move. It's a tough act to follow from him, but, you know, good luck to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be getting overconfident if I was him, as Harry Brook pushes up to mid-on. 108 for him, and that is a partnership of, in fact, 109 for him, 250.
I presume the Headingley crowd haven't gone too early there, and we're just waiting for the scoreboard to update.
Yeah, I'm wondering now as well.
It's just that, you know, that massive milestone of 249 that is his usual round of applause. You do.
No, it's 13 overs left in the day, of course it is.
Oh, my mistake.
So 19 behind still, but it does look like it's... it is now going on to 250, yeah, so they were right. Who are we to query the Yorkshire crowd? 250 for the 4th wicket, 312 balls it took them to get there. 137 of them from Milan, 109 from Harry Brook, and you don't often say when he's going well that Harry Brook feels like he's been upstaged, but I think there's a bit more of a feeling of that about this performance from Milan today. Harry Brook pushing into the offside there, and in his white ball cricket last year he was sort of taking that gluing it together role, wasn't he, batting long, if you know what I'm saying, within the confines of a T20 innings and coming out with his scores that he was doing. And he's a bit a little bit more the glue in this partnership, although there's not a massive amount between them, 30 runs. He's played some tremendous shots himself. But that flourish post-100 from Milan just kicked him on a little bit.
Yeah, I was lucky to work quite a lot with Brookie in my past life at Pro Coach, and we'd had him in to talk to the young cricketers quite a lot, and he talked about how a few seasons ago Rooty came for quite a lot of our T20 campaign, and he really benefited from just seeing how he goes about his business, and he plays low risk shots and you can still score lots of runs doing that. I think in his early career he wanted to hit the big sixes, he wanted, to be all flash and bang, and he's realised you don't necessarily need to do that in order to build big scores, and he's just really shown that in the last year or so. He's really matured.
Absolutely. He's pinged this latest one off the hip, square on the leg side for a single. 110 now for him, 274 for 3, and I wonder, probably not, but I wonder if he's got that 124, his highest individual score, in mind. And he really, really does want to properly cash in here and go big for the first time in his career. And that will again be another level, another box ticked.
Yeah, he'll know that that's what England will be looking for. They'll be wanting the player that can go on and make, the big daddy tons. And it'll probably be in the back of his mind, but equally he's just such a simple player that he's probably just taking every ball as it comes and just working his way on that way.
Milan driving through the gap at extra cover. Jack Leaning giving chase. They're going to get 2 and settle for it here. 141 now to the former Middlesex man, 276 for 3. Joe Root, I believe, has been, I haven't seen him, but I understand he was here for a net earlier today. I know he asked if he could pop up and do a couple of sessions with us on the commentary team, but I thought long and hard about it, Lev, and I just thought, we've got Lev,
it's just crowded in here,
Graham
isn't it?
Orange and Ben Watts, so
there's not much he could bring to this room, to be honest, so I just thought maybe not.
Short ball from over the wicket by Quinn, and Milan ducking out of the way of that one.
That's not stayed as short as it looked like. It just died in the pitch as soon as it's hit, and it's not sailed above his head like he maybe thought. Just showing how old this ball is now. It's getting soft and it's just getting through to the keeper. Kent will be welcoming the new ball, but equally they just need to lift it a bit, and they can't hope the new ball's going to do some miracles.
Maybe Joe might return tomorrow, do a bit for us.
Yeah, there's only room for one Yorkshire legend in a room, so
We'll get you on for 5 minutes, Joe, if you fancy popping in. Joe will be watching at this point.
send us an email if you want, Joe. We'll get your comments on air that way.
Milan whacks the last ball really to mid-on, and there was no run, so 74 overs complete, 6 before that new ball can be taken, and on that rest much of Kent's hopes in this match. Whatever we quibbled about earlier on in terms of how the 3 Yorkshire players who are dismissed so far got out, these 2 can't be accused of much in the way of batsman error or batter error. Partnership 253 reads pretty well.
Yeah, there'll be some very happy coaches sat on that balcony watching now this afternoon session and evening session's gone. It's just been completely dominant by Yorkshire.
Linda round the wicket. Brook, use of feet is good as ever. Opens the face, runs it out into the deep in the covers. But there is a man posted out there. Sort of settled for the single. But they'll just keep it ticking, and I'm sure from the home side's perspective they want to make sure that these 2 are still there and going well when that second new ball is taken. That will be the next little milestone for Yorkshire, as Milan just misses out on one, just wide of off stump.
Yeah, you heard the Kent batters yesterday were saying that was what they were disappointed with, is that the two set batters didn't see at least one of them through to the morning session to try and help it, and you're leaving your tail a tough act with a new ball first thing in the morning at Headingley. So Yorkshire will be looking not to make the same mistake.
And Milan then just pushing out square on the offside for another easy single with the fielder set back. 142 for him, 278 for the loss of 3. Adam Lyth dismissed at 151. We're going on for 5 hours to go now. I know we did have a couple of breaks in play, but these two have been together so long. Linda into Brook, cuts nicely. He's got plenty on it, but the sweeper is round to cut that off. And that is returned by Quinn for the concession of 2. So Brook onto 113, 280 for 3.
Can just see a crowd of what maybe looks like Rhino fans just assembling behind a G4S security guard, coming in to enjoy some Headingley sun at the evening, or it's certainly a Rhino shirt at the front.
Yep, Brook pushes up to long on for a single, and 1 or 2 messages as such coming through on Twitter.
Is it from Joe, like I suggested, to get in touch?
Yeah, Joe's in touch saying, really disappointed, Doidgy, that you preferred Lev to me on commentary today. Not sure I'll give you an interview in future, as Milan flicks into the leg side to complete that over, and there's no run. Kate Holdsworth has messaged in with a screenshot of a quiz show that says the Kirkstall Lane end and the football stand end are at what Test cricket ground? Headingley, Trent Bridge and the Oval were the 3 choices for the chap on screen. Lily's enjoying the comms, nice to hear. Alan Swinburne says brilliant partnership by 2 elegant accomplished batters. We're spoiled in both early games by Gloucestershire and Northants, whose replay facilities were spot on. Has the replay camera person been down the pub at Headingley? Shouldn't complain as the comms are good. Well, as you know, Alan, I've said many times before, we're providing the BBC commentary and have not a lot to do with the production side of the streaming, but the pictures have looked pretty good to me here in the box when I've been able to crane the neck to the right and watch them. Unfortunately, no replay facility, and yeah, we did get that at the other couple of places so far. But if you've got queries in that regard, then I guess you need to take that up with Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Harry Brook picks off a single down to long leg, first ball of this over by Quinn. Michael Lockwood says he's listening to us, sitting in the car at the other side of the complex, waiting for kick-off between Leeds Rhinos and Hull KR. Paul Webster says, as a listener from Poland, loving the Lewandowski reference and joke on the comms. Lewandowski.
It's a niche reference, but who knew we had listeners in Poland?
There's a road show in that. We can. Oh, well, let's take that on the road, Lev. We'll do a road show. We'll make stacks. The Lewandowski road show. As Milan pushes that into the offside. Said nobody, I think.
Oh, we've got at least one Polish listener that's keen.
My mum and dad might turn up.
Not
They
entirely
want
sure
free
mine
tickets,
would.
though.
Yeah. We're not going to earn any euros that way.
Quinn, 11 overs. 11.2 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35 so far. Make that 39 because he's gone short. And I really don't see the point in that from Matt Quinn against a player who was on 142 and has now gone on to 146 and clearly can play the pull shot, particularly when there's a short boundary.
Yeah, and in his previous over he tried the bouncer that just seemed to just die in the pitch and barely got through to the keeper, so it's not really a menacing or a attacking option at this stage.
Short ball again, and this time it's going to go even further. That's gone a long, long way from David Milan, and Graham Lloyd turned to signal 6 from the moment it left the bat, and that has taken David Milan to 152. That's his 3rd score of 150 plus since joining the club here, and bearing in mind his franchise commitments and England call-ups, he's not played that many first-class games. 219, 199 and now 152 in 179 balls, 22 fours and a 6, and this has been an outstanding knock. Of that there is no doubt. Quinn in again, and Milan this time pulls, and he's got a little flick on it, and having got to that 150 mark, the very next ball, he's pulled it straight behind into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Just a little feather, and that has been a wonderful knock. Absolutely outstanding stuff. from the former Middlesex man. The 152 caught Robinson, bowled Quinn. 245 minutes, 180 balls, 22 fours and a 6. And if you pay to come and watch county cricket to be entertained by a performance by a tremendous player, then this is the sort of player you want to be paying to see. That was just brilliant.
That's just such a gutting way for it to end as well. A little trickle down leg side like we saw the last wicket fall of Adam Lyth all those hours ago, like you mentioned. He has just looked so dominant, and when you saw Quinn banging it in short again, you thought, what are you doing? But annoyingly just got a little feather on that down the leg side. But it's just been an absolute masterclass to watch, and this Headingley crowd really has been treated very well this afternoon.
Follow that, Harry Duke, who is the man charged with doing so. Making his way out to the middle. Mike Frayne tweets, including Tom Kohler-Cadmore in this one, spending the day in the commentary box with you, Doige. Must have had a bang on the head. We'll be asking Tom about that tomorrow, actually, because he's been out, of course, due to the concussion protocols. Asking him that and plenty more, I'm sure. And his thoughts on that knock by David Milan, which, in conjunction with Harry Brook, put up a partnership that I read out but didn't make a note of at the time. And I'm sure the mathematicians behind us will tell me shortly that that's something like 269.
I want to say 269. I looked at the scoreboard and then I realised I've not got my glasses on. But 269 was the number that stuck in my mind.
Thanks, at least somebody was listening.
We said mathematicians in the comments box, and I thought, oh, that's obviously me.
Did you get your it'd be GCSE for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I got my GCSE. Although that does seem many moons ago now.
I was going to say O level, but there'd have been a bit of puzzlement round the box. 11 plus for Graham. So Harry Brook takes on the senior role in this partnership now, which is obviously just beginning. He's at the non-striking end now on 115. And Harry Duke is the new man at the crease. Say it time and again when he comes in, but such a busy little player. Touch, nudge, push. He's scored 34, 17 not out and 22 in his 3 innings so far. He has had half centuries, of course, in first-class cricket. Got one of those in just his 2nd innings. As this first Quinn delivery to him is one he's able to see through to the keeper. Shouldering arms, apparently, is one of my favourite statements, according to one of our email correspondents.
Yeah, it's a big last 10 now for Harry Brook. Like I said, he has taken the senior role in this partnership, and he'll realise the importance that he needs to see it through to the next morning now. Yorkshire have just taken the lead. They've got a lead by 1. They don't want to be leaving 2 new batters to see out the new ball at the end of the day.
I think we're going to take a double change in the com box till the end of the day. There's 10 overs remaining. We'll probably just do a couple more and then hand to you two guys to just bring it home. Why not? I might disappear off to watch the Rhinos then. Leave you to it. No, still an hour and 20 minutes to kick off yet. Plenty of time. Harry Brook on strike then, and that's nicely worked through mid-wicket. Interesting bit of fielding out there as well. Like he was chasing a mouse for a moment around the kitchen.
Very interesting. Teko's doing a few step overs there in the outfield. I thought, is he just escorting this to the boundary? Is it that being that long of a day?
So 2 for Brook, 117 to him, 294 for the loss of 4. Linda coming in now. Brook pushing forward into the leg side. No run. Field, as you'd expect, set back. Thinking of giving Harry Brook the 1 and trying to concentrate on just picking up another wicket or 2. Preying on the new batsman. Linda then. into Brook, who steps back and tries to cut. Does cut. Can't get it past backward point. Malcolm Palmer says, I do love to watch Harry Brook bat. He plays so late. I sometimes think he's too late, and his stroke play is superb. Tend to agree with whoever said that Bess could be the man to make way for Joe Root, but on today's form, our Sri Lankan doesn't really merit a place, he says. And what happens when Code and Fisher are fit? There'll have to be some juggling. Malcolm Palmer, as Harry Brook pushes into the yawning gap on the onside, and does indeed take the one, as he's got to do. He's got his number 6 batsman with him. If he can't back Harry Duke.
Exactly. But what a nice position for Yorkshire to be in, to be having team selection headaches this early on in the season, not due to injuries but due to who do you leave out when everyone's in such good form and you've got world-class players at your disposal. Talking about how do you fit Joe Root into a team is a hell of a conversation to be having.
Short leg comes in, slip in as well for Harry Duke, facing his first Linda delivery, and he plays that very late himself. Bounces up into the hands of Ollie Robinson. Afternoon, Jonathan friends. It's interesting to note that Bramall Lane came very late in the day in the list of Yorkshire's outgrounds mentioned today, bearing in mind that Yorkshire's first home was there, says Dennis Barnett. I don't think that anyone has so far mentioned Sheffield's other ground, namely Abbeydale Park.
I'll be honest, it's very difficult to mention Bramall Lane at any stage as a massive Wednesday fan. So I'll hold my hands up there. I'll say I put a kibosh on it.
Couldn't get those words out. Last ball of the over was a dot, by the way. Dennis goes on. Had the very great pleasure of meeting Yorkshire's last ever amateur captain, Ronnie Burnett, there during a county championship match in the early 1990s. He chatted enthusiastically about his playing career and teammates. I believe, like me, he was a Bradfordian by birth. Growing up in Bradford in the 50s, the term batter had absolutely nothing to do with cricket and everything to do with pudding. Floriat Arbor. Dennis B. Thanks, Dennis. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is that email address, and Katie says, Lily even says, hi Jonathan, Ben, Katie and Graham. Fantastic partnership between Messrs Milan and Brook.
I thought we really were on for 11 Doiji when you were saying Katie says. I thought he speaks for me now as well.
Lily says she's enjoying listening to you.
Thanks, Mum.
As Harry Brook just dabs that out square on the offside. First ball of the over for a single. 119, 296 for 4. Partnership then in its infancy, following that huge one for the 4th wicket between Messrs Milan and Brook. Quinn then at the end of his run, sweatband on, just wants to bring up long leg. He has done about, God, it must have been all of 8 inches, I think.
Stop the one there.
And he comes again then, and Harry Duke pushing positively forward, and he's immediately on the walk.
Oh, and Harry's hit the deck. Looks like a bit of a late in the day muscle fatigue. Or yoga, because we've been doing yoga as a joint men's and women's squad this winter, so maybe he's just learnt his recovery techniques early.
Good to hear. I was doing mine in my breaks between commentary.
I noticed, yeah, I never knew someone could be so nimble.
So pushed out into the offside this time by Harry Duke. No run. Harry Brook seems to have survived whatever he was ailing there for the moment. Or is he? No, he's going down again.
No, it's a classic yoga technique. You see, he's doing the other side now. He's got to be equally flexible.
Come on, give us you can't just say it's a classic yoga technique. If you're purporting to be an expert, you need to tell us what the actual move is. Position, whatever you call it.
You know, that one's the stretch.
The stretch,
yeah.
right, okay. Here comes Quinn shuffling in. Right arm over. A little bit of bounce about that. Harry Duke, not the tallest. It was quite high on the splice as he played it, but with control. 1 for 46 for Quinn, who's of course responsible for the most recent wicket taken in the match. And Yorkshire have moved in front, of course, by 5 runs at the moment, with still 6 first innings wickets intact. One of whom is Harry Duke, who is pushing solidly forward up to mid-on. A bit of gesticulating going on there by Quinn. Yeah, when he's asked his man at point to drop right out. He's also dropped back a sweeper at square leg.
Desperate to keep this new batter on strike for the guy at the other end.
Certainly if he gives Harry Duke a bit of width outside off stump, he will play it through that point area. It's a particular strength of his. And instead, he straightens it up, but they still get a single anyway, up towards mid-on. So Harry Duke off the mark. It's the end of the 78th over, 296 for 4. Lev will probably say a few more words before she disappears for the day. And thanks for being with us today. And we'll look forward to you coming back on Sunday.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've enjoyed a great day, and what a show they put on for me. Fingers crossed we're in for a result on Sunday.
And I shall hand over to Watsy. He's not fancying it, I don't think. He's looking forward to his Yorkshire pudding back at the hotel. Bit of proper food. Graham Orange back with us.
Yes, indeed. And Harry Duke got off the mark. That last ball now faces a South African left-arm spinner Linda, bowling from the Howard stand.
In and bowling, defended down the pitch. If there wasn't a new ball around the corner, Doigi, I might have just left you to it. But there's a small crumb of hope.
You're praying for the new ball.
There's a small crumb. Milan's finally out. Here's Linda around the wicket, the South African spinner. And Duke playing a textbook defensive stroke in behind this one. Are you okay, Doigi?
May I remind you, Darren Stevenson, Sam Billings.
Oh, that is a... I see. I was at home watching that. I didn't get to witness that in person. Something about this fixture, as this one's defended back down the pitch, which seems to like to breed big partnerships.
Well, yes, and Yorkshire 3 runs short of the next bonus point as well. They lead by 6 runs. They're trying to extend their lead, and Kent are trying to get a wicket or 2.
Yeah, that was Kent's first disappointment of the day, missing out on that third batting bonus point. There's Harris Ralph and Jordan Thompson, as this one's defended. Came and blew away those final 4 wickets of the Kent first innings in the early stages of the day. 291 Kent all out, and then started so well with all those maiden overs and creating that pressure and managing to remove Karunaratne, Hill and then Lyth after the interval to reduce Yorkshire to 23 for 3, which feels a long time ago, as this one's defended by Duke back down the pitch after the efforts of Milan. 152 and this unbeaten 100 from Harry Brook.
Yes, because when Live was dismissed, we'd had 7 wickets for 44 runs,
yeah,
and things have changed a little bit since then.
Just what an amazing pattern of quick wickets, considering what we've seen at times. As this one's defended back down the pitch by Duke. End of the over. 7 to go in the day's play. 1 more until the new ball is available. Considering when we think about, say, when Cox and Bell Drummond were at the crease and they put on that partnership, when Robinson joined Bell Drummond, similarly, those 2 other players getting the half century, of course, with Bell Drummond scoring a ton. And then, aside from that,
well, they would be disappointed not to get that extra batting point when they were 9 runs short.
yeah, aside from that, it was the extra pace of Harris Ralph that made the difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Going to see 1 over from Jack Leaning then before the new ball. Placing Quinn. He's like, I'm going to grab the ball as skipper and hurry it through and get these 6 balls out the way.
Yes, it's the Centurion Harry Brook on strike, 119 to his name.
Decent trot for Milan this season, 39, 65, 64, 75 and 152. couple of tweets in from Kent fans who are, oh, this one's play and miss outside the off stump.
Absolutely.
From Harry Brook. Imagine if he'd have got a little nick on that and Kent had 2 doors. Opened up both ends to have a look at with a new ball, but leaning in again. Back goes Brook and punches this up to long off to get off strike. Yeah, a few down in the dumps Kent fans getting in touch on Twitter. Sam saying out of nick batters around the country must be checking the fixture list in the hope that they're facing Kent's attack soon. John making a more constructive point, saying that Kent need a spinner who can go at less than 3 and over in the first innings to offer the captain some control. Well, they're hoping that Linder can be that man. This is, of course, his debut and has had that injury, so maybe you can forgive him for being a little bit rusty. 19 overs, none for 76, so going at bang on 4 and over. As leaning is in, and back goes Duke and defending into the pitch.
Yes, it's. I don't think you can judge Linder on this one performance so far, but I take his point.
Here he comes again, defending back down the pitch. John also adding that Kent haven't had a decent spinner, you could argue, in championship cricket since Adam Riley was looking really good, and as this one's driven out into the covers and started to get involved with some England stuff in the off-season and changed his action, that for whatever reason had a negative effect and has since retired from the pro game as short leg moves around almost instead to leg slip. As leaning comes around the wicket and it's tucked into mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 6 to go in the day's play. Yorkshire are 298 for 4 here on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent. And I would imagine that the new ball will be taken.
I would imagine so. I'd be very surprised if it's not. The umpires, yes, the new ball has been thrown from one umpire to the other umpire. And let's just see, because they might just bowl a couple of balls before taking the new ball. No, they're taking a new ball.
Yeah. Grant Stewart's coming on. Bowled 6 maiden overs to start with the first new ball.
Yeah, this will be interesting now to see if Kent can get something, if they can get a tune out of the new ball. Harry Brooks on strike. 120 to his name. And Stewart's bowling from the Howard stand end. The new ball, a new cherry.
So then, 2 slips for Grant Stewart. And then men posted out a third man, deep point, deepish cover, mid on, mid off, long leg and deep square leg, as if to say, Harry, you have a single, mate. We don't want to bowl at you with the new ball.
He's just given something to the umpire, Harry Brook. I think it could be a stud.
Stud, couldn't it? Yeah,
I think so.
Here he comes, in and bowls and cut away out towards deep point. He does indeed take that single.
Yes, and Yorkshire extend their lead to 8 runs with 6 wickets in hand. So it's been very much Yorkshire's day.
Certainly has, that massive partnership between Brook and Milan.
Yeah, although at 23 for 3 you wouldn't have said so, would you?
23 for 3, it was a different game, wasn't it? Those 2 openers just were given absolutely nothing by Kent in the very early stages of this innings with that first new ball. So what can they produce with this one? Now they have a fresh batsman to bowl at. Duke lets it go over the top of the stumps. The ball travels from Stewart's hand into the gloves of Robinson.
Yes, that came through rather quickly, didn't it?
Who do we have? I think it was Andrew that emailed in earlier on to say that Grant Stewart, I think the title of the email was quite funny. I think he put Aussie beef. Grant Stewart looks in tremendous shape. My imagination, or as he added a few clicks of pace, he was bowling really well at the back end of last season and seems to have looked to try and carry that on. Here he comes. Driven off the back foot nicely, actually, by Harry Duke, out towards Quinn at point. Kent had moved one of the slip fielders out to short leg. 300 comes up for Yorkshire. As Brook comes back on strike, and Kent look like they're going to send fielders out the way. So they still have the attack of the 2 slips and a gully, but trying to make sure that Brook doesn't find his route to any boundaries, and they're saying have one if you like, and we'll bowl at the new batter. Here's Grant Stewart in. Brook defends into the gully, so a dot ball.
Yes, it's set up nicely for Yorkshire now. 300 for 4. And if Brook can continue this way, and if he's still there overnight.
Yeah, very happy Otis Gibson and Darren Goff with what they've seen from their team today. Perfect day too, really, other than that small blip at the start of the innings. But even then, there were good signs. The way that Lyth stayed so patient. Karunaratne likewise, okay, then got out. Played off the back foot by Brook out towards deep point. So 1 run allowed to him almost there. So Kent will bowl 1 ball at Duke. And the remainder of this over from Stewart.
Yes, Karunaratne seemed to, in the end, lose a bit of patience. He went
Yeah,
after a wild one and went hard at it and got a little tickle to the keeper.
Yeah, that's a good point. At that point, you thought, oh, Kent's patience has brought about that mistake.
Well, I thought so, yeah.
There's a few youngsters that appear to have arrived on the scene and wanted to go sit directly behind the bowler's arm, and they're being shooed away from that spot.
They could be rugby supporters.
Can you get from one stand to the other?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? Come and watch a bit at the end of the day's cricket before the rugby starts over the other side. As Stewart bowls, and Duke's playing this very nicely off the back foot, punching it away in front of square. Might even run 3 here.
Yes, they are. No, they're not. He certainly turned and went for it, but he realised that the ball was in the fielder's hands, and 2 runs. But a nice shot.
Certainly was. 303 for 4. We have 5 overs to go. Yes, we are still playing here on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent. It is 7 o'clock on a Friday night, but we had overs to make up anyway. We had a half an hour delay earlier on due to a medical emergency. So, and the light's been great all day. Absolutely cracking the flags here in Leeds. No clouds, or barely any clouds in the sky.
But the light's not an issue at all,
Not
is it?
at all. We could keep playing until 8 o'clock,
Absolutely.
probably.
Well, absolutely.
But we will just play on for 5 more overs. Doigy's going to step in for me in a second if I just nip to the back of the box to do an update.
Yeah, Matt Quinn comes on now to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end. And he's bowling to Harry Brook on 122. There he comes into bowl. Nice straight off drive by Harry Brook, straight to mid-off, no run there. And with 4.5 overs to go, Harry Brook will want to stay in and make sure he's out tomorrow morning. When I say out, I mean he'll come out to bat tomorrow morning.
Yeah, here's Quinn then. From the Kirkstall Lane end, Brook on the back foot punches away into the covers where there is a sweeper, but a slight fumble allows them to get back for the 2 that they were thinking of taking anyway. 124. Harry Brook equals his highest first-class score then. But he needs to be greedy here. Think bigger.
Yeah, needs to be greedy, spot on.
Played tremendously well. really stretch this Kent bowling even further. Quinn in again, and Brook pushing out into the offside once more. At 305 for 4 with 4.5 overs remaining in the day. From 23 for 3. It's just been a day where so much has happened, hasn't it? 270 for 6, Kent overnight. Shot out in half an hour the last 4 wickets. Harris Rao for the first 5 for in-county cricket. 3 quick wickets for Kent then, 23 for 3. Oh, beautiful shot here from Harry Brook off the bowling of Quinn. Another effortless flick through the leg side from a ball around about middle and leg. And onto the western side of the ground, into the shadows cast by that western side of the ground now. And he's picked up 4 more. 128 to Brook, 309 for 4.
Yes, as you say, it's now his highest score in first-class cricket, and it's a wonderful shot for 4.
Yeah, nice way to extend your own record. Been out there for 257 minutes and 175 balls. And he takes that really late again and opens the face and runs it out to point. And if we do get Martin Spate into the com box at some point later on in the season, and he's finished with his Sedbergh school duties, then we're really looking forward to that conversation about what he does with these 3 players. Because he certainly looks to have a very positive influence on them. And I'm sure if he's watching right now, he's probably thinking the same. Be greedy here, Harry. Takes a lot of effort and concentration, doesn't it, to go 258 minutes as it is now. There's a stifled appeal to that Quinn delivery. Last ball of the over. But Brook comfortably survives. And so, 4 overs remaining. I'll leave you with Graham for a moment because Ben's coming back in.
Yeah, the dying embers of the day. And it's been a glorious day weather-wise here at Headingley, and it's been a very good day for Yorkshire for a stuttering start when they were reduced to 23 for 3. They're now 309 for 4. So very much their day, having polished off the last 4 wickets of the Kent innings in half an hour. I suppose because they've been very professional about it, and so it's just a question of, with 4 overs remaining, that these 2, as far as Yorkshire are concerned, stay at the crease so they can resume their innings tomorrow morning. And it's Harry Duke on strike.
Grant Stewart to continue from the rugby stand end, the football stand end, as this is pushed off the back foot into the covers. I can actually see that crowd of people. There's like some clear glass just underneath the Howard stand writing, and you can just see the spectators all filtering in with the way, for those that aren't familiar to Headingley, the 2 grounds are back to back, and the one stand has seats on either side, and one overlooks the cricket ground and one overlooks the rugby/football arena.
Yes, big rugby league town Leeds.
Big game this evening, Leeds Rhinos against Hull KR, is it?
Yeah, Hull Kingston Rovers. There's another rugby league team in Leeds as well, Hunslet. They're based in South Leeds.
Grant Stewart bowling to Harry Brook, 128, as he punches off the back foot out towards deep cover. We'll get a single.
Do you know, it was just a single there, but he had all the time in the world to just punch the ball off the back foot into the offside.
Yeah, it really did. He's not made too many mistakes out there and has just looked so elegant. Scores this season of 101, 56 not out, 84, 77 not out, and 129 unbeaten. Still going his best effort of the campaign. 3 slips in for Duke as Stewart bowls wide of the off stump, left alone on this occasion by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Duke looks a busy batsman, doesn't he, at the crease? Wanting to get things done and quite diminutive in stature, as a lot of wicket keepers are.
32 for another Yorkshire wicketkeeper today in the IPL, Johnny Bairstow, of 28 balls for the Punjab Kings in their defeat to the Super Giants, as this one's turned away into the onside for a single to Duke. Moves to 7, and actually he's negotiated this new ball pretty well so far.
Yeah, I think so. Well, so far there's 3 overs, 2 balls left. They're obviously playing for tomorrow now.
Yeah. .312 for 4 with 3 overs remaining. Brook has men out at deep square, long leg and deep point as he defends, and Grant Stewart collects in his follow through.
Yes, I see that Grant Stewart was born, is it Kalgoorlie? Yeah, Kalgoorlie in Australia.
Came over a few years back as an overseas player for a club side in Kent, and did some bowling in the nets, played a bit of European passport through his mum. It seems like cricket has driven Brook out towards mid-on. 3-12 for 4 at the end of the over, 3 more to go in the day's play, and there's still a few spectators in those blue seats away to our left, with, well, happy cricket fans that have not only enjoyed watching what they've seen so far today, but have enjoyed the massive improvement in the weather as well.
Yes, it's been very conducive to batting, and yeah, it's been they've watched a fascinating day's cricket. They'll go home, most of them will go home happy anyway.
The ones that are local.
Yes.
Here's Matt Quinn for Kent. Bowled that good spell with the old ball, so rewarded by having a go with the new one, as this is defended down into the gully area. Jack Leaning picks up. Throws it back to...
Well, speaking of the Kent skipper, Jack Leaning, he'll want to get some runs in the second innings, won't he? Having been dismissed for naught in the first, former Yorkshire player, well-regarded Yorkshire player.
Yeah, you would think the way that the game is set up, we will go into Sunday. Tomorrow will be a case of Yorkshire trying to set up the game and then see how many Kent second innings wickets they can take. This is driven away very nicely indeed through the covers by Duke. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. The mission for Kent will be at some point to try and probably bat for the draw. The way that the game is panning out, the chances of them winning it will require a real burst tomorrow morning and a procession of wickets, and a real collapse in the Yorkshire order, because at the moment the lead is just 23 runs.
Yeah, but we've seen that where some wickets can fall in a cluster, can't it?
As you pointed out earlier on, between the 2 innings, the back end of the Kent one and the start of the Yorkshire one, as it is pushed away out towards wide mid-off.
Yeah, 44 for 7.
Yeah, so although Milan and Brook have played as well as they have today, if Kent could find a way to get back in the game, and almost in terms of their morale, and like you say, you mentioned earlier on about their demeanour in the field, if they can almost just reset.
They're not out of this game.
Quite.
They're not out of this game.
Here comes Quinn. This is out towards backward of point, and they need to remind themselves that overnight, certainly, and try and forget what's happened in recent weeks.
Yeah.
If they go into that little break that they've got next week with 2 draws and 2 defeats, it's not as bad a start of the season as,
Absolutely. I'm just wondering in Kent second innings if Don Best could come into his own. as an off-spinner.
You would expect him to play a big role.
He could do.
Here comes Quinn. In and bowling, left alone outside the off stump. Through to Ollie Robinson.
My word, this has been a long day.
It really has, hasn't
Yeah,
it? We're normally
yeah.
supposed to finish around 6 o'clock.
It's almost 7:15.
Not that many a spectator would be complaining, because
No.
you know, of all the days to get an extended day,
Yeah.
as I pointed out earlier, we could probably play until 8 o'clock.
I wouldn't recommend it, but yes, you're right.
I'm sure Kent wouldn't be overly happy about us staying out there in the field until that time. Here's Quinn again, wider on the crease. Oh, shout for LBW and given. And the wicketkeeper doesn't appear to be overly pleased with that decision. There was possibly a little bit of dissent there as he collapsed to his knees in frustration and walks off. And Kents do have a late breakthrough here on day 2 with Harry Duke giving out LBW for 8 and the score 3-14 for 5.
We're just watching it live, and I was stressed that we are not behind the bowler now, and we're in a very elevated position, but it looked a good shout to me.
Let's see if I can catch a replay for us on the stream. Here we go.
Yeah, it's the last thing that Yorkshire wanted, really.
Hits him on middle, doesn't it? It's from
Yeah.
a delivered angle by Quinn, but it look at him
I think that's a fair decision.
bang up.
And his balance, he seems to just lose his balance a little bit.
So, is it a night watchman's decision? No, it's Don Best coming out
Don Bess.
as
Yeah.
expected.
Batting at number 7 for Yorkshire, Don Betts.
And a little twist in the tail there.
What we said about Kent would need to make use of the new ball in the 2 stints they've got, this little one tonight and tomorrow morning, if they are going to find a route back into the game. And in fairness to Matt Quinn, getting Milan out, then taking that wicket with the new ball, he's the man that's helped them do it.
Yeah, absolutely. But, this is a big but, Harry Brook is still there. 129 to his name.
Yeah, important from a Yorkshire point of view that he remains not only for tomorrow morning.
From a Yorkshire point of view. I mean, that was the end of the over, so 2 overs remain today. And so therefore be Harry Brook on strike.
So they lead Kent by 23 runs here. BBC Ready Kent's Ben Watson. Umpire in the Yorkshire Leagues, Graham Orange alongside me as Grant Stewart bowls to Harry Brook, and he angles it down into the gully where Jack Leading does the fielding.
Do you know, some of Brook's strokes today have reminded me a little bit of Joe Root.
Particularly that back foot punch.
Yes, that's
through the
right.
covers earlier on.
Yeah. And the way he's got time to play his shots.
Yeah, that's a very good point at just how much time he does seem to have at the crease. Stewart with 2 slips in the gully bowls to him. He just gently plays this out towards gully, and it almost feels like maybe the instruction is now for him to see out the remaining, 10 balls?
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case, absolutely. And maybe towards the end of the over get on strike. Because Bess hasn't come out as a night watchman. He'd have been in anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm always in favour of your batsman facing the bowling anyway.
Especially when he's been in for 180 balls. Stewart bowls to him, back he goes. He's going to take a single here to mid-off. Throw comes in. It was a bit of a wild one. Admittedly from Nathan Gilchrist, possibly. The Kent players don't have numbers on their jumpers, by the way, hence
No, they don't.
my confusion at who the fielder is. When it was Zach Crawley down the boundary earlier on, when I couldn't work that out either.
I think you got that one right, yeah.
Eventually I got there.
Yeah. And one thing about batting now is, as we keep saying, the light's perfectly all right, despite the time, as it were.
Yeah, real contrast to yesterday where we came off for bad
Oh,
light
yeah.
in the afternoon, and then that curtailed the day's play.
So Don Bess has taken his guard. Yes, I remember now. He asked for 2 guards. When I umpired, he asked for 2 guards. He's just done the same there.
Leg and middle and leg.
Yeah, he likes to mark both.
Stewart bowls to him. Turns this away into the onside. That's a decent delivery first up to a new man. On the stumps, forcing him to play.
Exactly, and young bowlers should make note of that. When a new batsman is facing his first ball or second ball, make them play. Make them play.
Although he got a good piece of bat on that defensive stroke, admittedly.
He did.
Oohs and ahs from the Kent fielders. So 8 balls left. You can hear the music coming from the other side of the Howard stand. Head of the rugby league game tonight. Oh, big thick outside edge from Don Best, but it was there with width to be chased in a way. There's only 3 slips, no gully, so he gets it away and off the mark down to third man for a boundary.
Well, yes, Ben, but he wasn't in control of that, was he? And that was a real flash. He didn't mean it to go there.
No. It was, in the end, it was safe enough.
It was.
But
it wasn't the most convincing of shots, especially with, 8 balls to go. Well, there's 7 now.
Yeah,
there's 8 balls to go then.
With the match situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe Yorkshire supporters would rather not see Don Bess chasing those kind of deliveries. Here's Grant Stewart to Bess. He's going to get more runs here down towards deep point. He's just been posted back in that area. Don Bess will come back for 2. So he has 6, 1 over to go. 3, 2, 1 for 5 Yorkshire.
Yeah, that was a much better stroke. He's in control of that. But although that was on the back foot there, punched it out behind square on the offside. Got 2 for it. So he goes up to 6 and 1 over left. 321 for 5 Yorkshire. So they have a lead of 30 runs.
You must be glad you went out for your birthday yesterday, Doidgy, rather than waiting until tonight. Almost 20 past 7, we're still playing. 1 over to go.
Yeah, it's almost Dodge's bedtime, isn't it, really?
Especially after his long night last night at the stake,
Yeah, but he's getting to an age now where he can't stay out that late, it does affect him.
You said it, not me.
Yeah, I did.
I would not say anything about my host in that manner. So Quinn's going to bowl the last over of the day. Kent have got 2 slips in a gully. Because it's Brook on strike, they've got long leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket point out. The boundary covers deep as well as mid-on and mid-off. He is going to take a single, and Don Bess is going to be allowed to take strike. So Yorkshire happy to take that single. Kent will bring the field in for the new man. 5 balls to go.
And in the great scheme of things, if Kent can get 2 quick wickets, I don't necessarily mean tonight, but first thing tomorrow morning, they're right back in it. Because Yorkshire's lead is only 31.
Yeah, so 1 now would of course end the day.
Well, yes, it would end the day now, so they won't be able to take 2 in the last over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Well, I feel like it's a bit of a cliche to go, the first hour tomorrow, but the first hour tomorrow really could be
absolutely
pivotal. As Quinn running in hard, forces Bess into a defensive stroke into the onside. But Drummond does the fielding. It was Stewart and Milnes who were so miserly earlier on, and Nathan Gilchrist came on and got a couple of wickets, and it's been Matt Quinn who in the end has ended up looking like one of the better bowlers of the day. Yeah,
if Yorkshire score 1 more run now, they'll have scored 200 runs for the loss of 2 wickets since being 23 for 3.
Here comes Quinn. Oh, Bess plays a lovely shot off the back foot down towards deep backward point. Just picked the length early there and rocked onto the back foot to play it square of the wicket. We know Don Bess can bat from his efforts as an England number 8, but as Yorkshire's number 7, he's showed some early signs of some good touch. Moves to 10.
Yeah, good shot, well controlled. Yes, he's on 10.
3 balls to go. Quinn has it back in his hand. 3 slips in a gully in play for Bess. As Kent seek 1 more breakthrough before the day is out. Bess determined and blocking this one up towards mid-on. Neatly played. He's a character as well, Don Bess, isn't he? He was
He is-
holding court with the media yesterday.
He is a character. He is a character. Yeah.
He's not exactly media trained in the sense that he won't give you straight answers. He's quite happy to chat
right.
and to expand, isn't he? Which is
Yes,
great.
he is. Yeah.
He's on strike and facing. Matt Quinn bowls again. A good delivery on the stumps, but Bess is getting forward out of his crease and just kind of check driving up towards mid-on. Shows there's still a lot of faith in the state of this wicket after a couple of days.
Yes, one delivery to go in this fascinating day's cricket.
And as much as you were talking about Bess being a key for Yorkshire potentially, they need to almost bat tomorrow so that it's a fourth day pitch for him to try and use. As Quinn is in and bowling, it's defended down into the gully. There's a slight misfield, but Bess says no to Harry Brook, who will be unbeaten in the end on 131. And will come back again tomorrow. The Yorkshire number 5, after a splendid century. He's been at the crease for 278 minutes, facing 184 balls, 12 4s and 2 6s, and partnering with David Malan to put on 269 for that fourth wicket. Duke dismissed by Quinn late on. He was the one that removed Malan for 152 ball after he went to the landmark. But it will be Harry Brook who takes the applause of the spectators as the players leave the field on day 2.
Yes, a good day's play, especially for Yorkshire. They recovered from 23 for 3. And Harry Brook is being applauded off the field. 131 not out.
Splendid stuff from him.
Yep. Yeah, 326 for 5 Yorkshire finish.
That's the score. They'll resume on tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Graham Orange, thanks for being with us for the last couple of days.
My pleasure.
You
My pleasure.
You
Thanks,
umpiring
Ben.
tomorrow?
Yes, I'm umpiring at Beverley.
For a game between?
Beverley and Sheriff Hutton Bridge, Yorkshire Premier League.
Excellent.
Yeah.
We'll have a lovely day tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ben. It's good to be with you.
And we will be back, myself and Doigi and company, tomorrow from 11 o'clock. So do join us then on BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online. Pleasant evening to you all. And enjoy the rugby league if you're heading off next door.